Chapter 599. There are another 3 days before we converge with the other possessors of the Jade Swords. Big Brother Ling Tian, have you contacted them during this period of time? Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian as she asked. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. During this period of time, he was busy cultivating, so how could he have the time to care about other things? I feel that some of them have surely arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city at this time. It's even to the extent that they might be staying in some inns in the imperial city. Han Xuanai guessed. Perhaps. I'll contact them after I return to my room. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, "It's already late, go to bed early." Okay. Han Xuanai nodded, and her eyes were still filled with excitement when she returned to her room. This little girl is even more excited than me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his room, his gaze flashed. I've finally advanced my cultivation to the Void Initiation stage before I enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. After washing up, Duan Ling Tian lay on the bed and withdrew his jade sword. His origin energy fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Instantly, a sonorous voice that seemed familiar entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Brother, you've finally made an appearance. We'll be able to meet in a few days, and I'm really looking forward to it." "I'm really looking forward to it." Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock and recognized the owner of this sonorous voice. At that time, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was precisely this person that he'd contacted when he used the voice transmission inscription on the Jade Sword for the first time. "I've already arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Where are all of you?" Another voice sounded out. To Duan Ling Tian, this was a completely unfamiliar voice. It ought to be the possessors of the other Jade Swords. "I've arrived at the imperial city as well. I haven't arrived yet, I'm on the way. I ought to be able to arrive punctually at Pheasant Ridge 3 days from now. I'll be able to arrive at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city tomorrow." Following that, more voices could be heard. They were all owners of other jade swords. "By the way, brother, did you bring a friend? According to our agreement, every single one of us can bring a person along with us into the Sword Monarch's treasure." Suddenly, the owner of the loud and clear voice spoke again, obviously speaking to Duan Ling Tian. "Yes, I brought a friend." Duan Ling Tian responded. It turned out that he was still worried about whether the other jade sword possessors would have any objections if Xuanai headed to the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. Now it would seem that Xuanai entering the Sword Monarch's treasure with him wasn't considered to be abrupt. But with Xuanai's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to annihilate the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened. Duan Ling Tian shuddered at the thought of Han Xuanai's strength. Right. If Xuanai really annihilates the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened, then wouldn't Xuanai and I be able to monopolize all the treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's breathing became slightly hurried. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai walked out of their respective rooms and left the inn together before finding a nearby restaurant to have breakfast. It wasn't long before the restaurant was filled with customers. "I heard that the Tang clan will be auctioning a treasure at the central square this afternoon. At that time, we have to go join in the fun. Doesn't the Tang clan have its own auction house? Why isn't it auctioning it at the auction house? I don't know about this. But, based on the Tang clan's great fanfare, that treasure is probably not simple. I'm interested as well after hearing what you said. Let's go together at that time." A wave of discussion sounded out from the table beside Duan Ling Tian. It was 3 young men in embroidered clothes chatting. "Big Brother Ling Tian, let's go join in the fun in the afternoon as well?" Han Xuanai's eyes glowed, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Tang clan's treasure. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he was similarly interested. It would be great if it's the ageless root. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But he knew as well that this was practically impossible. Even if the Tang clan possessed the ageless root, it would probably be impossible for it to be so great fanfare. The central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was undoubtedly in existence similar to the central square of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and it was extremely bustling and filled with streams of people. At that time, the Darkstone Empire's imperial city held the young genius competition of the empire at such a place. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the Tang clan's great fanfare meant that the treasure was surely a publicly acknowledged treasure, and it wasn't the ageless root that many people were unable to recognize. After they finished their breakfast, they walked around the imperial city. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to hear that the entire imperial city was filled with the news of the Tang clan auctioning the treasure in the afternoon. I must go earlier in the afternoon so as to occupy a good spot. It would be great if I was a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, as there are many spots in the sky. Yeah, if it was an existence at the void prying stage or above, then there would be utterly no need to fight for a spot on the ground. Duan Lingtian could hear these discussions everywhere. Big brother Lingtian, I'm becoming more and more interested in the thing the Tang clan is auctioning in the afternoon. Han Xuanai giggled, and her watery eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Xuanai, if you like it, I'll buy it for you. Duan Lingtian was rather confident now. All along the way, the wealth in his possession had already accumulated to an extremely terrifying extent. During these past few years, he hadn't only plundered a large amount of wealth from everywhere. Even the spatial rings of those people that had died at his hands contained quite a large amount of wealth. His gold and silver wealth continued to accumulate. Up until now, he was slightly unable to remember exactly how much wealth he possessed. Big brother Lingtian, if I'm really interested, then I'll directly seize it. Why would I need you to spend money? Han Xuanai blinked her crafty eyes and smiled. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. Yeah. With Xuanai's strength, seizing a treasure from the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan wasn't difficult at all. After all, even the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, was extremely fearful before Xuanai. The strongest expert of the Eastern Mulberry Empire was at most at the same level as King Yong. He was most probably inferior to Xuanai. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai brought along the two little pythons to fly through the sky and arrive at the central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. So many people. Duan Lingtian looked down at the central square and noticed that it was packed with people, and he could only see numerous heads ceaselessly moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Presently, there were many martial artists at the void prying stage and above in the sky. Most of these martial artists had come to join in the fun. The Tang clan has caused such a great commotion today, I wonder what treasure they're auctioning off, someone couldn't refrain from speaking curiously. No matter what treasure it is, I have to properly experience it today. The Tang clan has never done anything that pleases the crowd. I presume they're really auctioning off some extraordinary treasure today. I really look forward to it. More and more martial artists at the void prying stage and above converged over and discussed animatedly. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai stood in the sky that was closest to the center of the square. Presently, a high platform had been erected at the center of the square. This high platform had just been erected not long ago, and it was obviously specially built by the Tang clan for the sake of the auction this afternoon. Swoosh! A young man in embroidered clothes flashed over from afar and descended near Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian was fine and didn't have any reaction. However, Han Xuanai instead frowned and turned her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. You, go away. Don't stand beside me and my big brother Lingtian and disturb us. Obviously, Han Xuanai had taken the sky that she and Duan Lingtian stood in to be her private territory. The young man in embroidered clothes was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai's voice, and when he turned around and saw Han Xuanai's peerlessly beautiful face, he revealed an evil smile. "Little miss, don't worry, Big Brother guarantees that I won't disturb you. But, little miss, you're really pretty. Smile for Big Brother to see." The young man in embroidered clothes spoke frivolously as he flew forward to approach Han Xuanai. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to touch Han Xuanai's chin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with a gaze of pity. He knew that this fellow was going to suffer misfortune. At practically the instant that this thought arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. Swish! Swish! Two ear-piercing howls sounded out. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's sleeve and flashed directly towards the young man in embroidered clothes. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the young man's throat and chest, and dazzling resplendent blood sprayed out from them. The young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry, and his hand remained in the posture of wanting to touch Han Xuanai's chin as he directly fell down. Bang! The young man in embroidered clothes fell on the high platform that was built before his death, and he was completely silent. Dead. Instantly, the surroundings were in an uproar. "Isn't that the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan?" "Exactly, it's Bai Fan. I truly never imagined that Bai Fan, who ran amok in our Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, would fall here today. Yeah, I truly never expected this." Waves of exclamations of surprise sounded out from the surroundings in a timely manner. Of course, most of them were taking pleasure in Bai Fan's misfortune. Obviously, Bai Fan's reputation wasn't good. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons returned to Han Xuanai's hand, and they glared fiercely at Bai Fan's corpse. "Alright, he's already dead." Han Xuanai lightly smiled and lightly rubbed the heads of the two little fellows. The two little fellows instantly closed their eyes in enjoyment. "Xuanai, I'm slightly jealous when I see Little Black and Little White being so close to you," Duan Lingtian joked. But while Han Xuanai was able to discern that he was joking, the two little pythons were unable to discern it. Swish! Swish! In the next moment, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder in the end. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Chapter 600. Duan Lingtian held the two little pythons in his hand, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Presently, the little white snake had broken through to the third level of the void initiation stage after the little black snake, the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, was at most a void prying stage martial artist, and he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before the two little pythons. He wasn't even able to react before he was killed. Fan. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained boundless rage sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head, and he could see a middle-aged man that was escorted by two old men as he soared over, and his speed soared to the limit in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man swooped down to descend on the high platform at the center of the square, and he embraced Bai Fan as he cried out in grief. Fan! Fan! It's the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming. Looks like it wasn't only the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, that came to join in the fun today, even his father, Bai Ming, has come as well. This Bai Fan probably came with his father and arrived here first, yet was killed in the end. That young man, young woman, and the two snake-type demon beasts by their side are going to suffer misfortune. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Most people glanced at Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai with pity. But Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai weren't affected in the slightest, and they stood in midair on the spot with carefree expressions, as if their expressions wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the two old men that the middle-aged man brought along flew out, and they stood not far from the two sides of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, as if they were preventing Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai from fleeing. Meanwhile, Bai Ming finally recovered from his shock, and he who was filled with extreme grief and indignation embraced his dead son as he soared up into the sky, forming a triangle with the two old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai at the center. You dare kill my son? Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Bai Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. At this moment, Bai Ming was enraged to the limit. He had been obsessed with martial arts all his life and only had one son. Now, his son had died because of the person in front of him. You're the second master of the Bai family, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ming indifferently. When you say these words, shouldn't you first ask why we killed your son? Just now, if Bai Fan had not wanted to make a move on Han Xuanai, Little Black and Little White would not have suddenly killed him. That's not necessary. Bai Ming coldly snorted, and his eyes were filled with a ruthless luster. No matter what the reason is, since you killed my son, then you must be buried with him. As he spoke up to hear, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body raged and skyrocketed. Above his head, 10 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and spiraled down, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. The second master of the Bai clan is indeed worthy of being one of the two great experts in the Bai clan who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Bai clan's ancestor. He lives up to his reputation. Now that the second master of the Bai family is enraged, this young man and young woman are probably dead for sure. They were too impulsive and actually dared to kill Bai Fan. Could it be that they didn't know that Bai Fan was the favorite of the second master of the Bai family? The surrounding people observed a moment of silence for Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. No matter what the reason is. We must be buried with your son. Bai Ming's words angered Duan Lingtian to the point his face sank slightly. Big brother Lingtian, you can't reason with some people. To them, strength is sufficient to replace any reason. Han Xuanai had a calm expression and wasn't enraged by Bai Ming's words. Or perhaps, from the beginning until the end, she didn't take Bai Ming seriously. Yes. Xuanai, you do as you deem fit in this matter. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't say anything further as he watched all this coldly from the sidelines. Kill them. Bai Ming shouted out explosively as he embraced the corpse of his son with one hand and slapped out with the other like a cattail leaf fan. Boom! Waves of fiery red energy rose from the palm that was filled with raging origin energy and swept out. It blasted towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to directly kill Duan Lingtian. At the same time, another 6 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Bai Ming's head. 6th level fire concept. Whoosh! When Bai Ming's palm struck out, Duan Lingtian only felt an extremely hot gust of wind in front of him. The hot aura grew stronger and stronger as it rose continuously. In the end, Duan Lingtian's forehead began to sweat uncontrollably. Faced with Bai Ming's menacing palm strike, although Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure, he didn't have any intention of dodging. He stood on the spot, unmoving like a mountain. Has this young man gone mad? He still dares to stand foolishly at this time? Many of the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Perhaps he feels that he can't escape death today, so he might as well give up resisting. Do you think he can survive in front of the second master of the Bai family? Someone had another idea. That makes sense. His words obtained the agreement of many people. At this moment, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive under Bai Ming's palm strike. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene was slightly oppressive. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the oppressive atmosphere at the scene. You dare make a move against Big Brother Lingtian? You're courting death. Under the gazes of everyone present, the yellow-clothed young girl that stood in midair spoke. At the same time that she spoke, the people present didn't see the yellow-clothed young girl make any movements. In the next moment, whoosh! An extremely icy cold aura suddenly exploded out in midair, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, causing everyone present to be frozen to the point they couldn't help but shiver. When they returned to their senses, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lives. They saw Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai family that attacked the violet-clothed young man, had completely stopped in midair and transformed into an ice sculpture. Bai Fan's corpse in his arms had also transformed into an ice sculpture along with him. The people present were able to clearly see. The fire concept on Bai Ming's body had already been completely suppressed by the ice that enveloped his body now. It wasn't just that, the origin energy on his body was ceaselessly vanishing as well. After a short moment, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his body had lost its final support, and accompanied by the ice that covered his body, it crashed down. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone clearly saw that Bai Ming's entire body along with the ice that covered his body fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces of ice. Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai clan, one of the only two 7th-level void initiation stage experts in the Bai clan, had died. The scene was deathly silent. Over 90% of the people present were staring blankly at the pieces of ice that covered the ground. Not a single complete piece of these pieces of ice could be seen. Ice. Ice concept. In next to no time, someone exclaimed in shock with a trembling voice. His words caused everyone present to be unable to help but recover from their shock, and they couldn't help but look at the yellow-clothed young girl in midair with gazes filled with fear and reverence. Based on her outer appearance, this yellow-clothed young girl was at most 15 or 16 years old. At the beginning, many people were indescribably shocked and they saw the yellow-clothed young girl appear. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old standing in midair undoubtedly indirectly displayed her cultivation at the void-prying stage or above. This was already sufficient to cause people to be shocked to the point of being speechless for a long time. But now, the yellow-clothed young girl had once again caused everyone to be shocked. The young girl had only just finished speaking when she caused a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to transform into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering, and he died a graveless death. Such a shocking ability would cause terror to arise from the bottom of anyone's heart when they saw it for the first time. Most importantly, it was because all of this was caused by a young girl. A young girl that was at the prime of her youth, and the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, was gone just like that. Did she really do it herself? Many people were bewildered and didn't dare believe that all of this was true. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old had killed a 7th-level void initiation stage existence. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, there were probably not many people capable of doing it, right? Not to mention a mere Eastern Mulberry Empire. I didn't see clearly that it was she who did it. But I can be sure that even if it wasn't her, it was still someone that was concealed in the shadows and protecting her. Looks like her identity isn't simple, and there's actually an expert that's capable of instantly killing the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, concealed by her side. That expert is an extremely rare existence that has comprehended the ice concept. Supposedly, ice concept can be considered to be a top concept amongst the numerous concepts of nature. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she sealed a person in ice and transformed him into an ice sculpture before allowing him to perish on his own before being forcefully smashed into countless pieces. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed ceaselessly. Their words were filled with fear. He was wary of Han Xuan'ai. Of course, there were some people with comparatively higher cultivations amongst the people present, and they saw the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that flashed in the sky above Han Xuan'ai. even though they didn't see clearly how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. But they could be sure of one thing. Earlier, it was indeed this yellow-clothed young girl that made a move and sealed the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, in ice. Second master, the two old men that appeared with Bai Ming now looked at the shattered ice that covered the ground, and their emaciated bodies lightly trembled. The scene before them had exceeded their expectations. The second master was one of the two great experts of their Bai clan, and his strength was comparable to their Bai clan's ancestor. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed. They were slightly unable to accept this. "You two old fellows, do you want to continue staying and take revenge for your second master and third young master? Or get the hell out of my sight?" Han Xuanai's gaze lazily descended onto the two old men, and her voice that was like an aureole had a trace of impatience mixed within. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they were struck by lightning when they heard this. In the next moment, they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly fled into the distance, vanishing before the eyes of everyone in the central square. What a joke! Even the second master was instantly killed. If they continued to stay, they would only be courting death. They knew clearly in their hearts. Chapter 601. Along with the departure of the two old men of the Bai clan, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had become the center of attention of the entire scene. But the attention of the surrounding people was quickly moved away. Only because the members of the Tang clan had arrived. It's the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder is an existence that has stepped into the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. In the Tang clan, in terms of strength, he's only inferior to the Tang clan's ancestor. I never imagined that the Tang clan's Grand Elder would personally preside over the auction this afternoon. The surrounding crowd of spectators were clamorous. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 5 people that were flying over from afar. Amongst these 5 people, the person in the lead was a white-haired old man, and his pair of muddy eyes occasionally flashed with a dazzling bright light. When looked at from afar, he seemed like an ordinary old man. However, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out told him that this old man was an existence at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. He's the Tang clan's Grand Elder? Duan Lingtian listened to the surrounding discussions and easily guessed the old man's identity. Duan Lingtian had come to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city for a period of time after all, and he had a certain level of understanding towards the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan. Besides the imperial family, the Tang clan was the strongest power in the Eastern Mulberry Empire. It was undoubtedly extremely rare for a clan to be able to reign supreme in an empire. Supposedly, there were 5 people at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage or above in the Tang clan. The strongest person was even in existence at the 9th level of the Void initiation stage. That day, when he'd just found out about the Tang clan's strength, Duan Lingtian had even sighed with emotion. The strength of this Tang clan is probably not much inferior to the imperial family of the Eastern Mulberry Empire. Everyone. Meanwhile, the 5 people of the Tang clan led by the Tang clan's Grand Elder descended onto the high platform, and the Tang clan's Grand Elder looked at the surroundings before speaking abruptly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent and quieted down. Today, our Tang clan will be auctioning a demon beast here. A Void initiation stage demon beast. The Tang clan's Grand Elder was obviously not a person and directly went straight to the point. Void initiation stage demonic beast? Instantly, the onlookers, whether on the ground or in the air, were in an uproar. After all, once a demon beast broke through to the Void initiation stage, its intelligence was already no different than a human. Most importantly, Void initiation stage demonic beasts usually had their own dignity. He would rather die in battle than live on his knees. Even if a human strength surpassed a Void initiation stage demon beast, wanting to subdue a Void initiation stage demon beast was practically impossible. It was precisely because of this that the value of Void Initiation Stage demon beasts in the human world was extremely high. Now, the Tang clan wanted to auction off a Void Initiation Stage demon beast. A Void Initiation Stage demon beast that was able to be auctioned off by the Tang clan was undoubtedly not the type of demon beast that would rather die than submit. Anyone would want to get their hands on such a demonic beast. Especially those people that belonged to powers that had a limited number of Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Their faces were flushed red as they mustered up all their strength and prepared to bid for that Void Initiation Stage demon beast. Void Initiation Stage demonic beast? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. This Tang clan has some ability. They're actually able to capture a Void Initiation Stage demon beast to auction off. May I ask Grand Elder Tang, what level of the Void Initiation Stage demon beast is your Tang clan bidding for? In next to no time, someone couldn't refrain from asking. First level of the Void Initiation Stage. The Tang clan's Grand Elder replied indifferently. Even though it was only at the first level of the Void Initiation Stage, it still didn't extinguish the fervor of the surrounding people, and everyone looked at the Tang clan's Grand Elder with anticipation. Grand Elder Tang, where's that demon beast? Yeah, you have to let us experience it, right? Otherwise, how would you bid? Exactly. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. Presently, most of the people that spoke were martial artists that stood in the sky with cultivations at the void prying stage or above. These people mostly had extraordinary backgrounds and abundant wealth. Everyone, calm yourselves. The disciples of my Tang clan will bring that demon beast over right away. The Tang clan's Grand Elder raised his hand to stop the clamorous noise of the crowd. Needless to say, the Tang clan's Grand Elder still had a certain level of dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene returned to calm once more. I thought it was some treasure, so it turns out that it's only a first-level Void Initiation Stage demon beast. Han Xuanai frowned and spoke with slight disappointment. Big Brother Ling Tian, let's go. I'm not interested in a Void Initiation Stage demon beast. Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Not interested in a Void Initiation Stage demon beast, probably only Xuanai was capable of saying these words. Since we've already come, let's see what demon beast the Tang clan wants to auction. I'm extremely curious as well, what sort of Void Initiation Stage demon beast the Tang clan has tamed. Duan Lingtian suggested. Alright, then I'll accompany Big Brother Ling Tian to join in the fun. Han Xuanai nodded with a light smile and agreed. Not long after, a wave of howling sounds of the wind sounded out from the distance. Subsequently, a middle-aged man that held an object covered by a red cloth flew over from the sky and flashed directly to the central square. After a short moment, he descended onto the high platform. Grand Elder. Subsequently, the middle-aged man respectfully and reverently passed the object covered by the red cloth to the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded, and then he raised his hand to directly remove the red cloth. A specially made cage appeared in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Squeak squeak! Right at this moment, a wave of low cries sounded out from within the cage. A little gold mouse that was completely furry was weakly lying within the cage in a sorry state, whereas, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes were looking up at the sky above the central square. The little gold mouse's eyes were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was completely stunned, and he stared blankly at the little gold mouse within the cage as he muttered to himself with slight stupefaction. Little gold. Everyone. Meanwhile, the Tang clan's Grand Elder spoke out slowly. This little gold mouse is the Void Initiation Stage demon beast that my Tang clan wants to auction. According to my deduction, it ought to be a variant gold fur mouse. Even though it's only a first-level Void Initiation Stage demon beast, it has comprehended second-level lightning concept. As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, his tone was resolute. Comprehended second-level lightning concept at the first level of the void initiation stage? Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators lit up. The comprehension ability of such a demon beast could be said to be shocking. Grand Elder Tang, I think its situation isn't good. Could it be that your Tang clan has used some medicine on it? Suddenly, a person with sharp gazes asked. Exactly. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded. Our Tang clan has indeed used origin stalling powder on it. However, this demon beast's will to live is extremely strong, and it's entirely possible to use origin stalling powder to control it and make it work for your Tang clan. When he spoke up to hear, the Tang clan's Grand Elder was slightly complacent. Origin stalling powder is our Tang clan's unique secret prescription. Today, no matter who bids for this demon beast, our Tang clan will unconditionally provide 100 years of origin stalling powder to that person. As soon as the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the scene was deathly silent, and only waves of heavy breathing remained. 100 years? Right at this moment, a cold laugh broke the silence of the scene. Do you really think that your Tang clan can continue existing for 100 years? An enraged and ruthless voice continued to sound out, and it caused the expressions of the Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, to go pale. The gazes of everyone shot towards the source of the voice. A violet-clothed young man stood there. It's him. In next to no time, someone recognized Duan Lingtian. What does he want to do? Coldness arose in the hearts of many people. Even though this violet-clothed young man hadn't made a move since the beginning, a terrifying expert was concealed behind him and the young woman by his side. That expert hadn't made an appearance, yet was able to kill a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. That level of ability had already exceeded the scope of the void initiation stage. Kid, you actually dare blaspheme our Tang clan? You deserve death. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man that stood by the side of the Tang clan's Grand Elder shouted out explosively before transforming into a flowing light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. For a time, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man. Obviously, this was a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, and raging origin energy condensed to transform into a palm print that was accompanied by strands of blue-colored energy as it enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, first-level water concept. Duan Lingtian revealed disdain when faced with the middle-aged man's shocking palm strike, and it was even to the extent that he didn't have any intention of dodging. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and origin energy raged on his hand before converging onto his index finger. Tempest Point. Duan Lingtian abruptly pointed out with his finger, and first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force were accompanied by the finger force of his origin energy to transform into the tempest point that pierced towards the middle-aged man's palm print. In the sky, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out under the push of the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swish! The terrifying tempest point easily shattered the middle-aged man's palm print, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's pupils stared wide open as he raised his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian, wanting to say something, yet he wasn't able to continue in the end. Bang! The middle-aged man's body shook, and accompanied by fresh blood that sprayed out all over the sky, he fiercely fell onto the ground and completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Meanwhile, the pupils of the surrounding spectators constricted as they looked at the violet-clothed young man in the sky with astonishment. What a terrifying young man. His age looks to be around 25 at most. But his cultivation has already stepped into the first level of the void initiation stage. Moreover, he has comprehended first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force. Where exactly did such a monstrous genius martial artist come from? With his strength, he probably possesses the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition 8 months from now, right? Not a single expert in the younger generation of our Eastern Mulberry Empire can compare to him. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed successively. They were all subdued by Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability. Kid. Chapter 602. Exactly what sort of enmity does my Tang clan have with you? As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the turbidity in his eyes wasn't there any longer, and replacing it was terrifying killing intent. It seemed as if he would completely annihilate Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian was unable to give him an explanation. What enmity? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his gaze descended onto the miniature cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Your Tang clan actually dares to torture little gold like this? It's little gold? Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the nearby Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was originally curious why her big brother Ling Tian would suddenly lose his composure like this. Now, she could be considered to have completely understood. So it turned out that the little gold mouse that was imprisoned within the miniature cage by the Tang clan members was little gold. It really is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. I didn't pay much attention to it earlier. Han Xuanai seriously sized up the little gold mouse for the first time, and she discerned the little gold mouse's background. Hiss hiss at this moment, 2 little heads popped out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve. It was little black and little white, and they were currently sizing up the little gold mouse within the cage with slightly complicated gazes. Little gold? The Tang clan's Grand Elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was unable to react for a moment. And right at this moment, Han Xuanai moved. Han Xuanai swept her sleeve, and in an instant, an extremely icy cold gale swept out and enveloped the Tang clan members. In an instant, the 5 members of the Tang clan, including the Grand Elder of the Tang clan, turned into 5 ice sculptures. Only the cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand wasn't sealed in ice. Squeak squeak, however, the little gold mouse within the cage was still frozen to the point its entire body trembled. Little gold. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he descended and seized the miniature cage. Swish. The grade 4 spirit sword struck out and easily slashed the cage apart. Xiao Jin, are you okay? Duan Lingtian rescued the little gold mouse and held it in his hand, sizing it up with a face full of concern. Creak, creak, the little gold mouse cried out twice before sending a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother. Lingtian. I feel terrible. I feel terrible, it's nothing. You've just been poisoned by the Tang clan's origin stalling powder. I'll bring you to the Tang clan right now and have them hand over the antidote. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even forgot that he could concoct the spirit cleansing pill that could cure all kinds of poisons. With the grade 3 pill fire that Duan Lingtian possessed after breaking through to the void initiation stage, so long as he was able to find the materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit cleansing pill. A grade 3 cleansing spirit pill, besides some extremely rare poisons in Cloud Continent, could easily neutralize all other poisons. At the same time that Duan Lingtian conversed with the little gold mouse, his arm swung up and abruptly swept out. Vast origin energy swept out and enveloped the 5 Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, that had transformed into ice sculptures. Bang! 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 5 enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time. In the next moment, the 5 ice sculptures transformed into shattered ice that covered the sky and fell to the ground. The 5 Tang clan members were all dead. Killing without spilling blood was nothing more than this. Xuanai, accompany me to the Tang clan. Please. Duan Lingtian's eyes were dyed with a wisp of crimson red as he looked at Han Xuanai, and his tone contained slight sincerity mixed within. Big brother Ling Tian, why are you being so courteous with me? Your business is my business. Xuanai shook her head and smiled, then looked at a nearby middle-aged man and asked indifferently. Do you know where the Tang clan is? I know. The middle-aged man's expression went grim when he was stared at by Han Xuanai. Initially, he did not want to be involved in this matter. However, under Han Xuanai's burning gaze, he finally nodded his head. Lead the way. Han Xuanai spoke indifferently. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly flashed towards the distance. What a joke. Earlier, he'd clearly seen this young woman's ability. With a raise of her hand, she'd sealed 5 great experts of the Tang clan in ice. He felt that his strength was far inferior to the experts of the Tang clan, so he completely couldn't arouse the thought of refusing the young woman's request. Who knew if the young woman would become enraged from embarrassment because of this? If the young woman was enraged, killing him was only a matter of an instant. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian took the lead and followed the middle-aged man. Han Xuanai followed closely behind as well. As for the others present, their eyes shone as they followed from afar. Looks like the Tang clan is going to suffer misfortune today. Yeah, if that young woman is enraged, the Tang clan will probably be completely removed from our Eastern Mulberry Empire. I originally thought that there was an expert behind the young woman that was helping her. Earlier, when the young woman made a move, I found out that there was no one helping her at all. Her strength is too terrifying. I'm sure that she's an expert from the foreign lands. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly at the same time that they followed Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. For a time, this corner of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Both of you, this is the Tang clan estate. The middle-aged man that led the way pointed at the vast estate ahead. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he directly barged into the Tang clan estate. Who's there? The Tang clan disciples at the entrance of the Tang clan estate naturally wouldn't allow Duan Lingtian to barge in. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a raise of his hand, he swung out his arm and easily blasted the Tang clan disciples that blocked his way flying. After heavily injuring them, he directly entered the Tang clan estate. When Han Xuanai followed closely behind, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Big brother Ling Tian is really angry. Looks like the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's position in his heart isn't the slightest bit inferior to Little Black and Little White. After he barged into the Tang clan estate, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd entered into an uninhabited land. Swish! 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 The 2 little pythons ceaselessly flashed out, and the Tang clan disciples that blocked the way fell one by one. For a time, the entire Tang clan estate was in complete chaos. Flee! Flee quickly! Devil, he's a devil! He's a devil! The Tang clan disciples within the Tang clan estate, as well as the clan generals, servants, and servant girls, fled in all directions. Who's there? You actually dare barge into my Tang clan? Finally, a stern shout sounded out, and a middle-aged man that wore luxurious clothes and had a handsome appearance led over a dozen old men in a hurry. Squeak squeak! After the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes appeared, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder raised its head with difficulty and cried out twice before sending a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Ling Tian, it's him. He captured me and tortured me in every possible way before forcing me to consume that origin stagnation powder. Besides that, the spatial ring you refined for me was seized by him as well. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely furious. Take out the antidote for the origin stagnation powder. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke word by word with a deep voice. The middle-aged man hadn't spoken when an old man behind him stood out and shouted with a grim voice. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare be presumptuous before our Tang clan's patriarch. I think you're courting death." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of flames that ceaselessly rose. "I think it's you who's courting death." A clear and cold voice suddenly sounded out and entered into the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, a strong wind that was icy cold to the extreme swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into a dreadful beast that pounced towards the old man. Instantly, the old man's body froze on the spot, and his entire body transformed into an ice sculpture. Ninth Elder. The expression of the middle-aged man, the Tang clan's patriarch, went grim, and he stretched out his hand to press onto the ice sculpture, wanting to rescue the old man. But, as he raised his hand and pressed onto the ice sculpture, origin energy swallowed and spat out. Cracks that were like spiderwebs instantly appeared on the ice sculpture, then it exploded apart and transformed into countless pieces of ice. Whereas the old man that was sealed within the ice was completely shattered. Ninth Elder. The Tang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck. What exactly is going on? Ice concept. It's ice concept. Patriarch, this little girl has comprehended ice concept. Meanwhile, another sharp-eyed old man looked at Han Xuanai, and his tone was filled with fear. Ice concept? The pupils of the Tang clan's patriarch constricted as his body lightly trembled, and he recalled the records related to ice concept that he'd once seen in a book. Only now did he realize. Earlier, it was she who'd indirectly killed their Tang clan's ninth elder. Who exactly are all of you? The Tang clan's patriarch finally realized the severity of the matter. They'd obviously come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, this young woman that had comprehended ice concept had a cultivation that obviously surpassed him. He was a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate. Yet he was actually inferior to a young woman that looked to be 15 or 16 years old, and it caused him to be slightly driven mad. Who are we? Duan Lingtian sneered. Debt collectors. Debt collectors? The Tang clan's patriarch was first stunned, then he noticed the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and his face went grim. She. Why is she in your possession? He didn't think that this little gold mouse was bought by someone with a large sum of money. Squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as she glared angrily at the Tang clan's patriarch, and it was as if she'd seen a life and death enemy. Perhaps, in the eyes of the little gold mouse, she'd long since taken this Tang clan's patriarch to be a life and death enemy. In my eyes, little gold is my relative. Yet now, my relative has been tortured in every possible way by your Tang clan, and had the origin stalling powder forcefully forced down her throat by your Tang clan. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were filled with boundless ruthlessness, and his tone was low to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end. Hand over the antidote that eradicates the origin stalling powder's medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian practically shouted out word by word with a grim voice. There's no antidote that eradicates the origin stalling powder, only an antidote that suppresses it. Presently, the Tang clan's patriarch had realized that their Tang clan's grand elder and the others had been killed. They might have already been killed. He, who felt an extremely great sense of danger, didn't dare hesitate in the slightest when facing Duan Lingtian's question. A young woman that looked to be 15 or 16 years old had a strength that surpassed his own. As far as he was concerned, the backgrounds of these two people were extremely extraordinary. Chapter 603. There's no antidote to eradicate it? Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he heard the Tang clan's patriarch. Under extreme rage, Duan Lingtian's mind instead became slightly clear. How could I have forgotten the spirit cleansing pill? With the spirit cleansing pill, would I still need the Tang clan's antidote? Instantly, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and the gaze he shot at the Tang clan's patriarch with was completely cold. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian called out with a light voice. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Han Xuanai made a move once more, and with a wave of her hand, the extremely icy cold wind swept out once more. Whoosh! Before the Tang clan's patriarch and all the higher-ups of the Tang clan could react, the cold wind had already enveloped them and transformed them into numerous ice sculptures. Over 10 human-shaped ice sculptures stood there, and it was an especially magnificent sight. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian rubbed the little gold mouse that lay limp on his shoulder, and he lightly smiled. Go on. A bright light flashed past the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes, and her limp body struggled to stand up before pouncing towards the ice sculptures. The ice sculpture that the Tang clan's patriarch had transformed into was the first to be blasted into pieces by the little gold mouse. Subsequently, the remaining higher-ups of the Tang clan that had transformed into ice sculptures weren't spared, and they were destroyed one by one at the hands of the enraged little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, when the little gold mouse returned, the ice sculptures didn't exist any longer, and only ice dregs that covered the ground remained. The little gold mouse lowered her head and bit out a piece from the numerous ice dregs, and then it transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that returned to Duan Lingtian's shoulder. After she passed the ice dregs into Duan Lingtian's hand, she was unable to endure it any longer and fainted. Being restrained by the origin stasis powder was equivalent to having her origin energy suppressed, and she'd used a great deal of origin energy earlier, and it had already exceeded the load her body could bear. The little gold mouse's extremely dispirited appearance caused Duan Lingtian's heart to ache, and then he passed the ice shards in his hand to Han Xuanai. Xuanai, take out the spatial ring inside. The spatial ring within the ice shards belonged to the Tang family's patriarch. Yes. Xuanai took the ice shards. With a raise of her hand, the ice on it turned into mist, and an ancient storage ring appeared in her hand. She then handed it back to Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Xuanai and took the lead to rise into the air, preparing to leave the Tang family estate. Now, the main culprit, the Tang family's patriarch, had been executed, and a group of Tang family's higher-ups had been buried with him. This caused Duan Lingtian's anger to dissipate by quite a bit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai came and went like the wind, disappearing from the Tang clan residence in the blink of an eye. And near the place where the two of them were standing just now, in a remote area, many Tang family disciples walked out. The patriarch and second elder are gone just like that? As they looked at the ice shards that covered the ground, their bodies started trembling violently, and their faces were ghastly pale to the extreme. The scene from before was something they would never be able to forget for their entire lifetimes. At that moment, they even held their breaths, deeply afraid of being targeted by that devilish young woman and being transformed into an ice sculpture as well. Quickly report this to the ancestor. It was unknown who called out. Subsequently, someone headed towards the depths of the Tang family estate. Even if the ancestor comes, he might not be able to do anything. Those two people are utterly not existences our Tang family can go against. Even the ancestor doesn't have the strength to annihilate the patriarch and all the elders with a flip of his palm. A discerning Tang family disciple couldn't help but sigh. It was exactly as he'd said. When the Tang family's ancestor descended, he saw the ice shards that covered the ground and heard the sequence of events. Even though he was furious to the extreme, he didn't mention the matter of revenge, and he just muttered to himself. My Tang family's calamity. My Tang family's calamity. A group of people had surrounded the Tang family estate. These people had followed Duan Lingtian and Han Yunxi here. However, they didn't dare barge into the Tang family estate, and they could only wait outside for news. Not long after, they found out the sequence of events from some of the Tang family disciples that left the Tang family estate in panic. That young man and young woman annihilated all the higher-ups of the Tang family, including the patriarch. Only the ancestor of the Tang family is left. Looks like the Tang family is bound to decline. The Tang family's ancestor is already over 100 years old now, and I'm afraid he doesn't have many years left to live. I truly never imagined that the powerful Tang family would fall at the hands of a void initiation stage demon beast in the end. For a moment, everyone sighed with emotion. At the same time, they couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the violet-clothed young man and the yellow-clothed young woman. As far as they were concerned, offending those two people was no different than offending the god of death. Presently, after Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai left the Tang family estate, they didn't directly return to the inn. Instead, they went to the largest medicinal store in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. After buying a pile of medicinal materials, they returned to the inn. Big brother Ling Tian, you're an alchemist as well? After returning to the room in the inn, Han Xuanai was instantly surprised when she saw Duan Ling Tian take out the medicinal materials he prepared and withdraw a cauldron. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of violet flame lit up at the center of his palm. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there was a layer of copper edges around the violet flame, and the copper edges moved rhythmically along with the violet flame. It was extremely peculiar. Violet copper pill fire. Han Xuanai, who stood at the side, couldn't help but be moved. Big brother Ling Tian, you're a grade 3 alchemist. The violet copper pill fire was the grade 3 pill fire that only grade 3 alchemists possessed. When she saw the grade 3 pill fire appear in Duan Lingtian's hand, she felt her heartbeat quicken. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a grade 3 alchemist before. But she'd never seen or heard of such a young grade 3 alchemist. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he intentionally suppressed the pill fire in his hand, causing the pill fire to weaken. In next to no time, the grade 3 pill fire with violet copper edges gradually turned into a blue grade 4 pill fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian started to refine the medicine. The medicine that Duan Lingtian prepared to refine was precisely the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine the grade 3 spirit cleansing pill, but the medicinal materials were difficult to find. Moreover, his cauldron was only a grade 4 spirit weapon, and was utterly unable to withstand his grade 3 pill fire. So, he could only suppress his pill fire to grade 4 and refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. The medicinal materials he went to buy earlier were precisely the medicinal materials required to refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Fortunately, the medicinal materials for the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill aren't rare. Otherwise, I can only settle for the next best thing and refine the grade 5 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling lightly sighed in his heart. Of course, as far as he was concerned, even a grade 5 spirit cleansing pill ought to be sufficient to completely eradicate the origin freezing powder's medicinal strength within Little Gold's body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's alchemy technique wasn't inferior to his weapon's refinement technique, and after spending 2 hours of time, he'd successfully refined a grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. After feeding the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill to the unconscious Little Gold mouse, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand onto Little Gold's body, and his origin energy fused into Little Gold's body to dissolve the medicinal strength for her. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense that the origin freezing powder's origin freezing powder was gradually weakening. The medicinal strength of the origin stagnation powder in Xiao Jin's body was gradually losing ground, completely unable to withstand the medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Half an hour later, the medicinal strength of the origin freezing powder was completely swept away by the overbearing medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill, and it wasn't able to cause any more trouble. Little Gold finally returned to normal. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he lightly rubbed the little fellow's fluffy back and sighed. This little fellow is really plagued with misfortune. The first time I saw it was at the auction house. This time, it actually went missing because it was captured by someone, and it similarly wanted to be auctioned off. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, two little pythons flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, one on the left and one on the right, and they descended by the little gold mouse's side before stretching out their little heads to lightly rub against the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. After a short moment, the little gold mouse awoke, and the first thing she saw was the two little pythons that stood by her side. Squeak. Instantly, the little gold mouse seemed as if she'd been injected with chicken blood, and she transformed into a golden light that dodged to the side before staring vigilantly at the two little pythons. Hiss hiss. The little black snake flicked its tongue as it raised its little head before the little gold mouse, and it looked at the little gold mouse with a complacent gaze. Squeak. The golden fur on the little gold mouse's entire body stood on end, as if her fur had exploded, and the origin energy on her body pulsated. Instantly, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her, and they accumulated force while waiting to attack. The little black snake wasn't willing to show weakness, and four ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her. The little gold mouse drooped her little head when she saw this scene, and she was slightly dejected. Swoosh! In the next moment, the little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she was like an aggrieved little wife. Hiss hiss. Whereas the two little pythons were extremely complacent now, and they turned around to sweep their tails at the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but recall. At that time, when the strengths of the two little pythons were inferior to the little gold mouse had once turned its back to them and shook its butt to provoke them. But never had he imagined that every dog has its day. Today, the strengths of the two little pythons were superior to the little gold mouse. Big brother Ling Tian, little black and little white bullied me. The little gold mouse's voice that was pleasing to the ear like a little girl entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with grievance. Little gold, if it wasn't for you irritating them that day, how could they treat you like this today? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse, and he couldn't help but laugh. Little gold, you're so cute. Right at this moment, Han Xuanai walked over and stretched out her hand to grab the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse didn't resist and allowed Han Xuanai to hold it in her hand, and her jade green eyes flickered as she carefully sized up Han Xuanai. Thank you, big sister. Help me take revenge. Suddenly, a wave of a childish voice sounded out abruptly. It caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. He was able to discern that this wasn't a voice transmission, but a voice that was spoken. You're only at the void initiation stage. You're already able to speak? Han Xuanai stared her eyes wide open as she looked at the fluffy little gold mouse in her hand, and her beautiful face was dumbstruck. Obviously, she was terrified. Hee hee. I'm very formidable. The little gold mouse raised her little head and blinked her jade green eyes, and then she proudly twisted her fluffy and chubby body. Chapter 604. Speak the Human Tongue. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the little gold mouse now. That day, when little gold stepped into the void prying stage, it was already capable of condensing sound with origin energy, and it had already caused him to be extremely shocked. After all, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage and above knew how to condense sound with origin energy. As for speaking the human tongue, that was the mark of a void interpretation stage demon beast. Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, yet he'd never seen a demon beast that hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage that was capable of speaking the human tongue. Yet now, a variant like this had appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Ordinary void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. Void interpretation stage demon beasts are capable of speaking the human tongue. Void transformation stage demon beasts are capable of taking human form. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at the little gold mouse that sat on Han Xuanai's hand in enjoyment, and his heart shook. But little gold. It was capable of condensing sound with origin energy when it was at the void prying stage. Now that it's broken through to the void initiation stage, it's capable of speaking the human tongue. If it continues according to this pattern, then wouldn't it be able to take human form when it steps into the void interpretation stage? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai and asked, "When did Little Black and Little White start to be able to communicate with you via voice transmission?" Void initiation stage. Han Xuanai said, "Practically all void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. This is extremely normal. But Little Gold being able to speak the human tongue is something that I'm slightly puzzled about." As expected, Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Little Black and Little White were like ordinary demon beasts, and they were only capable of condensing sound with origin energy when they were at the void initiation stage. But Little Gold exceeded his expectations. "Xuanai, there's something you don't know. When Little Gold had just broken through to the void prying stage that day, it was already capable of communicating with me via voice transmission." Duan Ling Tian said. "What?" Han Xuanai was stunned and was shocked once again. She stared at the little gold mouse in her hand and carefully sized it up. "This little fellow is so peculiar. If this continues, wouldn't it be able to transform into a human and directly become a demon when it reaches the void interpretation stage? Unfathomable emptiness stage, Yao. I've never heard of one before." At this point, Han Xuanai shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Even she couldn't figure out why Little Gold was so peculiar. In that case, this little fellow is really different from the rest. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the little gold mouse and sighed. "Creak, creak," the little gold mouse cried out twice, then looked at the two little pythons. "You. Both of you. Both of you don't know how to speak. Both of you aren't as formidable as me." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse actually daring to provoke Little Black and Little White. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of black and white flashed by, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point of curling up in Han Xuanai's hand. "Gentlemen! Gentlemen! Moves! 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 Moves!" The little gold mouse's words entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai, and it caused them to be unable to help but be stunned, and then they chuckled as they looked at each other. Where did this little fellow learn these words? Little Gold's luck isn't bad. This time, we can bring it along to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter within it. Han Xuanai said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai didn't go out, and they passed the time in the inn. Unknowingly, the agreed date with the other possessors of the jade swords arrived as scheduled. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai had left for Pheasant Ridge as well. Pheasant Ridge was situated north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, and it was a vast mountain ridge that occupied an area of a few tens of times the size of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Big Brother Ling Tian, once we converge with them and arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it with the 9 jade swords, should I freeze all of them into popsicles? In that way, there wouldn't be anyone competing with us for the things within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Han Xuanai's beautiful eyes flashed as she revealed a devilish smile. Even though Duan Lingtian had this thought since long ago. But when he heard Han Xuanai speak of it now, he still shuddered slightly, and his heart shook. This little girl, Xuanai, is really a complete little she-devil. Fortunately, we're friends and not enemies. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rejected Han Xuanai's plan. During these past 2 days, besides cultivating, he'd also considered many things related to the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure was undoubtedly left behind by a sword cultivator martial monarch. This point could be heard from the name. Whereas the treasure vaults left behind by ordinary martial monarchs and Emperor Wu were mostly games they intentionally created. Perhaps there were many treasures within, yet there would surely be corresponding tests. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara had once played a similar game. There was once when he intentionally opened up a treasure vault, and in the end, all those that entered it died. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a slight chill run down his spine. In the eyes of those formidable martial monarchs and Emperor Wu, even an existence at the void transformation stage was no different than an ant. The death of an ant was unable to affect their state of mind. To them, the games they created were only existences for their entertainment. Xuanai, think about it. Even if there are treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would surely not be so easy to obtain. We can take less risks if they go in with us and lead the way. Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai, if we really encounter any treasures within, then it wouldn't be too late for you to make a move and seize it at that time. At any rate, with your strength, there ought to be no one amongst them that's capable of comparing to you. Big brother Lingtian, you've thought it through thoroughly. Alright, we'll do it this way. Duan Lingtian's suggestion obtained Han Xuanai's agreement, and an evil smile appeared on Han Xuanai's face. I love seizing things the most. When I was young, I often seized Shui's toys. Shui? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai. Who's that? Han Xuanai's eyes were filled with a cunning expression. She's my Uncle Mu's daughter, and she's half a month older than me. Since we were young, I loved seizing things from her the most, whereas she would cry loudly every time. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He felt a moment of silence for Mu Shui. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew his jade sword and fused his voice transmission into it to get in touch with the possessors of the other jade swords. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stuck its head out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and cried out twice before curiously sizing up the surroundings. After 2 days of recovery, the little gold mouse was in high spirits. Hiss hiss, whereas the 2 little pythons stuck their heads out from under Han Xuanai's sleeve as well, and they flicked their tongues as they didn't forget to look provocatively at the little gold mouse. 2 idiots that don't know how to speak. The little gold mouse's childish voice was finally coherent now. However, its provocative words had instead infuriated the 2 little pythons. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai calming the 2 little pythons, they'd probably have already pounced over and fought the little gold mouse. Little gold, you can't continue like this. If you continue like this, then I won't take care of you next time, and I'll make little black and little white properly train with you. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point it mischievously stuck out its tongue before burrowing back into his sleeve, and it didn't make any further movements. Little black, little white, both of you hide first. Duan Lingtian spoke to the 2 little pythons, then he called out to Han Xuanai. Xuanai, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai headed directly north of Pheasant Ridge. When they arrived above a ravine in Pheasant Ridge that was filled with the fragrance of flowers, Duan Lingtian looked down at the ravine beneath his feet. Xuanai, let's go down. This is the place I agreed upon with them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai descended into the ravine. Presently, there were already 4 people waiting within the ravine. The four people were divided into two groups. One of the groups was the combination of two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes. The other group was the combination of a robust middle-aged man and an azure-clothed old man. At this moment, all four of them were dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai appear. A young man that was 25 years old and a young girl that was 15 or 16 years old. Is this a pair of brother and sister that are lost? The four of them didn't think that the two of them were the possessors of one of the jade swords. Cute little girl, are you and your brother lost? The robust middle-aged man took a step forward and looked at Han Xuanai as he asked with a light smile. It was like an adult coaxing a child. It's you. Han Xuanai hadn't reacted and the nearby Duan Lingtian had already exclaimed in a low voice. You are? The robust middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but size up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. Brother, do I know you? Even though you don't know me, but we seem to have communicated more than once or twice before this, right? It wouldn't be that you can't even recognize my voice, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. When the robust middle-aged man spoke, he'd recognized the voice of the robust middle-aged man. It was precisely the possessor of the jade sword that he'd first contacted that day, and the owner of the sonorous voice. You. It's you. The robust middle-aged man finally recovered from his shock, and he sized up Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost as he laughed bitterly. I really never imagined that you're so young. When he spoke up to hear, the robust middle-aged man glanced at Han Xuanai who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was speechless. This fellow brought a young girl over. Does he think the Sword Monarch's treasure is a game? I'm Dong Ming, what's your name? The robust middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said. So it's Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is Elder Hu, he's a senior of mine. Meanwhile, the robust middle-aged man introduced the green-clothed old man by his side to Duan Lingtian. Elder Hu. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he greeted the old man. Elder Hu only nodded lightly, and then he paid no further attention to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. After all, his age was obvious, and it was indeed insufficient to draw the attention of others. Chapter 605. Duan Lingtian wanted to restrain her, yet it was already too late. This little girl, Xuanai, had always been outspoken and unforgiving. Little girl, be careful that trouble comes from a loose tongue. The green-clothed old man's face sank slightly as he suddenly looked at Han Xuanai, and killing intent flashed within his muddy eyes. Trouble comes from a loose tongue? Old bastard, I. How could Han Xuanai endure it when she heard the old man's threat, and she instantly exploded with rage. Xuanai. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Han Xuanai's hand, and he lightly shook his head to her as he said via voice transmission at the same time. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Moreover, this old fellow's strength isn't bad. We'll just seize whatever treasure he finds after he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure. Killing him now isn't worth it. Duan Lingtian's words caused Han Xuanai's expression to ease up, and she grunted. Old bastard, this young miss won't fuss about it with you out of consideration for big brother Lingtian. At the same time, traces of an excited sheen were mixed within Han Xuanai's eyes, and she said via voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Big brother Lingtian, you're right. We'll seize the treasure from this old bastard after he finds it, and we'll kill him after angering him to the point of spitting blood. Han Xuanai's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the green-clothed old man. This old fellow could offend anyone, yet he dared to offend this little she-devil. You. The old man was angered to the point his face went grim and his body trembled when he was reprimanded by a young girl at the age of 15 or 16. When he saw the old man about to flare up, the nearby Dongming hurriedly restrained him. Elder Hu, since this young miss has already taken a step back, then why continue fuss about it with her? Forget it. Humph. Elder Hu grunted coldly, and he listened to Dongming in the end and didn't flare up again. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man. The old man's cultivation was unable to conceal itself before his spiritual force. This old man was in existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. In terms of strength, it was the same as the grand elder of the Tang family who was frozen by Han Xuanai and killed by Duan Lingtian 2 days ago. At this moment, the valley regained its peace. The two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes standing at the side were now sizing up Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai from head to toe. Their eyes revealed a strange luster that was difficult to distinguish. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another descended from the top of the valley. Not long after, the remaining 5 groups of people arrived as scheduled. These people were all in groups of 2 or 2. Now, when the other 5 groups of people appeared, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the combination of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. They are also jade sword owners? For a moment, many people couldn't help but be curious. Youngsters, do you really have jade swords in your hands? In next to no time, someone looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a doubtful expression. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew the jade sword that belonged to him from his spatial ring before waving it before the person that doubted him. Instantly, that person was speechless. Young man, if I was you, I'd look for a senior to go with you to the Sword Monarch's treasure. You're truly too rash. A green-clothed old man that was comparatively kinder shook his head and sighed. The dangers of the Sword Monarch's treasure was something no one could predict. It was precisely because of this that no one dared underestimate the dangers within the Sword Monarch's treasure. The unknown was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Under these circumstances, the stronger one's strength was, the higher the chances one had of surviving and obtaining a fortuitous encounter of one's own. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Duan Lingtian smiled gratefully towards the green-clothed old man's reminder. But I know what I'm doing, so there's no need for senior to worry. Has the others brought jade swords? Meanwhile, another person withdrew a jade sword and asked the others. For a time, the other 7 groups of people each withdrew a jade sword and displayed it before the eyes of everyone. 9 jade swords were gathered together. Right at this moment. Duan Lingtian noticed that the jade sword in his hand had suddenly started trembling, and it seemed as if it had received the call of something, and it urgently wanted to leave his hand. On the other hand, the jade swords in the hands of the other 8 people were more or less the same. The 9 jade swords were trembling now, and every single jade sword pointed towards the same direction. Precisely speaking, it was at the same point. According to legend, once the 9 swords combine into one, they'll be able to transform into a completely new jade sword that leads us to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Meanwhile, Dongming, who held a jade sword, spoke out. Everyone, how about we combine the 9 swords now and look for the Sword Monarch's treasure together? As soon as he finished speaking, Dongming glanced at the surroundings. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. I have no objections as well. I have no objections. For a time, besides Dongming who'd made this suggestion, another 5 people that held jade swords shook their heads. Including Duan Lingtian and Dongming, a total of 7 people agreed to directly combine the 9 swords and search for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only the other 2 people that held jade swords hadn't made a stand. One of them was one of the 2 middle-aged men that had arrived at the gorge since long ago. The other person was an emaciated old man with a short figure and a pair of cross-eyed eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man and emaciated old man had suddenly glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. They seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed the two middle-aged men, the emaciated old man, and the gray-clothed old woman by the emaciated old man's side looked at him at the same time. Precisely speaking, they were looking at him and Han Xuanai who was by his side. "What do all of you want to do?" Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim. "Nothing. I just feel that some people don't have the qualifications to hold jade swords. Why don't you hand over the jade swords and give up 2 spots?" The middle-aged man that held the jade sword shook his head as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was narrating something that wasn't important. "Exactly." The emaciated old man that similarly held a jade sword nodded in agreement. "I have a friend in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. I originally didn't intend to bring him along. But since there are 2 spots left now, I intend to call him along. He's in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, and if he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure with us, it'll be extremely helpful to us." The emaciated old man's words caused many people that had grim expressions earlier to heave a sigh of relief. Yeah. They didn't know what dangers were within the Sword Monarch's treasure. But they could be sure of one thing. The stronger one's strength was, the higher one's chances of survival would be. For a time, the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. Perhaps, in their eyes, even if a violet-clothed young man around the age of 25 and a yellow-clothed young woman around the age of 15 or 16 entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would be of no help to them and would only drag them down. But even though the others felt like this, they didn't speak out and only watched coldly from the sidelines as the situation developed. Dong Ming was included amongst these people. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were surrounded by the middle-aged man, emaciated old man, and gray-clothed old woman in 4 corners. 4 gazes stared fiercely at the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Kid, if you hand over the jade sword now and leave right away, we can spare your life." "Exactly. So long as you hand over the jade sword and give up those 2 spots, there's no enmity between us, so there's no need for us to make a move against you. Kid, put down the jade sword and fuck off if you're sensible." The 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian, and their words were filled with threats. The atmosphere within the gorge was ready to fight. Of course, there were another 5 groups of people that were watching the show. Brother Lingtian. Dong Ming who stood nearby frowned, and he was unable to continue watching in the end, so he took a step forward with the intention of rescuing Duan Lingtian. Dong Ming. Meanwhile, the green-clothed old man by Dong Ming's side stopped Dong Ming. "Don't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Dong Ming's figure stiffened as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with guilt, and then he sighed before withdrawing his footsteps in the end. This scene was clearly noticed by Duan Lingtian. At the same time that warmth arose in his heart, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Of course, his rage was directed towards the green-clothed old man. "Brother Lingtian, give the jade sword to them. No matter what's within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it's all fake. Only your own life is real, and it's the most important." Dong Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Dong Ming wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian to give up the jade sword and leave. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Dong Ming had good intentions. "No matter what, amongst all the people present, only you have the intention to help me and persuade me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor." Duan Lingtian nodded to Dong Ming, and then he sent a voice transmission before changing the topic. "But, not just anyone has the ability to seize the jade sword in my hand." Dong Ming was stunned. It was difficult for him to imagine where exactly this young man's confidence came from. No matter how strong the natural talent of a young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was, at most, a martial artist that had just entered the void initiation stage. As for the other young girl that was around the age of 15 or 16, her ability to fly had already shocked him. As far as he was concerned, the young girl was at most a genius martial artist that had just broken through to the void prying stage. "Kid, I'll give you another 5 breaths of time to consider. At that time, if you still haven't put down the jade sword in your hand, then you and this little girl will die for sure." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes that held the jade sword threatened with a grim voice. "You're still young and have a great life ahead of you. There's no need to lose your life for a jade sword." The emaciated old man looked at Duan Lingtian with an expressionless face, and even though his tone was flat, it concealed killing intent. Even when facing the threat of another, Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm as before, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai who was by his side and asked with a smile. "Xuanai, someone wants to seize our jade sword and seize our position to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. What do you think we should do?" No one noticed that early on when the 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes, the emaciated old man, and the gray-clothed old woman had surrounded them. Chapter 606. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Xuanai's beautiful face revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down. "Big brother Lingtian, what do you think?" Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to have the intention of allowing Duan Lingtian to decide. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai didn't even look the 4 people that surrounded them in the eye. Perhaps, in her eyes, the 4 of them weren't worthy of her looking at them in the eye. "I think we can give them a taste of their own medicine. For example, let them make a choice. Either put down the jade sword and live, or be stubborn and die." Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, his gaze swept past the 4 people that surrounded him and Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian had only just finished speaking. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but be stunned. Has this young man gone mad? He's obviously courting death. No one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Dongming frowned. He originally wanted to say something, yet when he saw the confidence that shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes, he hesitated for a moment instead. Where did brother Lingtian get such confidence from? Dongming's heart was filled with curiosity. Subconsciously, he had a strong intuition. He kept having the feeling that Duan Lingtian's confidence wasn't baseless. On the other hand, the 4 people that surrounded Duan Lingtian, including the 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes, the emaciated old man, and the gray-clothed old woman, were stunned for a moment when they heard Duan Lingtian. The emaciated old man was the first to recover from his shock, and he said angrily, "Looks like all of you really don't want to hand over the jade sword. Since it's like this, then I'll send all of you on your way." As soon as the emaciated old man finished speaking, he flashed out like a hawk to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy condensed into form in his hand to transform into palm prints that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the sky, 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. It was Han Xuanai, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, who had made her move. She raised her hand, and a biting cold wind swept out to meet the skinny old man. As for the skinny old man, he instantly stopped in his tracks. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture that was connected to the earth, and he remained motionless. As for the palm imprints that filled the sky, they were also destroyed by the extremely cold wind and disappeared without a trace. Within the valley, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, completely dumbfounded. For a moment, only the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard in the valley. A dignified 7th-level void initiation stage expert was frozen into an ice sculpture with a raise of the hand by a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Old man. The gray-clothed old woman's expression changed drastically. She cried out in grief and pounced towards the ice sculpture, wanting to save the old man who was frozen inside. Stop! Meanwhile, the expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they hurriedly shouted out. But unfortunately, their reminder was still too late. When the gray-clothed old woman's hand touched the ice sculpture. Crack! Numerous hideous cracks instantly split open on the ice sculpture, and they were like spiderwebs that extended towards the surroundings. When the cracks extended to the limit. Bang! The ice sculpture transformed into countless pieces of ice that crashed to the ground. Whereas the body of the skinny old man that was frozen within shattered into pieces along with the ice sculpture. Even though the old man was dead, he didn't leave behind even a trace of blood. This strange scene caused the crowd to gasp when they finally came back to their senses. Old man, the old woman was stunned, completely stunned. She killed her husband? I'll kill you. Under his extreme rage, the old woman lost all reason and pounced towards Han Xuanai without regard for her life. The outcome was obvious. The old woman had transformed into an ice sculpture as well, and she stood there with a strange posture. Humph. Along with Han Xuanai grunting coldly, she lightly raised her hand to descend onto the ice sculpture, and she instantly shattered the ice sculpture of the old woman into countless pieces. The old woman had followed in the footsteps of her husband. What a terrifying ice concept. Dong Ming's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up. Now, he finally understood why Duan Tian would be so confident. So it turned out that there was such an expert by Duan Tian's side. Killing two 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists was simply as simple as killing chickens or cutting grass. If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, he would find it difficult to believe. A young woman that looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. Most importantly, the young woman had attacked twice, yet from the beginning until the end, the energy of the heaven and earth hadn't completely condensed into an ancient horned dragon silhouette when she'd already stopped. It caused others to be unable to see through her exact cultivation. Demon. In the next moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Dong Ming's mind. After this thought arose, it was impossible to get rid of. Void transformation stage demon beasts were capable of taking human form, and they were called demons. This was something that was common knowledge. Most importantly, after void transformation stage demon beasts took human form, they had a chance to shape their outer appearance on their own. According to rumor, some demons with strange tempers like to transform themselves into the appearance of human children. In the foreign lands, it was very likely that a human child that looked to be 7 or 8 years old was a void transformation stage demon, and their strength was extremely terrifying. It wasn't only Dong Ming, there were many others that had similar thoughts. The body of Elder Hu that stood by Dong Ming's side started trembling imperceptibly. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he thought of the conflict he'd had with this young woman earlier. If he really dared make a move at that time, then the consequences were obvious. The young woman killed 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists like cutting grass or killing chickens. He didn't think that he was much stronger than a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Along with the gazes of Duan Tian and Han Xuanai moving over, it descended onto the two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes that surrounded them. The gazes of the others descended onto the two of them in unison. At this moment, their gazes were filled with pity. You two are the people that completely slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Tang clan, including the Tang clan's patriarch and grand elder 2 days ago? The young man in embroidered clothes that held the jade sword had recalled the incident that gave rise to much discussion in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city 2 days ago when Han Xuanai made a move. Now, he had no choice but to link that incident with the yellow-clothed young woman before him. Only because their methods were too similar. I remember now. One of the spectating old men couldn't help but exclaim in shock. I heard that a terrifying young woman that had comprehended ice concept made a move 2 days ago to transform all the higher-ups of the Tang clan into ice sculptures and killed them. So it was her. I've heard of that incident as well. Supposedly, that young woman killed 8th level void initiation stage martial artists with a raise of her hand. Looks like someone is going to suffer misfortune. The spectating people whispered in discussion. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy towards the 2 middle-aged men that went ghastly pale and shivered. At the bottom of it all, this incident was brought about by the 2 middle-aged men, and they couldn't blame anyone else. One had to pay for what they did. I'll give you the jade sword, I'll give you the jade sword. Don't kill me, don't kill me. At this moment, the middle-aged man that held the jade sword had taken the jade sword to be a hot potato, and he hurriedly threw it at Han Xuanai's feet as he spoke in panic. I'll give you the jade sword, we'll give up the chance to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. We'll leave right now, we'll leave right now. The other middle-aged man in embroidered clothes glanced at Han Xuanai with fear, and when he noticed that Han Xuanai was expressionless, he took a deep breath before the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, and he shot into the sky. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes in front instantly followed up when he saw his companion about to leave. Big Brother Ling Tian gave all of you a chance, but all of you didn't cherish it properly. Han Xuanai spoke slowly with a voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole, yet when it entered into the ears of everyone present, it was no different than the voice of a devil. Whoosh! Along with Han Xuanai raising her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme appeared once more and charged into the sky. Instantly, the bodies of the 2 middle-aged men that had just soared into the sky froze before transforming into 2 ice sculptures that floated in midair, and they slowly glowed under the rays of the scorching sun. On the other hand, the origin energy on their bodies was ceaselessly suppressed. After a short moment, their origin energy was completely exhausted. The 2 ice sculptures lost the support of their origin energy and crashed to the ground, shattering into 2 piles of shattered ice. The gorge was deathly silent once more. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the gazes of everyone that looked at Han Xuanai were filled with terror, terror that came from the soul. The ability of this young woman had completely shocked them. If she's a human, she's at least a void interpretation stage expert. Or perhaps, she's a demon that has stepped into the void transformation stage. This was the unanimous thought in the hearts of everyone present. Duan Ling Tian took 2 steps forward and searched for a while at the place where the ice sculpture of the emaciated old man shattered, and then he found the jade sword that belonged to the old man. The jade sword was completely intact. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by this. No matter what, this jade sword was the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was something left behind by the martial monarch. Unless it was an expert at the martial monarch stage or above, it would probably be as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary martial artist to destroy it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian picked up the jade sword that was by Han Xuanai's feet. For a time, there were 3 jade swords in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Everyone, please withdraw your jade swords and allow the 9 swords to combine into one to lead us to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Ling Tian's gaze swept past the remaining 6 groups of people. These people were all people that agreed to combine the 9 swords earlier. Earlier, they didn't refuse allowing the 9 swords to combine into one. Now that they'd witnessed Han Xuanai's extremely terrifying strength, they didn't dare dally and released the jade swords in their hands. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian released the 3 jade swords in his hand as well. Instantly, the 9 jade swords charged into the sky and collided together. A strong light flashed, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from instinctively narrowing their eyes. When everyone including Duan Lingtian opened their eyes once more, a completely new jade sword had appeared before their eyes. This was a jade sword that flickered with jade-green flowing lights, and it emitted waves of fierce aura. Swish! The jade sword trembled, and transformed into a streak of green light. Then, it flew straight towards the south. Instantly, numerous figures transformed into flowing lights that chased after it. Let's go as well. Chapter 607. Big Brother Ling Tian, wait. They'd just flown out for a while when Han Xuanai called out to Duan Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian was stunned, a voice rang out. Big guy. Han Xuanai's voice had already spread out far and wide, and it swept through the entire Pheasant Ridge. Even though Pheasant Ridge was huge, Han Xuanai's voice that contained origin energy still clearly spread out to every corner. Swoosh! In next to no time, an exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger. I almost forgot about this big fellow. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, allowing the three-eyed flame tiger to hasten on their journey. With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it didn't take long for it to catch up to the 12 people in front. When these 12 people saw a demon beast that was like an enormous mountain catching up to them at first, they thought that they'd alarmed this demon beast, and all of them seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Ling Tian. Dong Ming's gaze was sharp, and he noticed Duan Ling Tian on the back of the demon beast with a single glance, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded to Dong Ming. Come on up. With this big fellow as your mount, it's much faster than flying by yourself. However, at this moment, Dong Ming seemed as if his acupuncture points had been hit, and he stared blankly at the enormous beast before him. Brother Ling Tian, this demon beast. It wouldn't be the empire-guarding demon beast of our Dark Stone Empire, the three-eyed flame tiger, right? Dong Ming fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with difficulty. Exactly, it's him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Dong Ming was greatly shocked in his heart when he heard this. As a member of the Dark Stone Empire, he naturally knew what the three-eyed flame tiger meant to the Dark Stone Empire. In the Dark Stone Empire, the strongest was none other than King Yong. Below King Yong was the 9th-level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast, the three-eyed Flame Tiger, and the few 9th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Imperial family. The Empire-guarding Demon Beast of the Darkstone Empire? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. The Darkstone Empire's guardian demon beasts were all abducted by them? Some people couldn't help but have this thought. In their opinion, that yellow-clothed girl was like a little demoness. It wasn't strange for her to do anything exaggerated. Moreover, with the yellow-clothed young woman's strength, she was utterly unafraid of the Darkstone Empire. Even if he abducted the Darkstone Empire's divine beast protector, the Darkstone Empire's royal family wouldn't even dare to fart. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Dong Ming landed on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Elder Hu. At this moment, Dong Ming called out to the azure-clothed old man, wanting the old man to ascend onto the incomparably spacious back of the three-eyed flame tiger. However, the green-clothed old man shook his head and refused Dong Ming's good intentions. What a joke! Just now, he had a conflict with the two of them. At this time, not to mention that he was too embarrassed to sit on the other party's demonic beast, even if he shamelessly sat on it, he was afraid that he would be blasted off by the other party. He could feel the hostility of the yellow-clothed girl towards him. A day's time passed very quickly. However, the speed of the jade sword did not slow down in the slightest. Where exactly is the Sword Monarch's treasure? After 3 days and 3 nights, some people were unable to restrain themselves. Even if one was made of iron, flying for 3 days and 3 nights would more or less cause one to feel a trace of exhaustion. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and their eyes were filled with envy, and they wished for nothing more than to be able to ascend and allow the three-eyed flame tiger to give them a ride. But they didn't have the guts. Who knew if they did this, the yellow-clothed young woman would freeze them into ice sculptures as well. When they recalled the 4 people that had died at the hands of the young woman 3 days ago, they still had a lingering fear in their hearts. Who? Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, awoke from his cultivation, and his gaze flickered. My cultivation has finally approached the bottleneck before the second level of the void initiation stage. It's time to consume the spirit void fruit. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit appeared in his hand. A dense fragrance spread out. Spirit void fruit? Han Xuanai looked at the spirit fruit at the first possible moment, and although she was slightly surprised, she didn't take it seriously. The spirit void fruit was of no use to her now. But, Han Xuanai not taking the spirit void fruit seriously didn't mean that the others didn't take it seriously as well. At this moment, everyone including Dong Ming stared at the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand with burning gazes. If it wasn't for them being afraid of the young woman's terrifying strength, they'd probably have swarmed over long ago and seized the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. The spirit void fruit was a spirit fruit used exclusively by void initiation stage martial artists. Even if it was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist that consumed it, it would still be extremely helpful. Besides Han Xuanai, all the people present were void initiation stage martial artists, and all of them had covetous eyes when they saw the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. Squeak squeak, hiss hiss, presently, even little gold, little black, and little white that were hidden under the sleeves of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were slightly restless. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stuffed the spirit void fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. A warm flow followed along his throat and flowed into his body. He was able to clearly sense the vast medicinal strength contained within the warm flow. This spirit void fruit was precisely obtained from the Dark Han dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Xiaofan, and he didn't consume it earlier because he was waiting for an opportunity. Although the medicinal strength of the spirit void fruit couldn't be considered to be top amongst the spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. But to a first-level void initiation stage martial artist, it was undoubtedly extremely strong. After he broke through to the void initiation stage, Duan Lingtian had a plan. Once his cultivation at the first level of the void initiation stage stabilized and advanced a step further, he would consume the spirit void fruit and strive to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time. Directly step into the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. If it wasn't for this, Duan Lingtian would have consumed the spirit void fruit when he'd just broken through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage that day. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade, and Duan Lingtian was precisely waiting for this moment. After consuming the spirit void fruit, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and started to meditate and cultivate. As for chasing after the jade sword and heading to the sword monarch's treasure, there was utterly no need for him to worry with the three-eyed flame tiger as his mount. What he could do now was cultivate seriously and see if he had the time to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void initiation stage before entering the sword monarch's treasure. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation. Time silently flowed by. The jade sword that led the way ahead was like a machine that didn't know exhaustion, and it flew day after day. A month of time passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, finally moved. Duan Ling Tian, who'd cultivated for an entire month, opened his eyes that were like dazzling stars, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of foul air. Finally, a brilliant smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. Third level of the void initiation stage. He'd broken through. As he felt the vast origin energy in his body, and especially when he saw the nascent soul within his dantian that was becoming more and more illusory, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. The increase in his strength also gave Duan Ling Tian a strong sense of confidence. After all, his confidence had been struck black and blue by Han Xuanai on more than one occasion before this. But now that he'd broken through to the third level of the void initiation stage, he'd gotten over it. Every single person had their own fortuitous encounters. Just like Han Xuanai. The reason why she had such a terrifying cultivation was because of her extraordinary background. In the past, I'd underestimated the power behind Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Han Xuanai, who sat nearby and cultivated with her eyes closed, and he sighed in his heart. At that time, I thought that the power Xuanai belonged to would at most provide her with various spirit fruits. Now, based on the ice concept that Xuanai possesses, the power she belongs to might even have the conditions to provide her with concept fragments. Concept fragments. Things that were even more precious than spirit fruits in Cloud Continent. When the martial artists of Cloud Continent were at the Void Realm, they comprehended force and concept. Amongst them, force was only the foundation of concept. At the void initiation stage, one comprehended concept. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian was deeply aware of it. The concept that void initiation stage martial artists came into contact with was actually only void initiation concept, and it was commonly called elementary concept. Elementary concept was divided into 9 levels. Every increase in level would allow one to gain the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Since there was elementary concept, there was naturally intermediate concept as well. Intermediate concept was the common name of void interpretation concept. If a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to step into the void interpretation stage, then the martial artist must break through on the foundation of 9th level elementary concept and comprehend intermediate concept. If the martial artist didn't satisfy this condition, then the martial artist would be unable to step into the void interpretation stage. Intermediate concept was similar to elementary concept, and it was divided into 9 levels as well. First level intermediate concept was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Every increase in level was able to provide an increase of 10 ancient horned dragon strength. 9th level intermediate concept was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. If a 9th level void interpretation stage martial artist wanted to step into the void transformation stage, it was the same. The martial artist must break through on the foundation of 9th level intermediate concept and comprehend advanced concept. Advanced concept was the common name of void transformation concept. First level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every increase in level was able to provide an increase of 100 ancient horned dragon strength. 9th level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 1000 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, to a certain extent, advanced concept had completely surpassed elementary concept and intermediate concept. A martial artist that had comprehended first level advanced concept would develop a concept fragment in the depths of his mind, and it was similar to the inner core of a fierce beast or demon beast. A concept fragment contained the comprehension of a martial artist that had comprehended advanced concept towards a certain type of advanced concept. This sort of martial artist was usually in existence at the void transformation stage, and once he was killed, his opponent would mercilessly seize his concept fragment. A concept fragment was the concept crystal of a void transformation stage martial artist. If it was obtained by another martial artist that had comprehended a similar concept, then the martial artist would even be able to rely on it to speed up the process of comprehending that concept. Chapter 608. Based on the perception of my spiritual force, Xuanai's current ice concept ought to be intermediate concept without a doubt. Moreover, it's at least at the 7th level. Relying on the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was faintly able to deduce the level of ice concept that Xuanai had grasped now. 7th level intermediate concept was equivalent to the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. Xuanai's strength was regardless of cultivation. Merely the energy of concept was sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian to be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian, who recovered from his shock, didn't continue cultivating, but instead pulled out the little gold mouse from his sleeve and held it in his hand. This little fellow is actually cultivating as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse that lay on his hand without moving. Finding the little gold mouse once more was undoubtedly a matter worthy of being happy to Duan Lingtian. What caused Duan Lingtian to be pleasantly surprised was that the little gold mouse had already advanced into the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the void initiation stage as well, and it wasn't just that, she had even comprehended 2nd level lightning concept. After lightly putting down the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian stood up and walked to stand on the shoulder of the three-eyed flame tiger before looking ahead. Ahead was a boundless expanse of land, and behind this boundless expanse of land, strands of inconspicuous blue could be faintly seen, and it was extremely far away from where he was now. That's the sea? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. A few days later, Duan Lingtian looked at the expanse of blue that grew closer and closer, and he finally confirmed it. It really is the sea. The distant sea and the azure sky had practically merged into one. The so-called sea and sky merging into one ought to be talking about the scene before my eyes, right? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Another day and night passed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood on the shoulder of the three-eyed flame tiger, could feel waves of sea breeze blowing over, and there was even a trace of the smell of the sea mixed within. After coming to this world for so many years, it's still the first time I've seen the sea. Looking at the endless sea before him, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The entire cloud continent was located in the endless ocean. Duan Lingtian had learned this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As for that boundless sea, not even Emperor Wu of Samsara dared to explore it when he was at his peak. The endless sea region was an extremely mysterious existence to the group of experts who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. No one knew what was on the other side of the sea. That place could be a boundless sea or another continent. It could also be a dangerous place that even a martial emperor would find difficult to defend against. Not long after, Duan Lingtian saw the jade sword enter the sky above the sea and enter deep into the sea. The sword monarch's treasure wouldn't be in the depths of the sea, right? At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The jade sword has stopped. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, attracting everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian glanced over. In the distance, the jade sword that had been moving forward paused in midair. Meanwhile, the three-eyed flame tiger had stopped as well. For a time, Han Xuanai and the little gold mouse who were meditating and cultivating on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger had awoken. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse blinked her hazy eyes, then her body shook before transforming into a golden light that flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she sized up the scene before her with interest. We've arrived? Han Xuanai arrived by Duan Lingtian's side as well, and she looked at the jade sword in midair with Duan Lingtian. The jade sword stopped there and ceaselessly revolved. Strands of green light suffused out within it. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, two little pythons came out from beneath Han Xuanai's sleeves, and they flicked their tongues in high spirits. Suddenly, there was movement from the jade sword. Swish! A green light flashed by, and the jade sword actually pierced straight into the calm sea. Along with the jade sword entering, the calm sea started to roil and transform into circle after circle of ripples that spread out, seeming to sparkle under the scorching sun. "Big guy, let's go down. Remember to use your origin energy to protect us." Han Xuanai spoke indifferently. The three-eyed flame tiger nodded, then its figure flashed to dive down. At the same time, a layer of milky white light barrier arose on the surface of the three-eyed flame tiger's body, and it was precisely a protective barrier formed from origin energy. Along with the enormous body of the three-eyed flame tiger entering the sea, waves of tempestuous waves charged into the sky with a shocking impetus. With the protection of the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy barrier, Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming weren't assaulted by the seawater. The sea was completely isolated outside by the origin energy barrier, and it formed a completely different world from the place Duan Lingtian stood. "Over there." Suddenly, a wave of voice sounded out through the seawater. It was Elder who'd come with Dong Ming, and he'd noticed the traces of the jade sword in the depths of the sea. Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger and the remaining group of people went deep into the sea. After a short moment, the group of people entered the deep sea. Within the deep sea, it was completely pitch black like the night, and they could vaguely see some living beings that emitted light circling around everywhere. The milky white origin energy barrier that arose from the three-eyed flame tiger was like a large light bulb that illuminated half the deep sea. Whereas the remaining group of people had their origin energy barriers open as well, and they chased after the jade sword all the way. "This is the deep sea." Duan Lingtian sized up the deep sea, and he could see some ferocious beasts within the sea that overestimated their ability and pounced over. However, these ferocious beasts hadn't even approached when they were easily annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger and the others. For a time, the deep sea was suffused with waves of the smell of blood. Moreover, the ferocious beasts that smelled the smell of blood were even more numerous, and they advanced in succession, as if they couldn't be killed completely. "There are no demon beasts here?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned as he gazed at the fresh blood that dyed the seaweed in the deep sea. Logically speaking, if there were demon beasts here, they ought to have smelled the smell of blood since long ago and followed the smell of blood over. "Big brother Lingtian, there are naturally demon beasts here. But don't forget, demon beasts are existences that possess the intelligence of humans. They've sensed the big guy's aura from afar, so how could they dare come over and give their lives away?" Han Xuanai shook her head and smiled. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that the big fellow beneath his feet was a formidable 9th-level Void Initiation Stage demon beast. How could ordinary demon beasts dare be presumptuous before it? But this place still belongs to the outer sea. Even though there are many demon beasts, the strongest are at most some Void Initiation Stage demon beasts. If we continue heading towards the inner sea, we might even encounter Void Interpretation Stage demon beasts. Han Xuanai continued. "Xuanai, you seem to be extremely familiar with the sea." Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He noticed that when Xuanai introduced the sea, she was extremely familiar with it. "When I was young, my father didn't have time to accompany me, so I basically asked Qing Nu to bring me to play in the sea." Han Xuanai's face revealed a wisp of sorrow as she sighed. "As time passed, the boundless sea became a part of my childhood." When she spoke up to hear, Han Xuanai paused for a moment, and the sorrow on her face vanished without a trace. "I heard Qing Nu say that there are even some Void Transformation Stage demons in the depths of the inner sea. If we continue heading towards the core area of the inner sea, we might even encounter demon monarchs and demon emperors." "Demon monarchs? Demon emperors?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. According to the information he obtained from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. All those years ago, when Samsara Emperor Wu went deep into the boundless sea, he'd once encountered some demon monarchs and 3 demon emperors. One of the demon emperors had a strength that was even close to him. It was precisely because of this that Samsara Emperor Wu took into account the unknown nature of the boundless sea, so he chose to return to Cloud Continent. Perhaps, if Samsara Emperor Wu continued to go deep into the boundless sea all those years ago, he might even encounter a demon emperor that was stronger than him. This was also the thing that Samsara Emperor Wu was most worried about. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Samsara Emperor Wu's choice at that time was undoubtedly wise. When Dongming, who stood nearby, heard Han Xuanai, he was terrified to the point his face went pale. For the first time, he felt that. So it turned out that the sea was so terrifying as well. He originally thought that only existences at the void transformation stage and above existed in the foreign lands. Who knew that there were even existences in the sea? Swish! Yu Jian led the way in front while Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind. The deep sea was originally extremely quiet, and Duan Lingtian's group had broken the silence as they moved through it. All along the way, the glowing seaweed and various deep-sea creatures entered their eyes, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be slightly dazzled. We're still going down. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of the bodies of some of the 11 people with comparatively weaker cultivations had already started to tremble. In the deep sea, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure. All of you, come in. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of their bodies were already on the verge of collapse, and he spoke to them. The few of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they heard this, and they passed through the origin energy light barriers on the surface of the three-eyed flame tiger's body before descending onto its back. Thank you. The few of them looked at Duan Lingtian and repeatedly thanked him. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly and paid no further attention to them. The few of them weren't angry. To them, this young man being able to lend them a helping hand at this moment had already caused them to be extremely grateful. Moreover, when they left this place later on, they would probably have to rely on this three-eyed flame tiger and ask for help from him. When they thought up to here, they completely lost their temper. We've arrived at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, the old man in green who was walking at the very front stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, everyone saw it once more. The jade sword that led them forward had stopped within the sea now, and it was ceaselessly revolving as if it was searching for the location of the sword monarch's treasure. When they arrived at the bottom of the sea, it was a completely different scene. It was peerlessly beautiful and dazzling. Swish! Suddenly, the jade sword moved and flashed directly to the side of the sea. Everywhere the jade sword passed, Duan Lingtian and the others chased after it, causing the half of the sea that was pitch black like ink to become bright as day for a time. In next to no time, a tall mountain at the bottom of the sea appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This tall mountain was an entire few hundred meters tall. And on the side of the mountain facing them, there stood a magnificent door. The door was ancient and aged. Even though it was deep within the sea, it didn't suffer any corrosion, and it was obviously constructed from unusual materials. When the jade sword arrived before the door, it lost its luster and fell down. We've arrived. The eyes of many lit up. This is the door to the sword monarch's treasure. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly. Chapter 609. The door of the sword monarch's treasure that was at the bottom of the sea before him caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Even if it was Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he'd played many similar games, it wasn't exaggerated and exhausting to such an extent. The martial monarch that left behind this sword monarch's treasure seems to have gone a bit too far. Even though he thought like this in his heart, Duan Lingtian didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Perhaps the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure was more playful. How do we enter? In next to no time, someone noticed this problem. For a time, the gazes of everyone including Duan Lingtian started to revolve around the door of the sword monarch's treasure and size it up. They wanted to find the method to open it. After looking for a long time, everyone was still bewildered. According to rumor, the 9 jade swords are the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. But there isn't even a single keyhole on this door. Someone frowned. Looks like we can only force our way in. A blue-clothed middle-aged man took a step forward, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed while his concept followed like a shadow as it pressed down towards the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the seawater roiled and became extremely muddy. At the same time, it shocked many underwater creatures to the point they fled in all directions as if they were fleeing for their lives. These underwater creatures couldn't even be considered as wild beasts, and they didn't possess the slightest offensive strength. The blue-clothed middle-aged man's attack caused quite a commotion, yet the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure didn't move in the slightest. What a firm door! The blue-clothed middle-aged man had a shocked expression as he looked at the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He was in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at any rate, but even if he exerted his full strength and utilized his concept, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure actually didn't move in the slightest. Humph! Han Xuanai, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, grunted lightly and mocked. Don't forget that this Sword Monarch's treasure is a treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the Void Transformation stage. The things he left behind, not to mention you, a Void Initiation stage martial artist, even a Void Transformation stage martial artist may not be able to destroy them. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the blue-clothed middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. I was reckless. Making a move in front of Miss is like showing off in front of an expert. Young Miss, I wonder if you have a way to open the door to the Sword Monarch's treasure? If we can't open this door, then our trip today will be in vain. A green-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai respectfully and asked. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian, who was still sizing up the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure from top to bottom, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Everyone looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was, without a doubt, the most powerful existence in this group. Being stared at by so many people, Han Xuanai frowned unhappily. Didn't you hear what I just said? This is the treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. Not to mention me, even a Void Transformation martial artist would be powerless, let alone a martial artist like me who has yet to step into the Void Transformation stage. Everyone was slightly embarrassed when they heard this. But when they heard the young girl, they finally confirmed one thing. That was, the young girl wasn't a demon. If she was a demon, then it was impossible for her to not possess a cultivation at the Void Transformation stage. Looks like this young girl ought to be a junior disciple from a formidable power in the foreign lands. She's already broken through to the Void Interpretation stage at such a young age. Exactly how formidable is the power she belongs to? The same thought emerged in the hearts of many people, and they were extremely shocked. This was even more shocking than the young girl being a demon. No matter how strong a demon was, it was still a lone figure, and it was usually in existence at the Void Transformation stage. Whereas a power that was capable of producing a 15 or 16-year-old Void Interpretation stage expert was obvious. Even if that power possessed a martial monarch stage expert, they wouldn't be surprised. A 15 or 16-year-old Void Interpretation stage expert, not to mention the Darkhan dynasty, even in the history of the various dynasties, such a figure had never appeared. It was even to the extent that a Void Interpretation stage expert below the age of 30 hadn't appeared in the various dynasties. Big Brother Ling Tian, have you noticed anything? Xuanai looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian and asked. The reason she asked this was mainly because she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly light up. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he stared at the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure before him and said slowly, according to legend, the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure is the 9 jade swords. I feel that if I want to open it, I have to start from the 9 jade swords. Humph. Han Xuanai hadn't spoken when the green-clothed old man that stood at the side of the entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure, Elder Hu that had come with Dong Ming, had already ridiculed. All of us know what you're talking about, not to mention there isn't even a single keyhole that can accommodate a jade sword on the door. Even if there really are 9 keyholes, how are you going to open it now that the 9 jade swords have already fused into one? Elder Hu's words obtained the agreement of many people including Dong Ming. Old bastard! Why are you interrupting when my big brother Ling Tian is speaking? If you're tired of living, then this young miss doesn't mind sending you on your way. Han Xuanai was displeased when she saw Elder Hu ridiculing Duan Ling Tian, and she exploded with rage. Since a young age, because of her special identity, besides a little sister of similar age, she didn't have any other friends amongst her peers. Practically all the other people of the same age looked up to her, and every single one of them was reverent and respectful to her. Every time she saw someone else being doted on by an older brother or sister, she would feel a wave of envy in her heart. Until she met Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't treat her like those people by her side in the past, and he completely treated her as a little sister, causing her to experience the warmth of an older brother for the first time. Since that time, she'd taken Duan Ling Tian to be her older brother, and she enjoyed the care and concern of her older brother. Now, someone actually dared ridicule her older brother? Whoosh! Along with Han Xuanai speaking, strands of coldness arose around her for no reason or rhyme. The coldness was extremely cold, and it swept out. For a moment, the seawater was turbulent, and it was greatly affected. After a while, some of the seawater at the bottom of the sea even condensed into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. The amount of ice shards was still increasing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the seawater around the bottom of the sea where everyone was at would condense into ice. Elder Hu's expression changed drastically. Only then did he remember how terrifying this young girl in yellow was. She wasn't someone he could deal with. Now, he wished he could slap himself in the face. Why did he have to say so much? He was simply asking for trouble. Young miss, I don't think this senior has any ill intentions. Someone looked at Han Xuanai and advised softly. Yes, this senior is also thinking for the common interests of everyone, so he's a little impulsive. Please calm down, young Mississippi. Many people followed suit. Now, in their eyes, this young girl in yellow in front of them was a living Yama who controlled their lives. If the young girl continued like this, they would undoubtedly become the burial objects of the old man in green. The extremely icy coldness was still ceaselessly rising. It probably wouldn't be long before the surrounding seawater would transform into ice, whereas, they would be frozen within it and have a slim chance of survival. Unless they left now and abandoned the Sword Monarch's treasure and everything within it. But how could they be willing to leave just like this? They'd been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now, everyone present hated Elder Hu to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, how could the young girl be enraged? Brother Ling Tian. Dong Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with a pleading expression. As far as he was concerned. Now, only Duan Ling Tian was capable of calming the young girl's rage. Forget it, Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at the old man, then looked at Han Xuanai and said with a light smile, "There's no need to get angry with some people, just take his words as nonsense. Moreover, if a dog bites us, we can't bite it back, right? What difference would that make us from a dog?" Duan Ling Tian's words caused the gazes of everyone to become strange. Elder Hu's face went grim. This Duan Ling Tian said he was a dog? The corners of Han Xuanai's mouth trembled slightly as a trace of a smile appeared on her face. At the same time, the coldness on her body was restrained, but her eyes that were filled with rage still stared at Elder Hu. Apologize to Big Brother Ling Tian, otherwise, die. When everyone present heard Han Xuanai's furious and overbearing words, they felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't doubt the young girl's words in the slightest. They'd witnessed the young girl's strength with their own two eyes. Elder Hu's face went grim. She wanted him to apologize to someone that had just insulted him. As an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he had his own dignity. But now, when he felt the killing intent contained within the young girl's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Especially now, when numerous rapid sound transmissions pierced into his ears. Without exception, all these voice transmissions were from everyone present, and all of them were advising him to apologize. This time, he'd obviously incurred the wrath of everyone. In the end, Elder Hu gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. "I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. "Xuanai." When the others heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. "Pick up that jade sword and pass it to me." Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that it was difficult for the light barrier formed from his origin energy to resist the water pressure at the bottom of the sea. So he was unable to pick up the jade sword on the ground outside the Sword Monarch's treasure himself. Even though she didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Han Xuanai still flew out and propped up an origin energy light barrier on her body before grabbing the jade sword with a raise of her hand. In the blink of an eye, she'd returned to Duan Lingtian's side and passed the jade sword to Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Lingtian, what do you want this jade sword for?" "It's nothing, I just want to test if my guess is correct." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were curious about what Duan Lingtian wanted to do. Squeak squeak. Chapter 610. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons were the same. They stuck their heads out from under Xuanai's sleeves and stared at Duan Lingtian with interest. Now, Duan Lingtian, who'd attracted the gazes of everyone, held the jade sword in his hand. Subsequently, his origin energy fused into it. "I hope my guess isn't wrong," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, the reason the jade sword in his hand was able to transform into 9 swords and fuse into one was very likely because it was inscribed with some sort of miraculous inscription formation. It was precisely because of this that the jade sword was able to combine 9 swords into one. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had encountered this sort of inscription formation all those years ago. Although he couldn't be considered to have dabbled in it, he knew a certain principle. Whoosh! Along with Duan Lingtian's origin energy fusing into the jade sword, a milky white flame rose explosively and burned brilliantly. What does he want to do? This was the thought of most people present. Big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian, and her clear eyes that were like water had a trace of anticipation mixed within. Humph. As for the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu, who stood at the side in the distance, he grunted in his heart, and his eyes flickered with mischief. "Let's see how you embarrass yourself." Elder Hu slightly took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. "There's a chance." The eyes of Duan Lingtian, who originally had a serious expression, flashed abruptly, and a smile bloomed on his face. Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the jade sword, and sure enough, he noticed traces of inscriptions. Moreover, it wasn't just a single trace, there were an entire 9 traces, and they formed a miraculous inscription formation. It's exactly the same as the inscription formation Emperor Wu had the fortune to see that day. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like his guess was right. Since it can combine 9 swords into one, it can naturally divide one sword into 9. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the inscription formation and started to interfere with the circulation of the 9 inscriptions. After a short moment. Whoosh! The jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand suddenly emitted a bright green brilliance. It was like a scorching sun, causing everyone present to subconsciously close their eyes. Even Han Xuanai was no exception. When they regained their senses, they were completely dumbfounded. Heavens! What did they see? In the distance, the purple-clothed youth stood there, faintly exuding a trace of mystery. Of course, this was the thought that suddenly rose in their hearts. The most important thing was the 9 jade swords in the hands of the purple-clothed youth. The jade sword has been divided into 9 again? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Some people even fiercely rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Only when they rubbed their eyes and saw that Duan Lingtian still had 9 jade swords in his hand did they confirm it. The jade swords were truly divided into 9 swords. Brother Lingtian, how did you do it? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up. She looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Even though she possessed an extraordinary background, it was the first time she'd seen such a miraculous thing. The 9 jade swords that had fused into one had actually split apart once more now. I don't know as well. I just fused my origin energy into it, and then it split into 9. The complexity of an inscription formation was something that an outsider wouldn't know, and only an inscription master would understand. So Duan Lingtian only shrugged and casually replied, and he didn't speak the truth. But Han Xuanai wasn't so easily deceived. She glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, you must tell me how you did it after we come out from the Sword Monarch's treasure. When I picked up the jade sword earlier, I fused my origin energy into it to investigate, yet it didn't have any reaction. Whereas in your hands, it directly split into 9. You've surely done something else. Han Xuanai finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. This little girl is really quick-witted, she's even able to see through this. Alright, I'll tell you in detail after we come out from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Wait. How do you know I'm able to open the Sword Monarch's treasure? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shuddered and asked Han Xuanai. After all, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure was completely flat, and there wasn't a single keyhole. Brother Lingtian, I believe you surely have a way. Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. This little girl trusts me so much. But needless to say, the feeling of being worshipped like this was extremely satisfying, especially being worshipped by a monstrous genius like Han Xuanai. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel slightly complacent. Brother Lingtian, now that the jade sword has split into 9, what do you want to do? Dongming looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. Presently, Dongming's face faintly contained slight admiration mixed within. Even though Duan Lingtian had spoken of it simply earlier. But he understood in his heart that all of this was impossible to be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian be the only one who thought of doing this? Since everyone present was in existence at the void initiation stage or above, then it meant that there weren't any idiots. There's no need for me after this. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Under the astounded gazes of everyone, Duan Lingtian released his hand that held the 9 jade swords. Subsequently, the 9 jade swords flew out and flashed directly towards the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and they seemed to have transformed into 9 jade green bolts of lightning, at practically the instant the 9 jade swords flew out. Under the gazes of everyone present, 9 holes that flickered with white lights appeared out of thin air on the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Or more precisely speaking, it was 9 keyholes. Swish. 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 The 9 jade swords flashed out and flashed through the seawater as they emitted a wave of sword howls. In next to no time, the 9 jade swords aimed at the 9 keyholes on the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure and fiercely collided with them. Clang! 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 The 9 jade swords just happened to aim at the 9 keyholes and perfectly inserted themselves into them. Right at this moment, 9 strong lights flashed, causing everyone including Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from closing their eyes. When they opened their eyes once more, they noticed that the 9 jade swords had actually perfectly fused together with the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Rumble, suddenly, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure trembled. A wave of rumbling clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it reverberated in their ears like thunder. The speed of sound traveling through the water wasn't the slightest bit slower than the speed of sound traveling through the air. At the same time, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure moved upwards and gradually vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. What's that? Origin Energy Light Barrier? It actually completely isolated the seawater outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the others clearly noticed that after the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure was opened, a layer of translucent light barrier appeared before their eyes. Behind the light barrier was an expanse of gray and hazy, and it seemed as if there were dark and heavy clouds moving rhythmically, causing them to be unable to see the situation within clearly. It's an inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his heart trembled slightly. Could it be that the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure was an inscription master as well? First, it was the miraculous inscription formation that combined 9 swords into one and 9 swords into one. Now, it's an inscription formation that isolates the seawater. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. 2 types of inscription formations. The former was something that even Emperor Wu of Samsara hadn't touched upon all those years ago. Because of this, Emperor Wu of Samsara even felt regretful. On the other hand, the latter was comparatively more ordinary. So long as Duan Lingtian's strength was sufficient, and so long as he possessed sufficient materials, he would be able to set it up as well. Amazing! It's all thanks to Brother Lingtian. Yeah, otherwise, we would probably be refused entry today. Instantly, everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed with admiration, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Even though Duan Lingtian spoke of splitting a sword into 9 in a casual manner. But everyone present was experienced, so how could they be unable to discern that Duan Lingtian spoke half-heartedly? As far as they were concerned. If Duan Lingtian didn't make a move, then even if they arrived before the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would probably be unable to enter. Humph. Right at this moment, Elder Hu who stood in the distance grunted coldly, and his figure flashed out to be the first to charge towards the light barrier formed by the inscription formation that isolated the seawater. Elder Hu's figure easily fused into the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. The smile on Han Xuanai's face was restrained when she saw this scene, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. As the greatest contributor, Big Brother Lingtian hasn't entered yet. This old bastard actually dares to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure before us. I hope I don't see him again, otherwise, I'll surely kill him. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, her tone was filled with ruthlessness. Yet this time, no one sympathized with Elder Hu. All of them felt that Elder Hu had gone too far. Amongst them included Dong Ming. Dong Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. Elder Hu's temper is like this, I hope you can forgive him. How about this, since Elder Hu is the first to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the last to enter amongst all of us. How about it? I advise you to stay away from him. If he encounters any treasure within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then a person like him might be the first to kill you and take the treasure for himself. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression. As far as he was concerned, that old fellow would die sooner or later. He'd endured it over and over again, and it was none other than because he had the intention of allowing that old fellow to lead the way. Even though that old fellow was extremely detestable. But needless to say, his strength wasn't bad, and he was extremely useful within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming sighed and didn't say anything further. Brother Ling Tian, young Miss Xuanai, please go ahead. Meanwhile, the others moved aside successively, and then they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai as they spoke. Xuanai, let's go in. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xuanai, and then the two of them brought along the little gold mouse and two little pythons to fly towards the translucent light barrier at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure. During this entire process, the origin energy on Han Xuanai's body skyrocketed to envelop Duan Ling Tian as well, and she protected Duan Ling Tian as they passed through the light barrier and entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Before Han Xuanai entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, she didn't forget to instruct the three-eyed flame tiger. Big guy, obediently wait here for us to come out. If we don't see you when we come out, then I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Chapter 6:11. When they heard Han Xuanai's words and noticed the movements of the three-eyed flame tiger, the corners of the mouths of everyone that hadn't entered the Sword Monarch's treasure twitched. Only now did they realize that the reason the three-eyed flame tiger was so afraid of the young woman was because it had once been frozen into a popsicle by the young woman. As expected of a void interpretation stage expert, she's easily able to use ice concept to freeze a 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast into a popsicle. Many people sighed in their hearts. Subsequently, everyone passed through the translucent light barrier at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure and entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming did as he said and chose to be the last to enter. Behind the translucent light barrier, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai felt their bodies ceaselessly descending. After descending for over 10 breaths of time, the gray and misty clouds and mist before their eyes vanished. A boundlessly vast cavern appeared before their eyes. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, a wave of enormous bangs sounded out from ahead, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai. When the two of them flashed forward, they quickly saw the figure of the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu was standing together with over 10 translucent human-shaped silhouettes. These human-shaped silhouettes all possessed extraordinary strength. Of course, none of them were as strong as Elder Hu. But every time these human-shaped silhouettes were crushed by Elder Hu, they would condense once more, and they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. Origin Shadow Puppets. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the human-shaped silhouettes that weren't afraid of death as they fought Elder Hu. Looks like the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure is really an inscription master. Origin shadow puppets are only condensed by a martial monarch stage inscription master with an inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian gasped. Inscription formations were extremely profound. To a certain extent, martial monarch stage inscription masters were able to set up some inscription formations that were difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Amongst them was the Origin Shadow Inscription Formation. The nascent image inscription formation was an inscription formation that used origin stones as the foundation of the formation and supported the construction of various inscriptions. This kind of inscription pattern formation did not have any specific offensive power. However, once someone passed by the place where the inscription formation was set up, the inscription formation would automatically activate and mobilize the energy within the origin stones to condense origin shadow puppets. There were strong and weak origin shadow puppets, and the specifics still depended on the level of the inscription formation. An origin shadow inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master was completely capable of condensing an origin shadow puppet with a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. Among the origin shadow puppets, the stronger ones were at the void ascension stage and void transformation stage. As for the void transformation stage origin shadow puppet, it wasn't something a martial monarch stage inscription master could condense with an inscription formation. If it was the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would be completely capable of condensing a void transformation stage origin shadow puppet with the origin shadow inscription formation. However, the origin shadow puppet would at most be at the 9th level of the void transformation stage. Moreover, the greatest weakness of the origin shadow puppet is that it doesn't have force or concept to rely on. So even if it's an origin shadow puppet with a cultivation at the void transformation stage, it wouldn't be able to develop a concept fragment. The records related to the origin shadow puppets in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. These 10+ origin shadow puppets only have a cultivation at the 4th level of the void initiation stage, and they who don't have concept to rely on are at most able to exert the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons. This old fellow is really looking for trouble, and he's actually wasting time with the origin shadow puppets. So long as the origin stones within the origin shadow inscription formation at the area he's at aren't completely exhausted, then the origin shadow puppets will never vanish. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards Elder Hu ceaselessly destroying the origin shadow puppets. This old fellow probably doesn't even know what an origin shadow puppet is. It would be great if I'm able to obtain some origin stones from this sword monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he felt slight anticipation. Origin stones were commonly used by foreign lands martial artists to assist in their cultivation. Gold and silver were completely worthless in the foreign lands. The currency that circulated in the foreign lands wasn't gold and silver, but origin stones instead. When martial artists absorbed origin stones to cultivate, it was much more efficient than purely absorbing the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. Some martial artists with high natural talent relied on origin stones to cultivate, and they even advanced by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, the origin stones used to circulate the inscription formation aren't suitable for cultivation due to the structure of the inscription formation being disturbed. Otherwise, I could consider digging out the origin stones within the inscription formation here. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and was slightly disappointed. Big brother Lingtian, we don't have to pay attention to these silhouettes and directly walk in. These silhouettes are only origin shadow puppets, and they're unable to pose any threat to us. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. If an origin shadow puppet catches up to us, then we'll directly make a move and destroy it. So long as we leave the area of effect of the origin shadow inscription formation that condenses the origin shadow puppets, then the origin shadow puppets won't attack us again. Obviously, Han Xuanai knew about origin shadow puppets and even knew about the origin shadow inscription formation. Of course, she didn't know that Duan Lingtian knew even more about this type of inscription formation than she did. But Duan Lingtian didn't expose her and only replied, "All right." Swoosh. Swoosh. Their figures flashed out as if they'd transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed out directly. After a short moment, they'd caught up to Elder Hu. Elder Hu's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai who'd caught up to them, and slight fear appeared in his eyes. "Big brother Lingtian, I don't want to see this old bastard again." Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian as she used a fierce gaze to examine Elder Hu. "Xuanai, there's no need to pay attention to him now. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after we've finished searching the Sword Monarch's treasure. At that time, no matter what he gains in the Sword Monarch's treasure, it'll all belong to us." Duan Lingtian shook his head and rejected Han Xuanai's plan. Han Xuanai pondered for a moment before agreeing in the end. "Then we'll let him live for a few more days." Swoosh. 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 When Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai passed by the area Elder Hu was at, 20+ origin shadow puppets condensed in the sky and flashed directly towards them. The two of them who were prepared since long ago didn't panic and easily destroyed these origin shadow puppets. When the origin shadow puppets condensed once more, they flashed all the way in. After annihilating 2 waves of origin shadow puppets, there were finally no more origin shadow puppets that chased after them. "Alright, we've already left the origin shadow inscription formation. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's continue in and take a look. All along the way, even though those origin shadow puppets that attacked Duan Ling Tian were existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage, but because they didn't have concept to rely on. In terms of strength, they were far inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Even though Duan Ling Tian was only a 3rd level void initiation stage martial artist, he'd comprehended concept energy and coupled with his spirit weapon to rely on, he was easily capable of destroying origin shadow puppets at this level. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai continued to go deeper. In the end, they experienced a few more similar areas enveloped by the origin shadow inscription formation. The further they went, the stronger the origin shadow puppets became. Gradually, it was slightly strenuous for Duan Ling Tian to deal with them. But with Han Xuanai present, they easily crushed all the origin shadow puppets. In the end, the two of them arrived at the end of the vast cavern. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed a stone platform in the distance with a single glance, and a box was placed on the stone platform. The box was covered in dust. There's a flight of stairs behind it. Han Xuanai's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it clearly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that behind the stone platform the box was on was a flight of stairs that led down. That place seemed to lead to another space. Let's see what's in the box first. Han Xuanai's speed was swift, and she directly arrived before the box before raising her hand to wipe away the dust on it before opening the box. Inside the box, there was an emerald jade piece and a sword-shaped fragment lying there quietly. It's a sound transmission jade slip. Duan Ling Tian recognized the jade slip, and he stretched out his hand to pick it up before fusing his origin energy into it. On the other hand, the nearby Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto the sword-shaped fragment, and her eyes lit up abruptly. Sword concept fragment? That martial monarch is really generous. Concept fragments were fragments that contained advanced concept that only experts at the void transformation stage or above were capable of developing. Once these concept fragments that contained advanced concept were obtained by someone that had comprehended the same concept, the person would be able to rely on it to swiftly advance that concept. Whereas this concept fragment now belonged to the sword concept soul fragment. If it was obtained by a martial artist that had comprehended sword concept, then that martial artist would rely on it to comprehend sword concept and advance by leaps and bounds. Even if it was a martial artist with low comprehension ability, the improvement in sword concept would far exceed those martial artists with extraordinary comprehension ability. If it was obtained by a martial artist with high comprehension ability, then the advancement in sword concept would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Big Brother Ling Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are unable to use it. Han Xuanai shook her head. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian's origin energy fused into the voice transmission jade slip, a steady voice sounded out. No matter who you are, since you've obtained the voice transmission jade slip, then you've passed the test of the first level of the cenotaph I left behind. The reward of the first level of the test is a sword concept soul fragment. So long as a martial artist that has comprehended sword concept relies on this soul fragment, then the martial artist will be able to swiftly advance their sword concept to third level advanced sword concept. The voice vanished at this point. Sword concept soul fragment. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and looked at the sword-shaped fragment in Han Xuanai's hand. This sword-shaped fragment looked no different than an ordinary glass fragment, but when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force touched it, he was able to sense an extremely fierce aura sweep out and instantly disperse his spiritual force. Not only that. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt his vital energy in blood roil, and a sweetness rose from his throat that was difficult to restrain. Pooh! In the end, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Big Brother Ling Tian, what's wrong? Chapter 6:12. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and shook his head. But when he looked once more at the sword concept fragment in Han Xuanai's hand, there seemed to be slight fear in the depths of his eyes. A mere concept fragment had directly crushed his spiritual force. That fierce aura is obviously sword concept. Moreover, it's even advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, it was only instinctively protecting itself earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid not only would it have crushed my spiritual force, it would have even injured my soul. Advanced concept was also known as void transformation concept. It was a concept grasped by a void transformation stage expert, and its might was shocking. Not to mention anything else, just take this sword concept fragment as an example. According to the voice transmission jade slip from before, the martial monarch that was suspected to have left behind a message in the sword monarch's treasure. This concept fragment was a third-level advanced sword concept fragment. Third-level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, what sort of concept was that? Even if it was a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, regardless of the concept he comprehended, his origin energy when fully exerted would only be comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. Even if the 9th-level intermediate concept that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons was included, it would only be the strength of 220 ancient horned dragons. It was even to the extent that even a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level advanced concept would only possess the strength of 320 ancient horned dragons when exerting his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons was undoubtedly an astronomical figure to Duan Lingtian, who didn't even possess the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons when fully exerted. Moreover, this strength was contained within this tiny concept fragment. Big Brother Lingtian, here. Han Xuanai casually tossed the concept fragment in her hand to Duan Lingtian as if she was throwing trash. This concept fragment is useless to us. A concept fragment was something that only a martial artist that had comprehended a concept would be able to rely on it to comprehend a higher level concept. Just like Duan Lingtian. Unless he had comprehended sword concept, even if it was only first-level elementary sword concept. Otherwise, this concept fragment would be useless in his hands. However, Duan Lingtian still grabbed the concept fragment like it was a treasure. What a joke! Even to void interpretation stage martial artists and some void transformation stage powerhouses, this concept fragment was an existence similar to a treasure. If he took it out, even 9th-level void interpretation stage experts and void transformation stage experts that had comprehended sword concept yet hadn't comprehended 3rd-level advanced sword concept or above would fight to the death for it. Big Brother Lingtian, we should go down. It wasn't until Han Xuanai's voice came from the stairs in front that Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. Put it away first. After putting away the sword concept fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian responded to Xuanai and walked down the stairs with her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was trying his best to restrain his excitement. The stairs were extremely long, and ahead of them was an expanse of gray and hazy mist, causing them to be unable to see clearly what was behind them. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai moved through the mist and walked down the stairs all the way until they stepped onto flat ground, and the mist before them gradually vanished before their eyes. Right at this moment. Whoosh! 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 A wave of howls of the wind abruptly sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to raise his head when he felt a wave of strong wind assault him, and it caused the clothes on his body to swell up. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he saw numerous ceaselessly revolving tornadoes flashing towards him and Han Xuanai. The tornadoes formed a row and filled the vast cavern in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, causing one to have no way out. Now, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had two choices. The first was to return to the first level. The second was to force their way through. So long as they charged through this row of tornadoes that connected the top and bottom of the cavern and formed a defensive barrier, they would be able to continue deeper into the second level. The reward of the second level was surely at the end of the cavern. When he saw this row of tornadoes coming closer and closer, it blew Duan Lingtian's entire body to the point it seemed as if it was about to float up. It's at least a few hundred meters away from me. If it's any closer, then wouldn't I be blown flying by it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Big brother Lingtian, let's charge over. Han Xuanai called out to Duan Lingtian, and then her entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out to charge towards the row of tornadoes that swept over. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Han Xuanai passed through the row of tornadoes and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To Han Xuanai, a tornado of this level posed no threat to her at all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and moved as well. Whirlwind. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the origin energy between his legs skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded almost at the same time, traversing across the sky. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he collided with the row of tornadoes that swept over. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong resistance that prevented him from moving forward. This resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's speed involuntarily slowed down. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue moving forward, but the wind that blew towards him was too strong. This was the might of nature. Duan Lingtian continued to struggle forward, and very soon, he collided with the row of tornadoes. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian raised an origin energy light barrier in time to protect his body. Otherwise, at this very moment, he would probably be directly minced into pieces. However, even so, his origin energy light barrier was still on the verge of collapse. The strength of the tornadoes was too strong. My origin energy light barrier will surely be broken in 5 breaths of time at most. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he became slightly impatient. With his current speed, wanting to break through the obstruction of the tornadoes in a short period of 5 breaths of time was undoubtedly an extremely difficult matter. Now, there are only 2 paths before me. The first is to turn back and return to the first level. The second is to ask Xuanai to help me. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his thoughts spun abruptly. He was naturally unwilling to turn back and return to the first level just like this. But asking Xuanai to help him, even though it was a simple matter, yet he was subconsciously unwilling to do this. Could it be that he had to ask Xuanai to help him in everything within the Sword Monarch's treasure? If he didn't have Xuanai, then it would be difficult for him to advance even a single step. If it wasn't for Xuanai lending a hand in the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, then even if I was able to pass through, I would surely not have a share of that sword concept fragment. At any rate, he was a man, and Duan Lingtian was unable to rely on Han Xuanai from the beginning until the end. At least, he was unable to ask Han Xuanai for help now. He was unable to pass through this barrier in his heart. Squeak squeak, a sharp cry sounded out by his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Little gold, I'll surely bring you through. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder, and his gaze became even more tenacious. In the past, I didn't have Xuanai by my side, yet didn't I still pass through by myself? As soon as this thought finished resounding out in his mind, the layer of origin energy light barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was instantly minced into pieces by the tornadoes. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's entire body was completely exposed before the tornadoes. Charge! Duan Lingtian gazed ahead, and through the entire row of tornadoes, he could faintly see Han Xuanai who was waiting for him at the other end. Instantly, the origin energy beneath Duan Lingtian's feet skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder was ear-piercing. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared on the surface of his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged forward. However, the pressure that came from the tornadoes that covered the sky still fiercely smashed onto his body, and it shook him to the point cracks appeared on the earthen yellow energy on the surface of his body. The earthen yellow energy was precisely the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had executed in a hurry, the Earth Dragon's barrier. But Duan Lingtian had only comprehended elementary earth force after all, and the defensive strength of the Earth Dragon's barrier was extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, it was blasted into pieces by the Dragon Phoenix tornado. He followed in the footsteps of the Origin Energy Light Barrier. The strong winds that covered the sky pressed onto Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. No matter how strong this tornadoes are, it's still wind. Could it be that I, a void initiation stage martial artist that has comprehended first-level wind concept, have to fall at the hands of this tornadoes? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with unwillingness. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy were ceaselessly rising. First-level wind concept. However, the first-level wind concept was similarly unable to withstand the pressure of the tornadoes, and it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. When he saw the first-level wind concept was about to be shattered, Duan Lingtian instead calmed down. Tornadoes. Wind. Why must I go head-on against it? A flash of inspiration flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level wind concept, and his entire body was situated within the tornadoes as he felt the fierce and vast impact of the tornadoes. Gradually, Duan Lingtian seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension, and he felt as if he'd become light as a feather, as if he'd formed some sort of connection with the tornadoes. He moved along with the wind, and he allowed the tornadoes to carry him upwards. Big Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Xuanai had waited for Duan Lingtian for a while, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian still hadn't come over, she hurriedly moved out and passed through the tornadoes once more. Right when she intended to help Duan Lingtian, she saw Duan Lingtian who flew along with the tornadoes. At this moment, she even had a misconception. Big Brother Lingtian seemed to have fused into one with the tornadoes. Big Brother Lingtian. What high comprehension ability! Han Xuanai seemed to have discerned something. Swoosh. 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 Right at this moment, numerous figures walked down the stairs from the first floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure and arrived at the second floor. It was precisely the other people that had entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Instantly, their clothes fluttered, and subsequently, they noticed the row of tornadoes. There's someone within the tornadoes. In next to no time, someone with a sharp gaze noticed the violet-colored figure that was ceaselessly being swept up by the tornadoes. It's Brother Lingtian. Dongming exclaimed in shock. Second-level wind concept. Right at this moment, a wave of excited voices suddenly sounded out and drew the attention of everyone. Subsequently, everyone saw. Chapter 613. After a short moment, the tornado seemed to have lost its target, and it completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and directly passed through Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian floated in midair as strands of azure-colored energy suffused around his body, and two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second-level wind concept. Duan Lingtian's attainments in wind concept had improved a step. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to this tornado. As he looked at the tornado that swept out from the other side, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At the same time, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The breakthrough in wind concept also meant that his strength had improved by a level, and he possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Big Brother Lingtian, your comprehension ability is so high. You actually comprehended second-level wind concept within the tornado. Suddenly, Han Xuanai arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and exclaimed with admiration. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't force himself to merge into the tornado and use it to comprehend wind concept. The risk of doing that was truly too great. Of course, he didn't choose to do that without thinking. Because he knew that once he really encountered danger, Han Xuanai would surely lend a hand to save him. It was precisely because of this that he chose to risk it all. Otherwise, he wouldn't go so far as to gamble with his life. Even though he wasn't willing to rely too much on Han Xuanai, but when it came to a life-and-death crisis, he couldn't care so much. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of wind howling sound out from behind him. Subsequently, a figure took the lead and flashed towards the front of the cavern in a menacing manner. Duan Lingtian looked carefully and recognized this person. It was precisely the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu dashed towards the distance. Suddenly, waves of scorching aura swept over from afar. That's fire? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the flames that covered the sky and assaulted him. These flames clearly appeared out of thin air. Looks like the second level has many inscription formations as well. Han Xuanai's eyes flickered as she spoke. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. The memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed through his mind. For a time, he had a certain level of understanding towards these inscription formations that could condense tornadoes and flames that filled the sky. Looks like that martial monarch has mastered quite a number of inscription formations. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian, let's go too. When Han Xuanai saw Mr. Hu in the distance pass through the flames and disappear into the flames, she was a little anxious. She took Duan Lingtian's hand and rushed over there. Duan Lingtian could only passively be dragged over by Han Xuanai. When they approached the flames, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body become hot, and sweat couldn't help but drip down his forehead like rain. Sweat dripping down like rain was describing Duan Lingtian at this moment. Right at this moment. Ice. Han Xuanai's voice sounded out coldly. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura appeared out of thin air, and it was so cold that Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shiver and tremble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was in a world of ice and fire. The icy cold aura temporarily suppressed the flames that covered the sky. Duan Lingtian easily avoided the flames that covered the sky under Han Xuanai's lead. Now, we have both wind and fire in the force of nature. As for water, lightning, and earth, I really jinxed it. While Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he could clearly see the surging and rushing water in the distance. The water was like the raging waves in the sea, and its speed was extremely fast. Looking from afar, one could see the waves rolling over one after another. Even though he was extremely far away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly feel a wave of extremely powerful pressure sweeping towards him. Boom! 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 The raging waves became faster and faster, and in a short moment, they were near Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. The raging waves came from above and crashed down fiercely every time. In the entire cavern, there was not a single place that it did not touch. Therefore, in front of the raging waves, even an emptiness realm martial artist would find it difficult to fly away. Condense. Han Xuanai's voice sounded again. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw. As Han Xuanai slowly raised her hand, an extremely cold strong wind swept out and swept toward the raging waves that were rolling over, completely freezing them. The raging waves a moment ago had completely calmed down at this moment. To be more precise, it was frozen into ice by Han Xuanai. Ice is made of water, and colder than water. In front of water, ice has long surpassed its master. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian could not help but have such a thought in his heart. Let's go, brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai stretched out her slender hand again and held Duan Lingtian's hand. She led Duan Lingtian and stepped on the extremely thick and solid ice as they continued to walk inside. Boom! 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 As soon as they passed the test of water, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai heard a series of thunderclaps in the distance. It's the heavenly tribulation. Han Xuanai looked towards the distance and spoke with slight surprise. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, a figure stood in the sky and was resisting the heavenly tribulation that swept down from the sky. This heavenly tribulation looked to be no different than the heavenly tribulation that Duan Lingtian experienced when he'd just broken through to the void prying stage. However, in terms of thickness, these heavenly tribulation were much more terrifying. The thickness of the heavenly tribulation represented the might of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Elder Hu walked at the front swept through the heavenly tribulation all along the way, and he gradually vanished behind the heavenly tribulation that descended like rain before continuing to head in. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai followed over. The heavenly tribulation that covered the sky was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai's assistance, even if Duan Lingtian was able to pass through it, he would probably lose half his life. Wind, fire, water, lightning. I've already experienced the 4 types of energy of nature. Looks like it's extremely likely that the energy of earth will appear later. After passing through the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. The energy that appeared later was precisely the energy of earth. The ground in the distance suddenly shook as if an intense earthquake had occurred. The ground was torn apart, as if it had turned into a huge spider web. The cracks on the spider web were ceaselessly enlarging, and in the blink of an eye, numerous terrifying chasms were formed. Not only that, there were enormous rolling rocks that covered the sky that swept over from afar, causing the entire cavern to shake as if it had fallen into the end of the world. Presently, even Elder Hu was in a slightly sorry state. Those rolling rocks seemed to be extremely hard. Even if Elder Hu made a move, it was difficult to shatter them, and he could only rely on his movement technique to dodge. Swoosh! Han Xuanai held Duan Lingtian's hand as she took the lead and easily dodged the rolling rocks, and she even surpassed Elder Hu. Now, the energy of earth has appeared as well. It wouldn't be ice at the back, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he thought to himself. If it was ice, then he wouldn't be afraid since he had Han Xuanai by his side. But the others would probably be struck with misfortune. But this time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts didn't come true. After passing through the area enveloped by the energy of earth, the cavern ahead no longer activated the inscription formation, and it was completely silent. Then, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai continued forward. A turn appeared in front of them. Behind the turn, a stone platform appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. On the stone platform, there was a single jade piece placed all by itself. But the attention of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai wasn't on the high platform and the jade slip on the high platform. Their gazes were attracted by the 10 stairs behind the stone platform. Before these stairs was a small stone platform, and an exquisite box was placed on the stone platform. The box was spotless, and it seemed as if it wasn't a product of the same era as the box Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai saw on the first level. It's an inscription formation again. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out and approached the 10 stairs that were distributed all over, he noticed that something was off at the first possible moment. There was an inscription formation enveloping the surroundings of each of these stairs. These inscription formations were recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Even though they didn't possess any offensive ability, they had the restriction of allowing entry and not exit. In other words, Anyone could choose to enter one of these inscription formations, and they could easily enter without any pressure. However, it was almost impossible for him to get out of there. Unless one possessed a strength that was even more formidable than the person that set up these inscription formations. The person that set up these inscription formations was undoubtedly the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. Not to mention Duan Lingtian and the group of people behind him. Even Han Xuanai's strength was far inferior to a martial monarch stage expert. Big brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian was still surprised when Han Xuanai's voice had already sounded out, and it contained slight pleasant surprise. Unknowingly, Han Xuanai had already arrived at the nearby stone platform and picked up the jade slip on it. It's a sound transmission jade slip? After Duan Lingtian approached Han Xuanai, he quickly recognized the jade slip. What's recorded in this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother Lingtian, you should listen to it yourself. Han Xuanai passed the jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive it and fused his origin energy into it, and a wave of clear voice entered into his ears in a timely manner. No matter who it is, it's truly rare to be able to enter the second level of my cenotaph and pass the test of the 5 forces of nature. There's a total of 10 stairs in front of all of you. I presume all of you have seen it as well. These 10 stairs and the boxes on the small stone platforms beside them are all enveloped by the same inscription formation. Once one chooses to enter a certain staircase, one can't leave and can only continue walking. Chapter 6:14. The 10 concept fragments are respectively 2 wind concept fragments, 2 fire concept fragments, 2 lightning concept fragments, 2 water concept fragments, and 2 earth concept fragments. Duan Lingtian found out what was contained within the box on the small stone platform at the side of the 10 stairs ahead from the voice transmission jade slip. Subsequently, a voice sounded out successively from the voice transmission jade slip. The 10 concept fragments, from left to right, are respectively the wind concept fragment, the fire concept fragment, the lightning concept fragment. The message on the voice transmission jade slip described the distribution of concept fragments in detail. Amongst the 10 concept fragments, the worst is a first-level advanced concept fragment, and the best is a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What level of concept fragment you're able to obtain will depend on your own luck. Besides that, the message also roughly explained the level of the 10 concept fragments. The highest level was a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What sort of concept was a 6th-level advanced concept? Not to mention anything else, just take the sword concept fragment that Duan Lingtian obtained on the first level as an example. That sword concept fragment was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment, and the 3rd-level advanced concept contained within it was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Whereas a 6th-level advanced concept fragment was even more terrifying, and the 6th-level advanced concept within it was comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was even better than the sword concept fragment. My cenotaph has a total of 3 levels. The 3rd level below here is also the last level, and it changes unpredictably, and the tests for people with different cultivations are different. Only a single person is allowed to enter each stairway. Once someone enters the inscription formation that enveloped the stairway would undergo a change, and it would change from entry but not exit to entry and exit. Whereas after entering the inscription formation and obtaining a concept fragment, there's only a single path, and that is to continue to the 3rd level's test. The way out is in the 3rd level. Besides that, the rewards of the 3rd level's test are the most. The voice stopped abruptly when it spoke up to hear. Duan Lingtian also understood. The sword monarch's treasure seems to be the cenotaph of that martial monarch, and it has a total of 3 levels. The test of the 3rd level is set according to the cultivation of the person that enters the 3rd level. Moreover, only a single person can enter every single staircase that leads to the third level. Duan Lingtian looked at the 10 steps in front of him and his eyes flashed. In other words, among us, only the first 10 people to enter will have a chance to enter the third level. Those who come later will lose their chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not wait. Big brother Lingtian, looks like we'll have to part ways here. 5 Concept of Nature Fragments, which one are you going to choose? Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate, Concept of Wind Fragment. Although Duan Lingtian had some understanding of wind, thunder, and earth, he had only comprehended the second-level elementary concept in the aspect of wind. Lightning was merely the minute force. As for the earth, it was only the force of elementary comprehension. If he chose the wind concept fragment, then once he obtained it, Duan Lingtian would be able to rely on it to comprehend wind concept a step further at the first possible moment. With the assistance of the wind concept fragment and Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability, that wasn't bad. His advancement in wind concept would surely advance by leaps and bounds. 2 Wind Concept Fragments, which one are you going to choose, Big Brother Lingtian? The quality of these 2 concept fragments might not be the same. Han Xuanai asked again. I'll randomly choose one. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke casually. Presently, the people behind hadn't arrived yet, so Duan Lingtian could freely choose. But besides his choice, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. Little Gold, do you see those 10 boxes? Within those boxes. Duan Lingtian told Little Gold word by word about the profundity of those 10 boxes. 2 Lightning Concept Fragments. Little Gold's eyes lit up, and she said with a childish voice, there are records of soul fragments within my inherited memories. That's an extremely formidable thing. Little Gold, choose a lightning concept fragment and enter the stairway. I believe that with your strength, you'll surely be able to smoothly pass through the third level's test and obtain numerous rewards. Duan Lingtian encouraged the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, instantly, the little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and she said with a childish voice, Big brother Lingtian, I won't disappoint you. Those 2 are lightning concept fragments, choose one of them. Duan Lingtian pointed at the box that contained the 2 lightning concept fragments as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse cried out before transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the box that contained the lightning concept fragment on the right. Along with the little gold mouse opening the box, a violet-colored fragment appeared in her hand. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare use his spiritual force to inspect it again. He could only follow the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to see if there was any other method to discern what level of concept fragment this was. 6th level concept fragment. Duan Lingtian hadn't recovered from his shock when the nearby Han Xuanai had already cried out in surprise. Only advanced concept, void transformation concept, was able to truly condense into form a concept fragment. So, when Xuanai said the violet-colored fragment in the little gold mouse's hand was a 6th-level concept fragment, it was undoubtedly a 6th-level advanced concept fragment, 6th-level advanced lightning concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's face froze. He never imagined that the little gold mouse's luck would be so good to actually choose the highest level concept fragment amongst the 10 concept fragments. When she heard Han Xuanai's voice, Little Gold cried out complacently before charging towards the stairway. Big brother Lingtian, big sister Xuanai, I'm going. Before the little gold mouse's figure completely vanished on the stairway, her childish voice sounded out from afar and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. This little fellow, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, Han Xuanai started laughing as well. Little Gold's luck isn't bad. I wonder how Little Black and Little White's luck is. Han Xuanai raised her hand and asked the 2 little pythons to come out. Little black, little white. Both of you heard what Big Brother Ling Tian said to Little Gold earlier, right? Han Xuanai looked at the two little pythons that were slightly eager and asked with a light smile. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons flicked their tongues as they nodded. At this moment, their gazes were sizing up the remaining 9 boxes that hadn't been opened, and they were obviously attracted by the concept fragments within them. Little Gold, you've comprehended wind concept. Little White, you've comprehended fire concept. Those 2 boxes contain wind concept fragments, and those 2 boxes contain fire concept fragments. Han Xuanai guided the 2 little pythons. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons hurriedly nodded when they heard this. Big Brother, I'm going. Big Brother, Little Black and I will be going first. Before Little Black and Little White transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed out, they didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from smiling. After a short moment, Little Black withdrew an azure-colored concept fragment from one of the boxes. 3rd level advanced concept fragment. Now, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian, who knew how to discern the level of a concept fragment from its outer appearance, was able to discern the level of the concept fragment in Little Black's mouth with a single glance. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice. The little black snake drooped its head and was dispirited when it heard this. It had always taken the little gold mouse to be its opponent. Now, its opponent had obtained a 6th level advanced concept fragment, whereas, it had only obtained a 3rd level advanced concept fragment. This caused it to be extremely displeased. Little Black, a 3rd level advanced concept fragment is already not bad. Go to the 3rd floor. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he consoled. As the saying goes, a man whose heart is content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These words didn't seem to be spoken without reason. Hiss hiss, the little black snake nodded lightly and glanced at Han Xuanai before reluctantly flashing up the stairway and vanishing before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai. Meanwhile, the little white snake withdrew its fire concept fragment as well. 4th level advanced concept fragment. Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice once more. Before Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian had discerned the level of the fire concept fragment hanging in the little white snake's mouth, so he wasn't surprised. The little white snake's eyes flashed when it heard this, and it seemed to be slightly excited. Perhaps it was excited that its choice had surpassed the little black snake. Subsequently, the little white snake entered the stairway as well. For a time, the 3 little fellows each chose a path to enter the 3rd floor. They'd occupied 3 positions to enter the 3rd floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. There were still 7 positions remaining. Xuanai, which concept fragment do you intend to choose? Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai and asked curiously. Han Xuanai's attainments in ice concept were extremely deep, and he'd witnessed it on many occasions with his own 2 eyes. On the other hand, even though there were 5 types of concept fragments before him, there wasn't any ice concept. I intend to choose an earth concept fragment. Han Xuanai smiled. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The earth concept fragment isn't bad. Amongst the concepts of nature, if the earth concept relies on the earth to execute and draws support from the energy of the earth, then it far surpasses the other concepts of nature. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, Han Xuanai's choice was extremely rational. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a figure swept over like the wind and appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai. It's this old fellow again. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and frowned. The old man was precisely the azure-clothed old man that had come with Dong Ming, and he was Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu had picked up the voice transmission jade slip on the stone platform and quickly understood the scene before him and the rules of the 3rd floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. 3 concept fragments are missing. According to the words on the voice transmission jade slip, the lightning concept fragment, wind concept fragment, and fire concept fragment are each missing. Chapter 6:15. However, right at this moment. Don't move. A cold and grim shout sounded out abruptly, causing Elder Hu's figure to stiffen and stop on the spot. Elder Hu turned his head slightly and saw the nearby violet-clothed young man looking at him with an extremely calm expression. Earlier, it was precisely the violet-clothed young man that had shouted out to stop him. Elder Hu's face sank. A mere third-level void initiation stage kid dared be presumptuous before him? But when he thought of the terrifying strength of the young woman by the young man's side, he worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart and asked with a low voice. "Do you need something?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Elder Hu. As the saying goes, everything has a first-come first-served. Up until now, Xuanai and I have arrived here earlier than you. Now, we haven't even chosen, yet you want to choose? Elder Hu took a deep breath when he heard this. Then both of you choose first. When he thought of how terrifying the yellow-clothed young woman was. No matter how much he wanted to kill the violet-clothed young man before him, no matter how much he hated the violet-clothed young man for using his connections to intimidate others, he had no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Big brother Lingtian, you go in first. So as to avoid this old bastard playing any tricks. Han Xuanai's face bloomed into a smile when she looked at Duan Lingtian, whereas, when she inadvertently looked at Elder Hu, the smile on her face vanished and was replaced by a layer of frost. This caused Elder Hu to be unable to refrain from shivering. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then his figure flashed out to directly enter the inscription formation that contained the final wind concept fragment. There were only 2 wind concept fragments. One of them was obtained by the little black snake. It was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment. I wonder what level this wind concept fragment left behind for me would be. Duan Lingtian was slightly anticipating it. As he stood before the small stone platform at the side of the stairway, Duan Lingtian's hand slowly stretched out towards the box on the small stone platform. Opening the box, an azure-colored fragment lay silently there. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's perturbed expression vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by pleasant surprise. A 5th-level advanced wind concept fragment. Even though the wind concept fragment he chose was inferior to the lightning concept fragment the little gold mouse chose, it was still much stronger than the wind concept fragment the little black snake chose. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the concept of wind fragment with some excitement. In the distance, Han Xuanai's eyes brightened when she saw the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. She hurriedly congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Congratulations, big brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then he put the concept fragment into his storage ring. "Xuanai, I'll head down first." Duan Lingtian greeted Xuanai before continuing to descend the flight of stairs. He headed to the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, which was also the final level. He wasn't worried about Han Xuanai's safety. Not to mention the 3rd level had different tests set according to one's cultivation, just Xuanai's formidable strength wasn't something anyone could compare to. Duan Lingtian walked down the stairs, and an expanse of grey and hazy mist appeared before his eyes once more. He hadn't completely passed through the mist when Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura assault his face. It wouldn't be that inscription formation that condenses flames again, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Only when Duan Lingtian completely walked out of the mist did he realize that he guessed wrongly. Presently, even though what appeared before his eyes was similarly a vast cavern, but there was a great deal of lava flowing within the cavern. This place was like the interior of a volcano, and it gave one an oppressive feeling. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unafraid of the lava before him. His gaze descended onto the 3-foot-long blades that were stuck all over the lava. These 3-foot-long blades were of various shapes and sizes, and they were scattered all over the cavern. When looked at from afar, this place seemed to be a sword tomb. A sword tomb was the place where swords were buried. These swords, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out at the first possible moment to detect these swords before him. Whereas his calm expression revealed a wisp of shock. They're all swords that are grade 3 spirit weapons or above. Amongst them, there's no lack of grade 2 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. The 3-foot-long blades that were scattered all over the place shocked him. Even though he could be considered to be a grade 3 weapons craftsman now and was able to refine grade 3 spirit swords. But the materials to refine grade 3 spirit swords weren't so easy to find. It was even to the extent that he hadn't even found all the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon cauldron that was comparatively simpler. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian continued walking deeper in. He'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian's vigilant spiritual force felt a wave of gentle fluctuation come from beneath his feet. He wasn't unfamiliar with this fluctuation. An inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. He knew that he'd activated an inscription formation. Whereas now, what he had to do was to deal with all the tests that the inscription formation brought about. But after waiting for a while, Duan Lingtian didn't notice anything wrong. What's going on? I can be sure that the fluctuation from before was indeed an inscription formation without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that the inscription formation had decayed after a long period of time? Right when Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised and bewildered. Lucky Jr. This is the 3rd level of the cenotaph that I left behind. I can be sure that your cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, and the following tests will be carried out according to this cultivation. A sudden voice seemed to sweep over from all directions and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. It's him. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He was able to discern it. This voice was exactly the same as the voice he heard from the voice transmission jade slips in the 1st and 2nd levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. It was the same person. Sword Monarch. Duan Lingtian understood that this was the voice that the Sword Monarch left behind. This inscription formation ought to be an inscription formation that combines the sound transmission inscription and various other inscriptions together, and it's capable of detecting the cultivation of others. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed the effect of the inscription formation he activated earlier. It was none other than detecting his cultivation and warning him through the sound transmission inscription. Even though this inscription formation is ordinary, it isn't something that anyone can set up. It at least requires a spiritual force at the martial monarch stage or above. With the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian knew the various inscription formations in detail. The Sword Monarch's voice didn't stop and continued. The 3rd level of my cenotaph has a total of 6 tests. Amongst them, 3 tests one's wisdom and aren't dangerous in the slightest, the other 3 tests one's strength, and the slightest mistake might cause one to die directly. After arriving at the 3rd level of the cenotaph, there's no path of retreat. Unless one passes through the 3 tests of strength, otherwise, the path that leads to the exit won't appear. The voice continued to sound out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel even more pressured. Won't appear? Doesn't that mean that if I'm unable to pass through the 3 tests of strength, then I'll be left here forever? Of the 6 tests, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th tests one's wisdom, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th tests one's strength. The person that passes all the tests first will obtain my inheritance. The voice sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but light up. Inheritance? At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing become hurried. Never had he imagined that this sword monarch's treasure was actually set up by the martial monarch for the sake of his inheritance. He originally thought that it was only a small game of the martial monarch, and there weren't any precious treasures within. But now it would seem that he was wrong, extremely wrong. Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. That martial monarch kept saying that this is his cenotaph. Isn't a cenotaph a place where the belongings of the dead are stored? Could it be that the martial monarch left behind a cenotaph before his death? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat became even faster, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Something left behind by a martial monarch before his death. Would it be something simple? Perhaps everything that the martial monarch left behind throughout his lifetime is here. But even though the rewards of the third level are numerous, they're divided into 10 portions. If I want to obtain the best reward, then I must be the first to pass through the 6 great tests set up by the martial monarch. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. He knew that he had to rely on himself for everything that followed. Now, he was all alone. But according to the message left behind by the martial monarch, the tests of the third level were set up according to my cultivation. I presume that besides the 3 tests of wisdom, I'll be able to deal with the other 3 tests of strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, I'll begin the first test. Duan Lingtian knew that every moment and second was extremely precious now, and he had to pass through all the tests in the shortest amount of time. Only in this way would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch. Would the inheritance left behind by the martial monarch be something simple? Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Perhaps, the martial monarch passed away here. If it's like this, then perhaps there's a profundity fragment within his skull. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down surged once more. Profundity fragment. It contained the martial monarch's comprehension towards profundity. On the other hand, profundity was an existence that stood above concept. Even the lowest level of profundity, first level profundity, contained 2 times the strength of 9th level advanced concept. 9th level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. First level profundity was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. 9th level profundity was even comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. At that time, the 10,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth would undergo a transformation and transform into a completely new phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. But even if I obtain a profundity fragment, I'm temporarily unable to use it. A profundity fragment stands above a concept fragment, and only someone that has comprehended 9th level advanced concept and profundity is able to comprehend profundity from it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. For example, if a wind profundity fragment appeared within the remains of the martial monarch. Chapter 6:16. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the wind profundity fragment, he could only temporarily keep it as a backup. But even if I can't use it for now, it's not bad to keep it as a backup. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Profundity fragment. Even if it's the great treasure that Emperor Wu prepared for his 3rd lifetime during his 2nd lifetime, there seems to only be 3. Profundity fragments were usually only martial monarchs that were able to nurture them. Moreover, there weren't many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent, and there were absolutely no more than 100 living martial monarchs. In such a large Cloud Continent, there were no more than 100 martial monarchs, so the preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. Moreover, a martial monarch stage expert only needed a single thought to detonate a profundity fragment. So even if someone was able to kill a martial monarch stage expert, the person would most likely be unable to obtain the martial monarch stage expert's profundity fragment. Presently, practically all the profundity fragments on Cloud Continent were left behind by martial monarchs after they passed away. There were very few profundity fragments obtained from killing martial monarchs. The preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. What's the first test of wisdom? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he noticed that the martial monarch's voice didn't move any longer. Let's continue forward and take a look. After waiting for a while without any movement, Duan Lingtian continued forward. In next to no time, a familiar fluctuation spread out beneath Duan Lingtian's feet, and it was precisely another inscription formation that had been activated. It's coming. Duan Lingtian's heart constricted, and he couldn't help but become vigilant. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and this time it seemed to be cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. The first test of wisdom. Find the one and only grade 1 spirit sword in the sword tomb and pull it out. If you choose wrongly and fail the test. No matter if you succeed or fail, the sword you pull out will be the reward you obtained in the first test. The remaining swords will be buried underground and never see the light of day again. The martial monarch's voice stopped abruptly here. Grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started to look around the surroundings. He knew clearly in his heart that the sword tomb mentioned by the martial monarch was probably referring to this cave filled with lava and swords. However, there was actually a grade 1 spirit sword among these swords. Grade 1 spirit sword. Even if the level of the weapon craftsman who refined the grade 1 spirit sword was mediocre, it was still a grade 1 spirit weapon after all. The amplification would be at least 87%. An increase of 87%, what sort of concept was that? Even the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that he refined himself only provided a 60% amplification. However, the difficulty of finding the only grade 1 spirit sword among so many spirit swords is really not small. There are at least over 100 swords here, and grade 3 spirit swords occupy almost 90% of them, and grade 2 spirit swords only occupy 10%. Unless it's a high-grade weapon craftsman with unique experience. Otherwise, it's very difficult to distinguish what's different about these spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's gaze casually swept past these spirit swords. Even if he used his spiritual force to investigate and coupled with the experience he'd inherited from Emperor Wu of Samsara, he wasn't able to notice which sword was a grade 1 spirit sword. Let alone the others. If the others were to encounter this test, they would at most obtain a grade 3 spirit sword. However, even if it's only a grade 3 spirit sword, it can already be considered as a precious treasure to martial artists that haven't walked out of the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If I'm unable to find a grade 1 spirit sword, then even if I'm able to obtain a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword, I'll still be considered to have failed the test. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before walking out and starting to carefully size up the surroundings. After looking for a long time, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. There was a total of 103 spirit swords here. Amongst them, 90 were grade 3 spirit swords, and the other 13 were grade 2 spirit swords. What's going on? Isn't there a grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Even if he wanted to scam someone, he shouldn't do it like this, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and carefully sized up the 103 spirit swords before him again. In the end, he still came up empty-handed. I'm sure there's no grade 1 spirit sword among the 103 spirit swords here. Duan Lingtian was extremely certain. What a joke. Although he was only a grade 3 weapons craftsman now, he had the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. His judgment was no different from Samsara Emperor Wu's. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his peak, he was a royal grade weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman and quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman. Even if a grade 1 spirit weapon was placed in front of Samsara Emperor Wu would not even spare it a glance. Perhaps, in the eyes of Samsara Emperor Wu, a grade 1 spirit weapon was no different from trash. That martial monarch isn't playing with me, right? Duan Lingtian frowned. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian dispelled this thought. Since that martial monarch set up such a test, he would presumably not do it for no reason. Perhaps that grade 1 spirit sword is hidden somewhere else. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's attention no longer revolved around the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, and he sized up the surroundings of the cavern instead. This cavern couldn't be considered to be large when compared to the first and second levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. After casually taking a few steps, everything within the cavern appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In this cavern that was covered in lava, besides the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, there was also a pile of scrap metal that was scattered around the cavern. These pieces of scrap metal were mostly sword embryos and the like. The martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure wouldn't be a weapons craftsman as well, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Besides the 103 spirit swords that are inserted into the ground, the remaining are all scrap metal. Now, I can confirm that there isn't a grade 1 spirit sword amongst the 103 spirit swords. Could it be that the grade 1 spirit sword is hidden within this pile of scrap metal? When he thought up to here, the thoughts in Duan Lingtian's heart grew even stronger. Search, search, search. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started searching carefully within the scrap metal. In the end, he really did notice an inkling. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pushed the pile of scrap metal to the side. At the same time, a simple and unadorned sword embryo appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, it was a sword embryo that had yet to undergo the final step of weapon refinement, and it was extremely ugly and black. However, the sword embryo had a sword hilt and a sword blade, so it could be used as a sword, but it was only slightly ugly. At this moment, a part of this ugly sword embryo was inserted into the cavern wall. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the memories of the royal grade weapons craftsman, Emperor Wu of Samsara, I'm afraid I would have failed this test of wisdom. Who would have thought that a black sword embryo that was hidden within a piece of scrap metal would actually be a grade 1 spirit sword? Looking at the extremely ugly sword embryo before him, Duan Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. After confirming that this sword embryo was a grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and raised his hand to grab the sword hilt, preparing to pull it out. Just when Duan Lingtian's hand touched the sword hilt. Whoosh! A strong light suddenly flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing him to be unable to help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that the remaining 103 spirit swords and the surrounding scrap metal had vanished into thin air within this cavern that was filled with lava. Only the ugly sword embryo in his hand was left in the entire cavern. Congratulations, you've passed the first test of wisdom and obtained a grade 1 spirit sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard a voice that sounded out from the ugly sword embryo in his hand. The sound condensing inscription left behind by that martial monarch is really everywhere. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he pulled out the sword embryo. The sound condensing inscription was similar to a sound condensing jade slip, and it could be used as a medium to leave a message. The latter required origin energy to be activated. The former only required someone to touch it before it could be activated by itself. This grade 1 spiritual sword is truly a little ugly. Looking at the ugly sword embryo in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I wonder to what extent the amplification of such an ugly grade 1 spirit sword is. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he released the origin energy in his hand and pressed it into the extremely ugly sword embryo, intending to test its amplification. Whoosh! In practically an instant, the energy of heaven and earth above Duan Lingtian roiled before developing into numerous ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. There were a total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There were an entire 5,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. I'm currently at the third level of the Void initiation stage, and without using a spirit weapon or concept, my strength is comparable to the strength of 4 ancient horned dragons. In other words, the amplification is the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons plus the strength of 5,200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian pondered briefly before confirming in the end. This grade 1 spirit sword is able to amplify strength by 88%. It can be considered to be not bad amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian looked at the sword embryo and nodded, then laughed bitterly. But, this sword is truly too ugly. I'm really embarrassed to take it out in front of others. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was still unable to let go of the appearance of this grade 1 spirit sword. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian held the grade 1 spirit sword tightly in his hand. According to the message left behind by the martial monarch earlier, the second test would be a test of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't know exactly what the next test of strength would be, it was undoubtedly a test that would test his strength. Presently, as he held the grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian felt his confidence increase greatly. Presently, I'm able to exert the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and over 5,000 ancient mammoths by relying on the grade 1 spirit sword. If I utilize second-level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and elementary earth force, I'll gain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and over 2,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it's the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons and over 7,000 ancient mammoths. Almost the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 6:17. With the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand and the strength of almost 10 ancient horned dragons in his body, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. No matter what the second test of strength is, I'll sweep through it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before taking a large stride forward. According to the experience of the first test of wisdom, he presumably had to activate the second test of strength himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. He'd only taken a few steps when a wave of familiar fluctuation came from beneath his feet, and it was precisely the fluctuation of an inscription formation. The second test is a test of strength. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Take 3 steps forward and the origin shadow inscription formation will be activated. At that time, 106th level Void initiation stage origin shadow puppets will appear. From the moment the inscription formation is activated, kill all the origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes and you'll be considered to have passed the test. The martial monarch spoke of the rules of the second test of strength, 106th level Void initiation stage origin shadow puppets. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as bright lights flickered within his eyes. Originally, with his current strength, sweeping through 106th level Void initiation stage origin shadow puppets that didn't possess spirit weapons or concept to rely on wasn't difficult. After all, even if a 6th level Void initiation stage origin shadow puppet exerted its full strength, it would only possess the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons. But now, he was asked to kill these origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was neither short nor long. With my current strength, it's sufficient to crush 6th level Void initiation stage origin shadow puppets. I ought to be able to finish killing those origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes if I use my full speed and full strength. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted strong confidence as he abruptly took a large stride forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Activate. Instantly, a deep fluctuation of an inscription formation came from beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Subsequently, numerous human-shaped silhouettes appeared out of thin air around Duan Lingtian, and these human-shaped silhouettes were precisely origin shadow puppets. The number of Yuan shadow puppets continued to soar, and only stopped when it had soared to 100. 100 origin shadow puppets floated around Duan Lingtian, filling the entire cavern. Kill! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as origin energy pulsated on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand, and the third-level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and earth force rose up along with it. Facing 100 origin shadow puppets, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His time was limited. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's sword flashed out as if transforming into a black bolt of lightning, directly flashing towards the 7 origin shadow puppets that were gathered together in the distance. However, these 7 origin shadow puppets seemed to be able to predict the future. The moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword, they had already scattered in all directions. Whoosh! In the end, Duan Lingtian's sword only destroyed 1 origin shadow puppet. As for the other 7 origin shadow puppets, they fled to other places. When faced with the origin shadow puppets that pounced over one after another, Duan Lingtian had a cold expression as he continued to draw his sword. Sword drawing arts. The spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand occasionally transformed into bolts of lightning, and occasionally condensed into a tempest sword light that swept out to flash towards the origin shadow puppets. Needless to say, the origin shadow puppets were truly too skilled. Precisely speaking, it was the origin shadow puppets that appeared around Duan Lingtian now that were too exquisite. Every sword strike of Duan Lingtian only destroyed 1 origin shadow puppet. The other origin shadow puppets were always able to dodge in time. This won't do. This won't do. Every sword strike of mine only kills 1 origin shadow puppet. How many sword strikes do I have to execute in order to kill 100 origin shadow puppets? When he thought of how he only had 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian was extremely anxious. Humph. Let me see how all of you dodge in that way. Lightning flashed, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he thought of a method, and the violet clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards a corner of the cavern. He floated in midair with his back against the wall, and he stared at the group of origin shadow puppets from afar. Whereas the group of origin shadow puppets once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. But, because Duan Lingtian's back was against the wall, the space they were in was forcefully compressed by 2 times, and the group of origin shadow puppets gathered together in a dense group. When he saw the group of origin shadow puppets pouncing over, Duan Lingtian tightly leaned against the corner of the wall, and the spirit sword in his hand swept out horizontally. A strength that was close to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons gushed out. Swish! 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 With a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, numerous sword lights swept out, seeming to have formed a sword net that enveloped the group of origin shadow puppets. It was like a heaven-encompassing net that firmly trapped them within. The group of origin shadow puppets fled in all directions when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword light descending. But unfortunately, because Duan Lingtian's back was against the corner of the wall, the area they could flee to was extremely narrow. In the blink of an eye, over 10 origin shadow puppets had been annihilated under Duan Lingtian's sword. Satisfying. When this sword strike descended, Duan Lingtian only felt the stuffiness in his chest vanish without a trace, and he felt elated. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, the remaining origin shadow puppets once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Although they knew how to dodge at a critical moment, they didn't have the emotions of a human and didn't know fear, so they still instinctively attacked Duan Lingtian. And the outcome could be imagined. Although the origin shadow puppets were numerous, they were unable to withstand the slaughter of Duan Lingtian, who was leaning against the corner of the wall. In less than 15 minutes, 100 origin shadow puppets had been annihilated. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Within the cavern, a gust of strange wind suddenly arose, and then dust suffused the air. Where's the wind coming from? Duan Lingtian looked over curiously. Only now did he notice that at the other corner of the cavern, at the place where dust was emitted, there was an exquisite box. That's the reward of the second test. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he flew out to descend at the side of the box. Subsequently, he impatiently opened the box. Within the box, a crystalline and translucent pearl silently lay there. Soul Pearl? With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this pearl. It was precisely the soul pearl he'd obtained once before. At that time, after his spiritual force fused with the soul pearl, it underwent a change. It advanced to the point of being 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Now, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, whereas, his spiritual force had advanced to the 5th level of the void initiation stage because of fusing with the soul pearl that day. It was still 2 levels higher than his cultivation. I wonder if my spiritual force will be able to advance another step after fusing with this soul pearl. Duan Lingtian didn't think and impatiently picked up the soul pearl. Right when he intended to fuse his spiritual force into it, a voice sounded out from within the soul pearl. Congratulations on passing the second test. Next, the third test is a test of wisdom. Walk 5 steps backward and 3 steps to the right to activate the third test. It was another message from the martial monarch. The voice transmission inscription was precisely within the soul pearl. Inscribing a voice transmission inscription within the soul pearl. Looks like that martial monarch's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions isn't shallow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul pearl and directly absorbed the pure spiritual force within the soul pearl. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel his spiritual force transforming. But the transformation was extremely small. In the end, his spiritual force wasn't even able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage. Soul pearls had better effects when used when one's spiritual force was weak. Perhaps, with another 2 or 3 soul pearls, my spiritual force would be able to transform a step further. What a pity. Duan Lingtian sighed. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Being able to obtain a soul pearl can already be considered to be my luck. I was still too greedy. Duan Lingtian stood up and walked towards the place the martial monarch left behind to activate the third test. The inscription formation arrived as scheduled. The third test is a test of wisdom. Find a secret compartment within the cavern and obtain the thing within the secret compartment. The martial monarch's voice sounded out woodenly. The time limit is 15 minutes. If you haven't found the secret compartment after 15 minutes, then you've failed the test. Find the secret compartment and obtain the thing within it, and that thing will be your reward for passing the third test. Along with the martial monarch's voice vanishing, Duan Lingtian hurriedly flashed towards the corner closest to him in the cavern and carefully sized it up. At the same time, his spiritual force stretched out and didn't miss a single place. He used his spiritual force to sense clues that were unable to be noticed by the naked eye. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his spiritual force. 15 minutes of time. It's sufficient for me to use my spiritual force to search every single corner of the cavern. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. If he wasn't an inscription master and didn't possess spiritual force, then he would only use his naked eye to search for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, or use some other method to search for the secret compartment. It was extremely difficult for him to pass through this test in 15 minutes. This test feels as if it's tailor-made for inscription masters. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had such a misconception. Starting from the corner of the cavern, Duan Lingtian carefully searched for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, his gaze sizing it up from top to bottom, and his spiritual force was all-pervasive. Time silently flowed by. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't know exhaustion, and he seriously searched every single corner of the cavern. Finally, when half of the 15 minutes had passed, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force detected a place that was extremely strange. This place, Duan Lingtian's figure that floated in midair flashed and descended before a cavern wall, and he squatted down and sized up the flat cavern wall before him. If he only used his naked eye to look at it, he would utterly be unable to notice anything wrong with this cavern wall. Slap! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy entered into it. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the cavern wall shook for a moment before splitting into pieces, yet it still didn't reveal anything. If it was another person, perhaps the person would leave and search elsewhere because of this. After all, one wouldn't be able to discern any clues just from looking at the split cavern wall. But Duan Lingtian didn't leave. He really hit it well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The origin energy in his hand condensed into form and transformed into a short sword that pierced into the split cavern wall and tore open the crack. Chapter 6:18. Bang! Instantly, the rock on the cavern wall was pulled down by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, an inconspicuous secret compartment appeared before his eyes. I've finally found it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he pulled out the secret compartment with a raise of his hand. There was a spatial ring lying quietly in the secret compartment. There's no spatial ring that possesses ownership. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and then he picked up the spatial ring. Looks like the reward of the third test is within this spatial ring. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian picked up the spatial ring. Congratulations on passing the third test. The fourth test, walk 5 steps to the right, then another 7 steps to the right to open it. A clear voice sounded out from the spatial ring. It was precisely the voice that came from the sound transmission inscription that the martial monarch left behind in the spatial ring. I'll claim ownership of the spatial ring first and see if there's anything good within it. Duan Lingtian pinched open his finger and a drop of blood entered the spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the storage ring became his. With a thought, the space within the spatial ring appeared within his mind. What a large space! This spatial ring is probably a grade 1 spirit weapon spatial ring without a doubt. Spatial rings were divided into grades as well. Grade 7 spirit weapon spatial rings belonged to the lowest grade of spatial rings. The higher the grade of the spatial ring, the larger the storage space within it. For example, the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 1 spirit weapon, and the space within it was even larger than the cavern he was in now. But, even though the space was large, it was empty. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was attracted by a pile of milky white stones at the corner. These stones lay there silently, and a portion of them even emitted a faint white glow. Especially one of them, one could faintly see a white glow coiling around it. Origin stones. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the origin of the stone. Origin stones, the medium of wealth of foreign lands martial artists. In the foreign lands, there were similarly many transactions between martial artists. Besides private transactions, so long as it was in the foreign lands, those inns and restaurants practically didn't accept gold or silver. Only origin stones were accepted. Origin stones were a common currency in the foreign lands, and they were also a medium for martial artists to cultivate. They could help martial artists improve their cultivation rapidly. When I just entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, I was still muttering that if I was able to obtain origin stones within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then I would have profited greatly. I never imagined that origin stones would really appear. Looking at the pile of primordial stones in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. However, Duan Lingtian's face quickly fell. Are you kidding me? Only 1 upper-grade primordial stone? 100 mid-grade primordial stones and 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. Was this the wealth left behind by a martial emperor? That's too stingy. After counting the number of primordial stones in the pile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. Such wealth would be considered wealthy in the hands of an ordinary emptiness realm martial artist. However, in the hands of a martial monarch, it was nothing. As someone who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was naturally very knowledgeable in this regard. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he recovered his mood. To him, this pile of primordial stones was something he obtained by chance, and it was better than nothing. If these mid-grade primordial stones and low-grade primordial stones are converted into high-grade primordial stones, then it's only 2 in total. But 3 high-grade primordial stones are sufficient for me to cultivate for a period of time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Primordial stones were divided into grades as well. The spirit energy contained within a single high-grade primordial stone was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. With my current cultivation, even if I only use low-grade primordial stones to cultivate, a single low-grade primordial stone is more or less able to cultivate for an hour. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he wore the spatial ring on his hand before standing up and intending to activate the 4th test. The 3rd test from before was a test of wisdom. Now, the 4th test was undoubtedly a test of strength. I wonder what test of strength it will be. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked out, an extremely ugly sword base appeared in his hand. It was precisely the reward he obtained from the first test of wisdom, a grade 1 spirit sword. The grade 1 spirit sword in his hand gave Duan Lingtian an extremely great sense of security. Walk 5 steps to the right, then 7 steps to the right. Duan Lingtian followed the message left behind by the martial monarch and walked with large strides towards the place where the 4th test of strength would be activated. He walked over slowly step by step. When his foot descended onto the final step, another wave of the fluctuation of an inscription formation swept out beneath his feet. An exceedingly clear voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. The 4th test of strength is called a test of strength. Defeat the 4th level void initiation stage earth puppet that's capable of executing 4th level elementary earth concept. The reward is the earth concept fragment in the earth puppet's possession. The martial monarch's message stopped abruptly at this point. Earth puppet? 4th level elementary earth concept? 4th level void initiation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but search through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu with the intention of wanting to know what the earth puppet was. In next to no time, he obtained an answer. The earth puppet was a type of origin shadow puppet condensed from an inscription formation, and it was a strengthened version of the origin shadow puppet. The earth puppet was condensed from an origin shadow puppet combined with the energy of the earth, and it possessed a material body that was completely hard like a rock. Normally speaking, the earth puppet similarly doesn't know how to execute concept. But that martial monarch planted an earth concept fragment into the body of the earth puppet, allowing it to execute earth concept to a certain extent. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gasped. Rumble. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet shake. He raised his head to look over, and only now did he notice that the ground in the distance was shaking as strands of earthen yellow-colored energy of the earth surged out and spread out in the sky. At the same time, a human-shaped figure appeared out of thin air in the sky above the energy of the earth. It was precisely an origin shadow puppet. Subsequently, the energy of the earth poured into the origin shadow puppet, causing the body of the origin shadow puppet to ceaselessly condense, and it seemed as if it had transformed into a material person. Of course, it was impossible for it to be an ordinary person. Presently, the origin shadow puppet had transformed into an earth puppet with an earthen yellow-colored body, and the energy of the earth on its body had condensed into firm rocks that formed a formidable defense. Bang! Right at this moment, the ground shattered into pieces. Cracks that were like spiderwebs stretched out in all directions. Subsequently, swish! An earthen yellow-colored flowing light instantly fused into the body of the earth puppet. Instantly, the eyes of the earth puppet that were originally dim and lusterless suddenly flickered with strands of earthen yellow-colored bright lights, and it caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Fourth-level elementary earth concept coupled with a cultivation at the fourth level of the void initiation stage. Even if he doesn't possess a spirit weapon, he's still capable of exerting the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. It surpasses my full strength. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Moreover, this is a cavern that's connected to the ground, and he's able to draw support from the energy of the earth. The cavern is too small, and I'm utterly unable to avoid the earth. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Fourth-level elementary earth concept was comparable to the strength of 4 ancient horned dragons. With such an earth concept, mobilizing the energy of the earth was at least capable of mobilizing the strength of another 2 ancient horned dragons. In other words, if the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was extremely likely that it possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing almost stop. Unknowingly, the hand that held the Grade 1 spirit sword was already drenched in sweat. That martial monarch is really a cheat. I'm only at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, yet he asked me to deal with a monster like this. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. He could imagine. If that martial monarch heard Duan Lingtian's curses in his heart, perhaps he would be enraged to the point of directly kicking Duan Lingtian out of the sword monarch's treasure, and not allow Duan Lingtian to encroach on his possessions. Swoosh! The earth puppet moved, and it stomped on the ground to arrive before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The earth puppet raised its hand and punched out with origin energy that skyrocketed, and it was accompanied by a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding as it blasted towards Duan Lingtian. The origin energy was suffused with a deep earthen yellow-colored energy. Earth concept. Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the earth puppet, and they flashed over with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. It seemed as if they would only stop after completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that barely dodged the earth puppet's punch. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the earth puppet's punch didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall. Bang! Instantly, cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared on the cavern wall, and the entire cavern shook as if an extremely strong earthquake had occurred. As for Duan Lingtian, he instead stood in the sky and wasn't affected. Sword drawing arts. When he saw the earth puppet's back descend before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and origin energy condensed on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand as he suddenly attacked. Swish! His sword was like a bolt of lightning, and before the earth puppet had even turned around, Duan Lingtian's spirit sword had already touched the earth puppet's body. Clang! A wave of clear sounds sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who originally thought he would be able to defeat the earth puppet because of this, to be completely dumbstruck. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but curse. F***K. You don't have to play like this, right? According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Because the earth puppet was formed from the energy of the earth and origin shadow puppets, besides possessing a formidable strength, it also possessed an extremely terrifying defensive strength. If the strength of the attack didn't exceed its own strength, then it was utterly unable to harm it in the slightest. In other words, I at least have to possess the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it. This is still before it mobilizes the energy of the earth. If it mobilizes the energy of the earth, then wouldn't I have to possess the strength of over 12 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it? Chapter 619. Duan Lingtian's sword strike had failed, and he could only temporarily dodge the earth puppet's edge. But the earth puppet had a speed that steadily surpassed Duan Lingtian, and when it charged towards Duan Lingtian, it was like an eagle catching a chick. After a short moment, the earth puppet had once again arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its fist smashed out once more, and it contained the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This time, Duan Lingtian wasn't able to dodge in time, and in a hurry, the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand shook as it moved to intercept the earth puppet's fist. Bang! The earth puppet's fist smashed down, shaking Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword to the point the palm between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood. The Grade 1 spirit sword had almost slipped out of his hand as well. The earth puppet's fist was pressed slightly by the strength of the Grade 1 spirit sword in the end, and it avoided Duan Lingtian before fiercely smashing out. The material fist print whistled out and smashed onto the ground as if it was crushing dry weeds. Instantly, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed once more. I can't go on like this. I'll be killed by it sooner or later. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and used his origin energy to stop his bleeding, then he consumed a great recovery pill before catching his breath and retreating to the other side of the cavern. I can only try if soul skills are effective against it, Duan Lingtian commanded in his mind, and a dim light flickered within his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space that enveloped the earth puppet. However, it was completely disregarded by the earth puppet. Looks like even though the earth puppet possesses a material body, its essence is still an origin shadow puppet. It doesn't have a soul and is utterly unaffected by soul skills. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he realized that even though he'd grasped the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, it was useless before the earth puppet. Meanwhile, the earth puppet continued charging towards Duan Lingtian and unfolded the process of an eagle catching a chick. Swoosh! 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 The earth golem's speed completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian, its strength completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian, and its battle with the Duan Lingtian was simply like an adult chasing after a child. Why hasn't it mobilized the earth energy with the earth concept yet? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He believed that if the earth puppet mobilized the energy of the earth, then he would probably be killed by the earth puppet in a single move. Duan Lingtian, who had dodged many times and suffered many injuries, came to a conclusion while being beaten. For some reason, the earth golem couldn't draw upon the power of the earth. What's going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel curious as he hurriedly fled under the pursuit of the earth golem. With a thought, he began to search Emperor Wu's memories. Soon, he got his answer. Even if an earth golem were to forcefully fuse with an earth concept fragment, it would still be unable to compare to a human that has comprehended the earth concept. Demon beasts usually mobilize the energy of the earth. Human martial artists or demon beasts can only communicate with the earth through the earth concept and attain a level of intimacy before being able to obtain the acknowledgement of the earth and mobilize the energy of the earth. Whereas the earth puppet doesn't possess intelligence. Its stiff and icy cold body utterly doesn't know how to communicate with the earth through the earth concept. In this way, it's naturally unable to mobilize the energy of the earth. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Although the current earth puppet was still not something that Duan Lingtian could deal with. But the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart still dispersed greatly. At the very least, he was now completely sure that when the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was only comparable to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Compared to him, it was only stronger by the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to instantly tense. He knew that the earth puppet had approached him again. Whirlwind. He hurriedly swung his sword backwards, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Clang! After the earth puppet's fist that was like a cannonball blasted the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand away once more, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall at the side with a bang, shaking the cavern wall to the point stone fragments flew into the air, and hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the wall. It really hurts. Duan Lingtian felt the intense pain that came from the web between his thumb and index finger, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he frowned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the earth puppet turned around and charged towards him. The body of this earth puppet seems to be heavy, yet its speed isn't slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently descended onto the feet of the earth puppet. Presently, the earth puppet had flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and its feet rubbed against the ground and flickered with numerous sparks that were like bolts of lightning. These strands of sparks were imprinted within Duan Lingtian's eyes and infinitely enlarged, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become slightly dumbstruck. Lightning! Lightning, Duan Lingtian muttered, and he seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension. It seemed as if an instant had passed, yet also seemed as if a century had passed. I understand now. So it turns out that I've taken a wrong path in the past. It's true that lightning belongs to the energy of nature, but it's formed through a certain method as well. That method is similar to friction. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Right at this moment, the earth puppet had already arrived before Duan Lingtian, and its fist was ceaselessly enlarging before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed as if it would smash Duan Lingtian flying in the blink of an eye. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively, and he even didn't have the thought of dodging. Sword drawing arts. In the time it took for a bolt of lightning to flash out, the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a shadow, and it moved to intercept the fist of the earth puppet that smashed towards him. In practically an instant, the origin energy and second-level wind concept within Duan Lingtian's body easily fused into the spirit sword. It wasn't just that. Strands of lightning flashed out along with it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air beside the 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes. Lightning concept. First-level elementary lightning concept. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out, and when the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand touched the fist of the earth puppet once more, it wasn't blasted away. Instead, it slashed the fist of the earth puppet off like cutting tofu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. He easily dodged the fist of the earth puppet that was brought out by inertia after being cut off. Bang! The fist that left the body of the earth puppet fiercely smashed onto the wall behind it, and it actually directly embedded itself into the wall. Cracks extended out in the surroundings of the fist, and it seemed to have formed a spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian. Swish! 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 With a raise of his hand, the sword lights in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a rain that covered the sky, and it descended bit by bit onto the body of the earth puppet. At this moment, the body of the earth puppet that Duan Lingtian was originally unable to injure in the slightest seemed to have become exceedingly weak tofu, and it was easily shattered into over 100 pieces by Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 The remnants of the earth puppet fell to the ground successively, and they were numerous solid earthen yellow rocks. At the same time, an earthen yellow fragment appeared within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and it fell along with the numerous earthen yellow rocks. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this earthen yellow fragment, and his gaze abruptly lit up. 7th level Advanced Earth Concept Fragment. This concept fragment was even better than the 6th level Advanced Lightning Concept Fragment that Little Gold obtained earlier. Duan Ling Tian moved like a bolt of lightning to grab the Earth Concept Fragment in his hand, and his mood surged. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out from the Earth Concept Fragment and entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Congratulations on passing the 4th test. The 5th test is activated by walking 9 steps backward and 3 steps to the left. Obviously, the sound-condensing inscription left behind by the martial monarch was within the Earth Concept Fragment. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian carefully sized up the concept fragment in his hand for a while. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he put it away in his spatial ring as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. This time, it was all thanks to this earth puppet that I was able to comprehend lightning concept in a hurry. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion as he looked at the earth puppet that had shattered into over 100 pieces beneath his feet. He could imagine. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, it would be impossible for him to destroy the earth puppet and obtain the earth concept fragment. There are still 2 more tests. After returning to his senses, Duan Ling Tian continued towards the 5th test. The 5th test was the test of wisdom. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the place the martial monarch spoke of and activated the inscription formation. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's vision blurred, and everything in his surroundings underwent a tremendous change. This place wasn't that cavern any longer. Instead, it was a dazzling palace. Illusory space? At the first possible moment, this thought abruptly emerged within Duan Ling Tian's heart. After this thought arose, it couldn't be stopped, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be even more convinced. Duan Ling Tian wasn't unfamiliar with illusory spaces. The sole skill he possessed, 1,000 illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that caused one to be immersed within and be unable to extricate themselves. I never imagined that there would be a time when I'd be trapped in an illusory space. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out in a timely manner. The 5th test is the test of wisdom. What you have to do is leave the palace you're in and return to the cavern. The time limit is 15 minutes. So long as you're able to return to the cavern within the time limit, the 6th test will begin instantly. So long as you defeat the final sword puppet, you'll be able to obtain my lifetime inheritance. Hearing the words of the martial monarch, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Obtain the inheritance? Could it be that the others have failed the previous tests? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Duan Ling Tian still quickly recovered from his shock, and he raised his spirits to size up the illusory space before him. Although I'm able to construct an illusory space, but how should I break through this illusory space? Duan Ling Tian didn't have a clue. Never mind. I'll just give it a try. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian utilized all his abilities. 2nd level wind concept, 1st level lightning concept, and earth force took turns to attack. But the illusory space was still stable like Mount Tai, and it wasn't affected in the slightest. Chapter 620. 1,000 Illusions. A dim light flashed in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he hastily utilized his soul skill. Now, he was purely treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. He didn't have the slightest confidence in his ability to break through this illusory space with his soul skill 1,000 illusions. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian constructed an illusory space and enveloped himself. In the next moment, the scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes changed, and a boundless grassland appeared, and it was covered in fresh and crisp grass. A light breeze that carried the fragrance of grass blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and relaxed. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and it was as if the earth was quaking. Following which, under his gaze, the illusory space created by the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, shattered into pieces. Along with it, the dazzling palace shattered as well. It was also the 5th test of wisdom left behind by the martial monarch. Congratulations, you've passed the 5th test. So long as you defeat the mirror puppet and pass the 6th test, which is also the final test, you'll be able to directly obtain my inheritance and leave this place. The martial monarch's voice sounded out from all directions, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed just like that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, he was still slightly unable to recover from his shock. Earlier, when he utilized his soul skill 1,000 illusions, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to break through the illusory space left behind by the martial monarch. The outcome now was slightly unexpected to him. Mirror puppet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he took a deep breath as slight fear appeared in his eyes. All along the way, he'd already experienced 2 tests of strength. The first test of strength was the 100 pure ghastly puppets that he'd single-handedly slaughtered. The second test of strength was the earth puppet that possessed abnormal offensive and defensive strength. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, he would probably be unable to pass that test. From his previous experiences, this test of strength would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Now, he would face the 3rd test of strength, and it was also the final test. There's no doubt that this mirror puppet is stronger than the earth puppet. But I wonder how strong it is. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a fierce aura coming from ahead. When he raised his head and looked ahead, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What did he see? Now, in front of Duan Lingtian, a person appeared out of thin air. To be more precise, it was a young man in purple. What shocked Duan Lingtian was that this purple-clothed youth seemed to be carved from the same mold as him. Even the details were almost identical. Regardless of appearance or height, there was no difference. Most importantly, there was an extremely ugly sword in the violet-clothed young man's hand. This sword base was exactly the same as the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was sure that there was absolutely nothing like a mirror before him. Moreover, his Grade 1 spirit sword was currently lying within his spatial ring. His eyes. Duan Lingtian, who felt extreme shock, raised his head slightly and looked at the eyes of the violet-clothed young man that looked exactly like him. The violet-clothed young man's eyes were empty and lusterless, and his entire body was stiff as if he didn't have a soul. This is a mirror inscription formation? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly obtained an answer. The mirror inscription formation was an extremely profound and unfathomable inscription formation. Normally speaking, only an inscription master at the martial monarch stage or above was able to set it up. This type of inscription formation was extremely overbearing, and it was a great tool to trick others. No matter who it was, so long as one stepped into the mirror inscription formation, one would encounter a mirror puppet that looked exactly like him and possessed all his abilities. Besides not having a soul, being unable to execute soul skills, and being immune to soul skills. This mirror puppet is practically no different from me. No matter if it's my ability or my battle instinct. Duan Lingtian looked at the mirror puppet before him and couldn't help but gasp. The most terrifying thing is that this mirror puppet will instantly undergo a transformation along with me. For example, when I faced the earth puppet earlier, I was only able to destroy it after I hastily comprehended lightning concept. Whereas if I were to fight my mirror puppet and comprehend an even higher level of concept, its concept would transform along with it. This is an opponent with a strength that's exactly the same as mine. The most terrifying thing is that it doesn't have a soul or thoughts, and it doesn't know fear at all. In its world, there's only slaughter. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with fear. He knew that he would at most be able to fight an existence like this to a draw, and it was practically impossible for him to defeat the mirror puppet. If I could choose for myself, I would rather face 10 earth golems than my own mirror golem. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura assault his face from ahead. It was his mirror puppet that had made a move against him. Swoosh! The mirror puppet's figure flashed and directly executed the high-grade earth rank movement technique it was most familiar with, pursuing shadow, and it arrived before Chen Shi in the blink of an eye. Sword drawing arts. The same sword drawing arts was executed by the mirror puppet without the slightest bit of disharmony. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning followed him like a shadow. It wasn't just that, the sword light even contained the second-level wind concept, first-level lightning concept, and elementary earth force that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. The icy coldness that assaulted his face caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shiver. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian hastily dodged, and the exceedingly swift sword light practically brushed past his face as it descended. An inconspicuous white mark appeared on his face. This dangerous scene caused Duan Lingtian to instantly return to his senses. Whoosh! An extremely ugly sword base appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the grade 1 spirit sword he'd obtained in the first test. Presently, Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were like twins, and they were exactly the same from head to toe. The only difference was that the mirror puppet's eyes were empty and lusterless. Because the mirror puppet didn't have a soul. Swish! The mirror puppet attacked once more, and a tempest sword light that was coiled with wind concept and lightning concept shot out from the tip of the spirit sword in its hand, and it flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a sharp arrow that was shot out from a bow. It seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and abruptly took a stride forward. Instantly, the spirit sword in his hand similarly pierced out in a perfectly straight manner, and a tempest sword light that was exactly the same whistled out to collide with the sword light shot out by the mirror puppet. Bang! The sword lights collided and then vanished, and a piercingly cold gale swept out, causing the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet to flutter with the wind. The Tempest Sword Light was a technique executed by Duan Lingtian by utilizing the Tempest Point. It was executed casually and as if it was his own arm, and its might was extraordinary. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was in a head-on collision with the mirror puppet now, and they were evenly matched. Swoosh! 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 After a short moment, two extremely swift figures occasionally crisscrossed within the cavern, and they occasionally brought out a narrow and long sword light. It was Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet that were in a fierce battle with their full strength. Between the two of them, their origin energy, concept, and combat experience were equal, practically all their methods were exactly the same. Time silently flowed by. An hour had passed, yet Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were still unable to determine a victor, and they were always in a state of being evenly matched. Gradually, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly impatient. If this continues, when will it end? Duan Lingtian was agitated in his heart. This also caused his attacks to be affected by his mood, and he was slightly in a disadvantageous position in the following confrontation. Damn it! After he fell into a disadvantageous position, Duan Lingtian suffered the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, and the mirror puppet obviously wanted to defeat him in one go or even kill him. This fellow doesn't have a soul, so he utterly doesn't have an impatient mood like me. Most terrifying of all is that he has battle instincts that are almost similar to mine, and once he finds the slightest flaw of mine, he won't let it go. When faced with the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, Duan Lingtian retreated step by step in defeat, and he was in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet was like an emotionless and cold-blooded machine, and for the sake of attaining its goal, it exerted all its strength and was fearless. Could it be that my main body is going to lose to a mirror puppet? Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Only someone that was in the same situation as Duan Lingtian would be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Just like the person that was in a fierce battle with his mirror puppet in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, the spacious cavern was covered in a layer of thick and solid ice. On this solid ice, two identical beautiful figures were ceaselessly crisscrossing each other. Suddenly, the two of them separated and stood in confrontation in midair. Ding! 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 Clear and melodious sounds ceaselessly sounded out from the things in their hands. When one looked carefully, it was an exquisite bell. The sound of the bell seemed to possess the ability to attract the soul, causing one to be unable to guard against it. The two young women that were in confrontation had identical appearances, and they were around the age of 15 or 16 with beautiful appearances. One could imagine that when they grew up, the two of them would surely be drop-dead gorgeous beauties. But one of the young women was slightly strange. She didn't have lively eyes like the other young woman, and she only had a pair of empty and lusterless eyes that seemed as if she didn't have a soul. How infuriating! The young woman that blinked with lively eyes panted with rage. Not only does this fellow possess a similar strength as me, he even possesses a similar weapon as me. Not to mention this, his ice concept is actually exactly similar to mine. Chapter 621. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, nor did he have the interest to know. Presently, he was being suppressed by the mirror puppet. Since the mirror puppet had targeted his flaws when he was in an irritable mood, it attacked like a storm, catching him off guard and impossible to guard against. Swish! A swift black-colored sword light flashed out from the mirror puppet's hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the spirit sword that Duan Lingtian hastily raised up. Clang! Two Grade 1 spirit swords that were exactly the same collided with each other and emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a violent energy come from the sword in the mirror puppet's hand, and it suppressed the strength that he hadn't completely mobilized in one go. Instantly, the violent energy on the mirror puppet's sword followed along the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and easily surged into Duan Lingtian's body. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, the Earth Dragon's barrier, it was useless. The defensive chi barrier formed by the Earth Dragon's barrier couldn't withstand a single blow before the violent energy of the mirror puppet, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The violent energy surged into Duan Lingtian's body and blasted Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian was like an arrow that left the bow, and he heavily collided with the distant cavern wall. Pooh! Duan Lingtian, who felt a sweetness rising from his throat, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale and in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet is like my shadow. Now, I've lost at the hands of my own shadow. If news of this were to spread, I wonder how many people would laugh at me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'll search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and see if there's any way to break this mirror puppet. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and hurriedly fled and facing the mirror puppet that chased after him. At the same time, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed through his mind. There was no doubt that Samsara Emperor Wu was a powerful inscription master. In the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was a method to set up the inscription formation to form the mirror puppet. There was also a lot of information about the mirror puppet. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully sorted out the information, he was shocked to find that this information was of no use to him at the moment. It was nothing more than bragging about how powerful the mirror puppet was. Once the mirror inscription formation was set up, no one would be able to escape the slaughter of the mirror puppets. If I was the person that set up the inscription formation, then I would naturally be happy to see someone being killed by his own mirror puppet. But the problem is that I'm the one being bullied by my own mirror puppet now. As Duan Lingtian fled, his mood became more and more irritable. Could it be that there's really no way? Duan Lingtian continued to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu that were related to the mirror puppet. Unfortunately, after half a day, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any clues. Time quietly passed. As for Duan Lingtian, he was still being chased by the mirror puppet and was in a more and more sorry state. At the moment, Duan Lingtian was still constantly searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. As the saying goes, the heavens reward those who persevere. These words were not wrong at all. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally saw a blurry memory in Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime memories. This blurry memory was precisely the flaw of the mirror puppet. The most terrifying thing about the mirror puppet is that it has no soul, no feelings, and doesn't know exhaustion. There's another terrifying thing. That is, no matter what the original body comprehends, no matter what new changes there are, it will follow and learn. The blurry memory gradually became clear. And this characteristic is not only its strength, but also its greatest weakness. If the original body deliberately self-mutilates by going berserk, the mirror puppet will generally self-mutilate as well. The original body can stop in time, but the mirror puppet won't think so much. It's one-track-minded and will only continue to charge headlong, not giving up until it reaches the Yellow River. This memory caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. So it's that simple, to think that I was played by this guy for half a day. In my opinion, this test is not only a test of strength, but also a test of wisdom. Accurately speaking, it's a test of the combination of strength and wisdom. Duan Lingtian dodged the mirror puppet's sword once again, and his heart moved. In an instant, the origin energy in his body started to surge. When Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual force extended to the mirror puppet's body, he discovered that the origin energy in its body was also surging, and the situation was almost identical to the situation in his body. Then let's play a big one. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Subsequently, the origin energy in his body instantly flowed in reverse, and charged towards the path it came from. Along the way, it destroyed many meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt unbearable pain. Fortunately, these injuries were all within the scope of his control. As long as he returned and swallowed the Great Recovery Pill, he would be completely healed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force could discover that the mirror puppet's origin energy was similarly destroying its own body. Bang! The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body rushed out, destroying all the meridians along the way. The mirror image puppet followed suit. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and he stopped the rhythm of his origin energy. But the mirror puppet didn't know how to stop, and it still continued to destroy its own body there. Taking out a Great Recovery Pill and consuming it, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold as he faced the mirror puppet that was swaying. Sword drawing arts. An incomparably swift sword strike whistled out. Facing the mirror puppet that raised its hands slowly and suffered from internal injuries, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, and he instantly bit off the mirror puppet's neck. A deep sword mark was left on the mirror puppet's throat, but it didn't bleed. Bang! Right at this moment, the mirror puppet stopped moving, its body trembled, and it instantly exploded into nothingness. The inscription formation had been broken. Congratulations, you've passed the 6th test. As the first person to pass all the tests, you'll obtain my lifetime inheritance. Walk through the open stone door in front, and you'll be able to arrive at the place where I struggled at death's door. The martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and it was extremely clear when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed. Duan Lingtian smiled, and he felt indescribably excited in his heart. Right at this moment. Rumble. Rumble. Duan Ling Tian saw the cave wall in front of him suddenly tremble. Ferocious cracks appeared on it, and they combined together to form a spider web. Soon after, the cave wall collapsed, and a huge stone door appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Currently, the stone door was rising up. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air, and the stone door completely rose up. A passageway was revealed behind the stone door. The passageway could not be considered long, and Duan Ling Tian could see the light on the other side as he stood on the spot. The martial monarch's inheritance. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directly rushed toward the passageway in front of him. Although he possessed the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was not the reincarnation Emperor Wu after all. To the current him, the martial monarch's inheritance was an unreachable existence. Now, this unreachable existence was easily within his reach. Naturally, he was excited. After passing through the passageway, another extremely spacious cave appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The cave was very big, but it was empty. In the distance, there was a stone platform, and a person was sitting cross-legged on it. To be more precise, it was a complete skeleton. The skeleton was wearing white clothes, and the white clothes were made of an unknown material. After a long time, it was still intact, which was shocking. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and slowly walked to the front of the skeleton, sizing it up. The skeleton was extremely sturdy, and it seemed to be a strong man in the past. At this moment, the skeleton's right hand was stretched out, and it was tightly holding a sword that stood upright on the ground. It was a simple and unadorned sword. This sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but light up. He could see that this sword was much more powerful than the sword embryo in his hand. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian saw a word engraved on the sword hilt, and he was completely stunned. Wave. That was clearly the word wave. It can't be so coincidental, right? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and raised his hand to touch the sword in the skeleton's hand. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt that the sword was cold to the touch. As his spiritual energy extended and merged into it, he confirmed something. This is a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian confirmed it completely. Not only that, this spirit sword should have been personally refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past. Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, knew some of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's habits in the past in detail. In the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he studied the Tao of weapon refinement to the extreme. Later on, as long as he refined quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, he would engrave the word wave on them. The reason this word was engraved was because in the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, his name was Gu Lang. Gu Lang was the name of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, and it accompanied him throughout his life. Of course, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu once again stood at the peak of Cloud Continent in his second lifetime, besides a few friends by his side, very few people knew his true name. Everyone uniformly addressed him as the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a legend on Cloud Continent at that time, an undefeated legend. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he didn't refine many quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in his lifetime, and he gave them all to his good friends or loved ones by his side. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the skeleton before him. Could it be that this person has some sort of relationship with the reincarnation Emperor Wu? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh in self-ridicule. What am I thinking? When the reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnated in his second lifetime, it was an entire 10,000 years from now. No matter how strong the Emperor Wu was, I'm afraid he would have already transformed into a pile of dirt. Chapter 622. Shaking his head, Duanling Tian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where and returned to his senses. Looks like this skeleton is that sword cultivator martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. I wonder what the inheritance he spoke of is. Duanling Tian sized up the white-clothed skeleton before him, and then he looked around, yet he didn't notice anything. There was no spatial ring on the fingers of the white-clothed skeleton as well. Where's his spatial ring? Duanling Tian's brows raised, and he was filled with interest towards the spatial ring of the martial monarch before him. There were surely many good things within the spatial ring of the martial monarch. But along with Duanling Tian searching around the spacious cavern, he didn't notice the spatial ring left behind by the martial monarch. Instantly, Duanling Tian was slightly discouraged. This fellow wouldn't be making fun of me, right? Duanling Tian shook his head and returned to the side of the martial monarch's skeleton. Perhaps it's on him. Duanling Tian stretched out his hand without the slightest restraint and pulled open the white clothes on the martial monarch's skeleton. Even though he didn't find a spatial ring within, he found a jade slip. This jade slip flickered with a faint jade green sheen, and it looked to be of much higher quality than the voice transmission jade slip. After searching through the memories of Emperor Wu for a while, Duanling Tian recognized what it was. Memory jade slip. Duanling Tian took a deep breath. A memory jade slip was a jade slip that could record the specific information of inscription formations, cultivation methods, martial skills, and so on and so forth. Ordinary cultivation methods and martial skills were all recorded in a small booklet. But many high-grade cultivation methods and martial skills were directly recorded in memory jade slips. There were even many inscription masters that left behind their comprehensions towards the art of inscription on the memory jade slip before they passed away for their descendants. Of course, not every inscription master was able to do this. The preciousness of a memory jade slip was utterly not something a voice transmission jade slip could compare to. Just as he held the memory jade slip in his hand, Duanling Tian heard the martial emperor's voice again. No matter who you are, since you're able to come here and obtain this memory jade slip, then you can be considered to have obtained my inheritance. I don't need you to acknowledge me as your master, as long as you don't let down what I've learned, that's enough. After all this nonsense, I still haven't formally introduced myself. I've been an orphan since I was young. I have no parents, and I've spent half my life in poverty. I've only been able to become a martial monarch because of repeated fortuitous encounters. My acquaintances all call me white-clothed. Most people call me Tempest Sword Monarch or White-Clothed Sword Monarch. In this life of mine, due to my worship of that reincarnation Emperor Wu, who suddenly disappeared a few thousand years ago, I have touched upon the Tao of weapon refinement and the Tao of inscriptions. Of course, I am far inferior to senior reincarnation Emperor Wu. Within this memory jade slip are the methods to set up and utilize inscription formations that I'm most skilled in. Besides that, there's also the sword skill I cultivate, the Nine Tribulation Sword Control Technique. After you obtain this jade slip, you can take the 3 profundity fragments within my skull. I hope they'll be able to assist you to become a martial monarch in the future. Besides that, you can take the spirit sword in my hand as well. This spirit sword is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's almost extinct in Cloud Continent, and it's rare in the world. Before you possess the strength to protect it, try not to reveal it before others. An ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. Now that I speak of it, the thing I love the most in my entire life is this royal grade spirit sword. Because it's the work of Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu that I worship the most. Before Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade in Cloud Continent. After Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm afraid it's difficult for another spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. So, you have to take good care of this sword. The message recorded by the voice transmission inscription on the memory jade slip stopped abruptly. I never imagined that this white-clothed sword monarch is an admirer of reincarnation Emperor Wu. But, I believe him when he says there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade before reincarnation Emperor Wu. But after reincarnation Emperor Wu, it might not be difficult for a spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. As he finished muttering to himself, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. So long as his cultivation stepped into the martial monarch stage, he would be able to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from there. Not to mention a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. If I'm able to become Emperor Wu, then even a royal grade spirit weapon would be at my fingertips. Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. He'd completely inherited the lifetime worth of memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it included reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement experience and weapon refinement methods. So long as one's cultivation was sufficient, so long as one possessed sufficient materials, refining a high-grade spirit weapon wasn't a problem at all. According to what this white-clothed sword monarch said, he's actually a figure from a few thousand years ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the memory jade slip in his hand. Along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force coming into contact with the memory jade slip, vast amounts of information directly gushed into Duan Lingtian's mind. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was prepared, otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have probably been shaken to the point of fainting. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had sorted out all this information. Inscription formation. Isn't this the inscription formation that can cause the 9 swords to combine into one? Even reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't have the fortune to touch upon this inscription formation all those years ago. I never imagined that the white-clothed sword monarch would actually know how to set it up. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he sorted out this memory. Besides this inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't care about the other inscription formations. Those inscription formations were all within the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu. The only exception was the Split Unite inscription pattern formation. The Split Unite inscription formation was the key to the sword monarch's treasure, and the inscription formation contained within the jade sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this inscription formation that the jade sword was able to be divided into 9 swords, and the 9 swords could combine into one. There's also this sword skill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian moved his attention to the sword skill left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch. This sword skill was actually a heaven-rank sword skill. It stressed upon dividing a spirit sword into 9 and controlling the 9 spirit swords to fight the enemy. This sword skill needs to be combined with the Split Unite inscription formation. But, the white-clothed sword monarch inscribed the Split Unite inscription formation on his weapon, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spirit sword in the hand of the white-clothed sword monarch. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lightly took the spirit sword in his hand. Relying on the delight left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch, Duan Lingtian was extremely casual and easy in controlling the Split Unite inscription formation. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook as his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword flashed with a strong light and transformed into 9 swords. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is interesting. It actually needs to be combined with the sword control technique. But, this sword control technique requires the combination of spiritual force to execute. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he copied the sword control technique, and with a raise of his hand, he tossed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out to envelop the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, and he intended to control these spirit swords to float in the air. But unfortunately, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only barely able to make one spirit sword float in the air. Moreover, it was even swaying and might fall at any moment. As for the other spirit swords, they directly fell to the ground and emitted a wave of clamorous sounds. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is slightly interesting. When 9 swords are executed in unison, even though it's unable to overlap their strength, the 9 swords attack from all directions, and it's impossible to guard against. Duan Tian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so his discerning gaze was unique and realized that the 9 tribulation sword control technique wasn't simple. To a certain extent, this 9 tribulation sword control technique was not inferior to the best heaven rank high-grade martial skill in Samsara Emperor Wu's memory, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven rank high-grade martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Tian cultivated. After cultivating this cultivation technique to the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, one could begin to cultivate it, and its might was extremely terrifying. With my current strength, no matter if it's the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique or the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, it's difficult for me to cultivate them. I'll think about this in the future. Soon after, Duan Tian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. His spiritual force extended out and touched the inscription formation in one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Instantly, the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords merged into one again. Unfortunately, after this quasi-royal grade spirit sword is divided into 9, it can't attack by itself. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to having 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords in my hands. Duan Tian was slightly disappointed about this. But he knew as well that it was impossible for such an abnormal thing to appear in this world. An inscription formation was able to allow a quasi-royal grade spirit sword to be divided into 9, and it could even be used by itself. Then wouldn't this inscription formation be heaven-defying? If such an inscription formation really existed, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. After the spirit sword is divided into 9, it can only be jointly used by a single person. Coupled with the 9 tribulation sword control technique, the 9 swords would sweep out from all directions, and any one of the swords would possess the amplification strength of a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to utilize the 9 tribulation sword control technique in the future by relying on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was divided into 9, Duan Tian was slightly excited in his heart. Gradually, Duan Tian's mood calmed down. His gaze descended onto the white-clothed skeleton before him. He still remembered the white-clothed sword monarch's message. In the message, he asked him to take out 3 profundity fragments from the skeleton. 3 profundity fragments. Earlier, the white-clothed sword monarch's message seemed to have mentioned that someone called him the Tempest Sword Monarch. Wind, lightning, sword. Could it be that the 3 types of profundity fragments within his skull are the wind profundity fragment, lightning profundity fragment, and sword profundity fragment? When he thought up to here, Duan Tian's mood that had just calmed down surged once again. In the next moment, Duan Tian stretched out his hand while practically trembling, and he stretched it into the white-clothed sword monarch's skull to touch the 3 profundity fragments, ah. Suddenly, Duan Tian felt a fierce aura sweep towards his hand, and it cut open his hand. Chapter 623. After using his origin energy to stop the wound, Duan Tian, who'd learned his lesson, hurriedly coiled his origin energy around his hand and once again felt his way in. This time, he withdrew 3 fragments at once. These 3 fragments were slightly similar to concept fragments in appearance, but the surface of their bodies had strands of material aura that was like flames. One of the fragments was completely jade green in color, and its surroundings seemed to flicker with jade-green flames. Wind profundity fragment. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who'd merged with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, recognized this profundity fragment. The other fragment was completely dark violet in color, and its surroundings flickered with violet flames. Lightning could be faintly seen within the flames. Lightning profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he realized his guess from before was correct. The last fragment was completely translucent and emitted a fierce sword chi. It was precisely the sword profundity fragment. These 3 profundity fragments are actually all 3rd level profundity fragments. Looks like the white-clothed sword monarch was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. 3 types of profundities had all been comprehended to the 3rd level. Such comprehension ability could be considered to be outstanding even amongst the numerous martial monarchs. My gains aren't bad. Duan Lingtian put away the 3 profundity fragments into his spatial ring, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. But in next to no time, he restrained his expression. I wonder how Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are now. Didn't the white-clothed sword monarch say that I can leave after obtaining the inheritance? Where do I leave from? Duan Lingtian looked around. In the end, he noticed a secret on the cavern wall at the side. On the right cavern wall, a protruding small rock had suddenly appeared since an unknown time. Duan Lingtian didn't notice it earlier. Duan Lingtian walked over and patted the small rock, and he noticed it could move. Instantly, Duan Lingtian pressed the small rock down. In the next moment. Rumble. Rumble. The cavern wall beside the small rock suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, it directly split open and collapsed. Then, a stone door appeared and slowly rose. A moment later, another pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. This should be the exit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up and he walked straight in. In his hand, a purple flame with copper edges appeared out of thin air. It was the artifact flame that he used for illumination. If there was anyone who recognized this weapon flame, they would definitely be so angry that they would vomit blood. Using a purplish copper-edged 3rd-grade artifact fire to light up the room was simply a waste of natural resources. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. Not long after, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the tunnel. At the end of the passageway was a closed stone door. Dong! Dong! Duan Lingtian knocked on the stone door. He found that the stone door was made of a special material. Even if a martial artist at the Profound Void martial stage or the Void Transformation martial stage wanted to break it with brute force, it would be impossible. There should be a mechanism here. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian began to look around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a small protruding stone on the wall beside the stone door. I wonder where the stone door leads to. Duan Lingtian thought as he pressed his hand on the small stone. In an instant. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that not only was the stone door in front of him rising, but there was also a loud noise coming from the end of the tunnel behind him. This mechanism not only opened this stone door, but also closed the stone door at the other end? Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that the stone door in front of him had been opened. The ground outside the stone door was also covered with a layer of gravel. Duan Lingtian stepped out. He found that the stone door he walked out of was also covered by a thick layer of cave wall. When the stone door opened, the cave wall outside was shattered. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this voice, and only now did he notice a robust middle-aged man walking over from afar, and the middle-aged man arrived before him in a short moment. Dong Ming. Duan Lingtian recognized this person, and it was precisely the possessor of the first jade sword that he'd contacted with the jade sword that day, Dong Ming. Bang! Right at this moment, another loud bang sounded out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the stone door at the entrance of the tunnel he'd just walked out of had actually closed once more. Dong Ming was shocked, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an envious expression, "Brother Lingtian, I really envy you, you were actually able to enter the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure." "You didn't enter?" Duan Lingtian was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Dong Ming laughed bitterly. "When I arrived at the end of the second level, there were people that had entered all 10 stairs. Only 10 people were able to enter the third level, and because I was already too late when I arrived, I missed it." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings, and only now did he notice that this was the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Not far ahead of him, balls of grey and hazy mist were condensed high up in the sky. That place was the entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure that was located at the depths of the sea. The entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure was there. "Where are the others?" Duan Lingtian looked around the surroundings and only noticed Dong Ming, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. "There are another 6 people like me that were unable to enter the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. At this moment, they're probably still at the second level," Dong Ming said. This time, there were 7 people that weren't fated to enter the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons occupied a total of 5 spots in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Besides that, only 5 spots remained, and when divided amongst 12 people, there were naturally 7 people that didn't obtain anything. "Why didn't you stay at the second level?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "In any case, I've already missed the third level, so there's no use in staying at the second level. So I returned to the first level. But since Elder Hu has entered the third level, I didn't come here in vain this time." As he finished speaking, Dong Ming was slightly excited. "He entered the third level, what are you so excited about?" Duan Lingtian's face froze. Dong Ming said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. Before I came here, I discussed it with Elder Hu, and no matter what we obtained, we'll split it equally between the 2 of us." "What you mean is, we have to split half of the treasures he obtained with you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Dong Ming nodded. Duan Lingtian frowned. Ask that Elder Hu to split half of the treasures with Dong Ming? Would he be so kind? He didn't hold any hope. Why haven't Xuanai and the others come out yet? Duan Lingtian chatted idly with Dong Ming for a while when he noticed Xuanai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons hadn't appeared, and he couldn't help but frown as a wisp of worry appeared on his face. "Brother Lingtian, is the third level very dangerous?" Dong Ming's heart jerked when he saw the worry on Duan Lingtian's face. "It's not just dangerous, it's simply life-threatening." When he heard Dong Ming, Duan Lingtian recalled the scenes he'd encountered on the third level, and for a time, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim when he heard this, and he said with slight worry, "I wonder how Elder Hu is now. If Elder Hu died on the third level, then he would have really come here in vain this time." Brother Lingtian has returned." Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out from afar. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people heading straight towards him. Amongst these 6 people, 3 of them had once received kindness from him. On the way here, because the cultivations of these 3 people were comparatively low, it was difficult for the origin energy barriers they held up on the surface of their bodies to resist the pressure of the seawater at the bottom of the sea, and it was he who asked these people to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger. The cultivations of these 3 people were all 4th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Presently, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with slight warmth. On the other hand, when the other 3 people looked at Duan Lingtian, traces of a greedy sheen was mixed within the depths of their eyes. Although it was concealed very deeply, Duan Lingtian still noticed it clearly. The cultivations of these three people were all 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Presumably, it was precisely because their cultivations were limited that they weren't able to arrive at the end of the 2nd level in time and missed the quota to enter the 3rd level. Brother Ling Tian, did you gain anything on the 3rd level? One of the three people that were warm asked curiously. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. Congratulations, Brother Ling Tian. The other two people congratulated Duan Ling Tian repeatedly. But in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the expressions of these three people froze, as if they'd suddenly thought of something. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that a sheen of conflict flickered in the depths of their eyes. In the end, the sheen of conflict vanished and was replaced by greed. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, yet there was slight coldness in the depths of his gaze. According to his guess, these three people that were originally very warm to him ought to have received the voice transmissions of the other three people now, and they'd come to some sort of agreement. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian had completely guessed the intentions of the other three people. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 6 people. What are all of you doing? The scene before him caused Dong Ming's face to go grim as he asked with a shout. Dong Ming, this matter isn't related to you. You better stay at the side. Otherwise, we'll kill you as well. One of the 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists glanced coldly and indifferently at Dong Ming as he threatened. This person was precisely one of the 3 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists that first aroused greed towards Duan Lingtian. Humph. Dong Ming, I advise you to mind your own business. You're only at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. We have 3 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists here, and any 2 of them would be sufficient to annihilate you. Another person spoke out as well. Dong Ming's face sank, as he naturally knew that what these 2 people said was true. If he helped Duan Lingtian, then he would probably be unable to escape death. Don't forget young Miss Xuanai by Brother Ling Tian's side. If you dare touch him, then young Miss Xuanai will absolutely not let you off. Dong Ming took a deep breath and carried out Han Xuanai. As soon as Dong Ming finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people that were instigated to go against Duan Lingtian went grim. But in next to no time, they gritted their teeth and became firm. Riches and honor were sought amidst danger, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 624. Young Miss Xuanai. So long as we kill him and destroy the evidence. How would young Miss Xuanai know that he was killed by us? Destroy the evidence? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, yet the cold lights in the depths of his gaze grew deeper. If it wasn't for Brother Ling Tian asking all of you to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger earlier, all of you would utterly be unable to arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure. Now, all of you have turned hostile and become ingrates. Dong Ming stood by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with an enraged expression. The expressions of the 3 4th-level void initiation stage martial artists went slightly grim when they heard this, and they glared fiercely at Dong Ming. It was as if they were blaming Dong Ming for being talkative. Dong Ming, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to leave this Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, you'll be buried with him. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist looked at Dong Ming as he threatened. Dong Ming, fuck off. The other 2 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists shouted out in a grim voice. Dong Ming's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't have the intention of leaving. Dong Ming, leave. This matter isn't related to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Ming as he shook his head and smiled. Brother Ling Tian, I don't care if you've taken me to be a friend, but I've taken you to be a friend. Since you're my friend, it's naturally impossible for me to stand idly by when you've encountered danger. Otherwise, I, Dong Ming, would be a man in vain. Dong Ming became more and more agitated as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved, as he never imagined that Dong Ming's temper would be so stubborn. But Dong Ming's temper was very compatible with Dong Ming. Looks like you really want to be buried with him, Dong Ming. This is good as well, we don't have to worry that someone would expose us to that little girl after you die. One of the 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming sneered. Die. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists revealed cold lights in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 Origin energy raged on the other 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and their gazes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Only greed remained in the depths of their gazes. Do you really want to kill me that much? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed extremely naturally. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression when facing the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that came with ill intent, and he wasn't shocked or afraid. Duan Lingtian, you've helped us, and we owe you a favor. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. One of the 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists braced himself as he spoke. Not bad. The other 2 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists hurriedly followed suit. Something that shouldn't be taken? What are you referring to? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm naturally referring to the treasures you obtained in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist looked at Duan Lingtian with a greedy expression, and he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown, and he felt slightly disgusted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian started laughing. All the treasures I obtained in the 3rd level seem to have been obtained by me relying on my own ability, right? On what basis did the 6 of you take them away? On the basis that we're stronger than you. The origin energy on the body of the other 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist skyrocketed, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, accumulating force while waiting to attack. Even if we don't utilize concept, we're still capable of easily annihilating a 3rd level Void Initiation Stage kid like you by merely relying on our origin energy and spirit weapons. The origin energy on the body of the last 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist raged as well, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him as he sneered at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the situation was about to erupt, Dong Ming's face went grim, and he took a stride forward to protect before Duan Lingtian. On his body, origin energy was raging. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him as well. But as a 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, facing 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists at the same time, he felt slightly weak no matter how he looked at it. Dong Ming, since you want to stand out forcefully, then we'll kill you first, and then we'll kill Duan Lingtian. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward to charge towards Dong Ming. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were enveloped by origin energy that was like flames, and they followed behind like shadows as they targeted straight at Dong Ming. When faced with 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacking at the same time, Dong Ming's face went grim. Kill Duan Lingtian. The other 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacked at practically the exact same time. But their target wasn't Dong Ming, but Duan Lingtian. The origin energy on the grade 6 spirit weapons in the hands of the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists skyrocketed, and their concept suffused out to sweep towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above two of them. 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above the other person. It was in this hurry that Lin Fan's expression changed. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian abruptly turned around to look at the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that charged towards Dong Ming, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, he directly utilized his soul skill to construct an illusory space that enveloped the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists. At the same time, a simple and ordinary sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This sword was precisely the sword he'd obtained from the white-clothed sword monarch skeleton earlier, and it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Along with the pulsation of the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body, 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, whereas when his hand that held the sword tightened, and his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! Another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. An entire doubled amplification. How could this be possible? When this scene entered into the eyes of the 3 4th level void initiation stage martial artists, it caused them to be dumbstruck. Even their attacks that blasted towards Duan Ling Tian slowed down slightly. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand amplified strength by 100%. Even if it was a grade 1 spirit weapon, it seemed to only amplify strength by almost 90%, right? A grade 1 spirit weapon that was capable of amplifying strength by 89% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. They'd never heard of a spirit weapon that amplified strength by 100%. Sword drawing arts. Right at the instant the 3 4th level void initiation stage martial artists were dazed, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was precisely this moment that he'd been waiting for. If he were to go head-on with them, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the 3 of them at the same time. If the 3 of them were careless, then it would be a different story. Swish! A sword howl swept out, and it was accompanied by a wave of the sound of wind and thunder. Besides the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared. Second-level wind concept was comparable to 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First-level lightning concept was comparable to 1 ancient horned dragon silhouette. The strength of a total of 11 ancient horned dragons. It suppressed 2 4th-level void initiation stage martial artists and was only inferior to the last 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning flashed past, and 2 lines of blood shot out. Bang! Bang! The 2 4th-level void initiation stage martial artists crashed to the ground. Even though the last one had hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's sword strike, he'd suffered a heavy injury as well. Originally, when this person exerted his full strength, his strength surpassed Duan Ling Tian by the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, but it was precisely because of his carelessness that he'd missed the best opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian. The heavily injured 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist struggled to stand still, and the grade 6 spirit weapon in his hand pointed horizontally at Duan Ling Tian, and his expression was ghastly pale to the extreme. That. What spirit is that? But unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish! The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into a sword light that followed closely behind like a shadow, and it easily killed this heavily injured 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword back into his spatial ring. Brother Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Dong Ming recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. What are the 3 of them doing? Dong Ming, who'd just asked this question, suddenly smelled a bloody smell, and when he turned around to look, he saw the 3 corpses that had fallen before Duan Ling Tian. The 3 corpses laid in a pool of blood, and it was so dazzling and resplendent when it entered Dong Ming's eyes. This, Dong Ming recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, you did this? What do you think? Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and a brilliant smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end. But when the smile that Duan Ling Tian revealed now entered into Dong Ming's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the three people that were killing each other in the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Soul, and he had a calm expression as if all of this wasn't related to him. The 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had equal strengths, and they were in a chaotic battle. The spirit weapons in their hands even flashed out fiercely to smash towards their companions that were standing on the same side a moment ago. The situation of the battle was extremely horrifying. When Dong Ming turned around as well, he looked at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle and had suffered heavy injuries. Brother Ling Tian, what are the three of them doing? I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said indifferently, perhaps they're not splitting the spoils evenly, causing them to fight each other. Dong Ming naturally didn't believe Duan Ling Tian. Not splitting the spoils evenly? What a joke. Earlier, these three people came over menacingly and utilized all their ability to kill him. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of these three people. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the three of them actually stopped attacking at the same time and started fighting each other. This caused the origin energy on his body that was originally accumulating strength to disperse completely, and he stared blankly at the three of them fighting each other. He who was originally the target of everyone had become a spectator. The three people that called each other brothers a moment ago and joined forces to kill him had instead started fighting each other, and it caused him to be speechless. But he just didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, Dong Ming inadvertently glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and when he saw the cold smile on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, his heart jerked for no reason or rhyme. Could it be? Brother Ling Tian did it? After this thought arose in Dong Ming's mind, it was impossible for it to disappear, and it seemed as if it had taken root and sprouted in his mind. Even though he didn't know how Duan Ling Tian did it. But he had a strong premonition that all of this was done by Duan Ling Tian. For the first time, traces of terror arose in his heart for no reason or rhyme when he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. He knew. This was an existence that couldn't be offended, he could only be a friend and not an enemy. If he were an enemy, then he would surely die a graveless death. Chapter 625. After a short moment, the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were within the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1000 illusions, had all killed each other to the point of being heavily injured. The three of them were barely able to stand still and stood in a triangular confrontation, and they were out of breath. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang sounded out, and it drew the attention of Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming. As for the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, they seemed as if they didn't hear anything. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. The distant cavern wall suddenly collapsed, and a stone door appeared within it. Along with the stone door rising, a beautiful figure walked out with large strides to appear before his eyes. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he saw the yellow-clothed young woman that walked out slowly. The young woman was precisely Han Xuanai. Big brother Ling Tian. The young woman originally had a worried expression, yet when she saw Duan Ling Tian, she squeezed out a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked with slight worry when he saw Xuanai was slightly off. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm really useless. There are a total of 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, yet I actually failed 2 of them. Xuanai had a long face as she spoke with a dejected expression. Which 2 tests did you fail? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was the first test of choosing a grade 1 spirit sword. I failed. Then the last test was challenging the mirror puppet, and I only fought it to a tie, and it ended in failure in the end. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, she had an unwilling expression. That fellow knew all my abilities, and I was utterly unable to do anything to it. Han Xuanai spoke casually here. But when it entered Dong Ming's ears, it instead caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Grade 1 Spirit Sword? To Dong Ming, there was a certain level of difficulty in obtaining a Grade 5 spirit weapon. A Grade 1 spirit sword almost caused his heart to jump out of his chest. Then did you choose a Grade 2 spirit sword or a Grade 3 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A second grade spirit sword. Han Xuanai was crestfallen. A second grade spirit sword? Dong Ming was stunned again. Why was this young girl so unhappy after obtaining a second grade spirit sword? As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In his opinion, if it were him, not to mention obtaining a second grade spirit sword, even if he obtained a third grade spirit sword, he would be so happy that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. A second grade spirit sword is not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm not looking down on its grade. Han Xuanai shook her head. I only wanted to pass that test. No matter if I chose a second grade spirit sword or a third grade spirit sword, it would still be a failure. In my eyes, there is no difference between the two. Hearing Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like Xuanai's background is really unfathomable, and she doesn't even take a grade 2 spirit sword seriously. Brother Lingtian, what are they doing? In next to no time, Han Xuanai recovered and became full of vitality. When she saw the three people that were in fierce battle nearby, she couldn't help but be stunned. They? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. They wanted to kill me, so I slightly used some tricks on them. Brother Lingtian, you even know soul skills? Han Xuanai exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that had empty gazes as they battled together. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai was able to discern that he'd done something. What a joke! Xuanai was a member of a great power in the foreign lands after all, and it wasn't strange for her to recognize a soul skill. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Han Xuanai instantly looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration when she heard this. Brother Lingtian, you're really formidable. I've never heard of a human martial artist being able to execute a soul skill before becoming an Emperor Wu. My luck is good and I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled. The nearby Dong Ming was instead unable to wrap his head around it. Soul skill? Emperor Wu? He'd never seen or heard of the former. He'd only heard of the latter, and he knew that it was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian seems to know some sort of soul skill. And that soul skill is something that human martial artists can only execute after becoming an Emperor Wu? This was the logic that Dong Ming had summarized after sorting it out. This Brother Lingtian is really surprising. The corners of Dong Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was chatting cheerfully with the young woman, and as he finished muttering, he didn't know how to describe the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him. Brother Lingtian, why did they want to kill you? Han Xuanai asked. They saw me come out from the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, so they coveted the things I obtained there, and they wanted to kill me and seize my treasures. In the end, it became like this. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shrugged and had an expression of, it's none of my business. Brother Lingtian, you're too merciful. They wanted to kill you, yet you still let them live for so long. Han Xuanai lightly shook her head. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming, Han Xuanai suddenly raised her hand. Along with Han Xuanai slowly pushing out her hand. Whoosh! A wave of extremely icy cold wind swept out to envelop the 3/5 level void initiation stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle, and it froze them into ice sculptures. The 3 ice sculptures were of various shapes and were lifelike. "They're an eyesore." Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at the 3 ice sculptures, and her hand lightly shook. Instantly, 3 fine needles condensed from ice condensed into form and whistled out. Swish! 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 The ice needles respectively collided with the 3 ice sculptures, causing them to directly shatter and collapse. The 3/5 level void initiation stage martial artists within the ice sculptures were deader than dead. After doing all this, Han Xuanai instead seemed as if nothing had happened, and her gaze descended onto the 3 people that lay in pools of blood. Why have these 3 people died as well? I recognize them. Brother Ling Tian, you'd once kindly helped them earlier and allowed them to take refuge on the big guy's back. They were killed by me. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 3 corpses and said, "The 3 of them and the other 3 people you killed earlier joined forces with the intention of killing me and seizing the treasures I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure." What? Han Xuanai's face went grim as she glared angrily at the 3 corpses. These 3 fellows actually repaid kindness with enmity? Damn it! Under her extreme rage, Han Xuanai attacked once more, and an extremely icy cold aura swept out to envelop the 3 corpses. Instantly, the 3 corpses transformed into 3 ice sculptures that lay on the ground. Bang! Han Xuanai raised her hand and slapped out, and 3 palm prints whistled out to blast the 3 ice sculptures into ice shards. This wasn't the end. Swoosh! Han Xuanai's sleeve swept out, and an extremely icy cold strong wind seemed to have condensed into numerous wind blades in the air, and it seemed to have formed a dense net that enveloped the ice shards. Instantly, the ice shards transformed into mist that covered the sky and dissipated in the air. Hiss! A wave of gasping sounded out. It was Dong Ming who felt coldness arise in his heart when he saw the young woman's actions, and he couldn't help but gasp. This little girl, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw Xuanai's actions, and warmth arose in his heart. As the saying goes, one is infuriated for a beauty. This little girl Xuanai was instead infuriated for her older brother now. You aren't coveting the things in my big brother Ling Tian's possession, right? In next to no time, Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto Dong Ming, and traces of an icy cold aura leaped about within it. It seemed as if so long as Dong Ming's answer caused her to be dissatisfied, then she would attack once more and freeze Dong Ming into an ice sculpture before destroying it. No, no. No! Dong Ming's body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. He'd completely experienced the temper of this young miss, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Now, even if someone beat him to death, he wouldn't dare offend this young Mississippi. When others killed, they would at least leave behind a corpse, and at the very least, they would leave behind some remains. But this young miss was different. With a raise of her hand, she'd annihilated a person without leaving a single trace in this world. Xuanai, don't scare Dong Ming. When those 6 people wanted to deal with me earlier, he even stood out to help me and wanted to fight them to the death. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The coldness in Han Xuanai's eyes instantly vanished when she heard this, and replacing it was warmth that was like spring. So that's how it is, I've misunderstood you. I never imagined that you even helped my big brother Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then I'll give you a gift of thanks. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it whistled out before firmly descending before Dong Ming and piercing into the ground. This is... Dong Ming was shocked, and when he recovered from his shock, he looked at Han Xuanai with a bewildered expression. This is the Grade 2 Spirit Sword I obtained in the 3rd level. I reckon big brother Ling Tian wouldn't fancy it now. Take it. As Han Xuanai spoke, she slightly turned her head to look at Duan Ling Tian, and her gaze was filled with deep meaning. This caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be unable to help but jerk. Could it be that this little girl knows something? Grade 2 Spirit Sword? Dong Ming's body trembled when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he looked at the spirit sword before him with an astonished expression, and he was extremely excited in his heart. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and looked at Han Xuanai. You really want to give it to me? What? You don't want it? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows raised as she said indifferently, if you don't want it, then I'll take it back now. No. No. I want it. I want it. Dong Ming was instantly anxious when he heard the young girl, and he grabbed the grade 2 spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring, deeply afraid the young girl would really regret it. After he put away the grade 2 spirit sword, Dong Ming heaved a sigh of relief, and then he looked at the young girl and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai, thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Why haven't little black, little white, and little gold come out yet? Han Xuanai looked at the surroundings and frowned, and a trace of worry was mixed between her brows. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything, the worry on his face could still be discerned. Time silently flowed by. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours later. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming to wake up from their dreams. In next to no time, they saw the distant cavern split open, and a thick and heavy stone door appeared within it, and it was slowly rising up. Squeak squeak, a familiar cry sounded out, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Chapter 626. Swoosh! The little gold mouse transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed out to descend onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Little gold, you've finally come out. How was it? How many of those 6 tests did you pass? Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse as he asked with a smile. Earlier, when he heard Xuanai speak of her encounter on the 3rd floor, Duan Ling Tian realized that the tests that everyone that entered the 3rd floor ought to be the same. Of course, the last test, the mirror puppet, was different. Everyone was facing their own mirror puppet. 2. The little gold mouse drooped its head as it spoke with slight dejection. You only passed 2 tests. Which 2? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The 100 origin shadow puppets and the earth puppet test. I've failed the others. The little gold mouse spoke dejectedly. But, its childish voice didn't bring out its current feelings in the slightest. Looks like my results aren't bad. Han Xuanai walked over to Duan Ling Tian and stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's smooth back as she spoke with a light smile. She'd found balance on the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse instead closed its eyes comfortably and enjoyed Han Xuanai's stroke. It didn't reject Han Xuanai in the slightest. Perhaps it was because Han Xuanai had once helped it take revenge. Although Han Xuanai didn't directly kill all the higher-ups of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan, it was Han Xuanai that sealed them in ice, allowing the little gold mouse to have the chance to kill them. The little gold mouse possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human, so it naturally knew that if it wasn't for Han Xuanai, it would be impossible for it to take revenge. Presently, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai, and the little gold mouse talking and laughing, Dong Ming who stood nearby was dumbstruck. A mouse that can speak. It's a void interpretation stage demon beast? Dong Ming felt that the amount of surprise he had experienced in his entire life was not as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. What kind of people and demonic beasts are those by Brother Ling Tian's side? For a moment, Dongming felt his scalp go numb. Brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked. How many tests have you passed? Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and didn't answer directly, but instead said via voice transmission, all passed. Pass all of them? Shock instantly appeared in the depths of the little gold mouse's eyes. This scene just happened to be noticed by Han Xuanai, and Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Big brother Ling Tian, this isn't fair. You only told little gold and not me. You little girl, don't you already know? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as he replied. The reason he didn't speak directly and chose to send a voice transmission wasn't because he didn't want to tell Han Xuanai, but because he was afraid of frightening Dongming, who was standing nearby. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know. Presently, Dongming had already been frightened by the three of them, and no matter how frightened he was, he wouldn't feel too much of it. Because he was already numb. Even if something unbelievable happened to Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't feel it was strange. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Han Xuanai's voice transmission carried slight grievance when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and her face even revealed a delicate and pitiful expression as tears welled up in her eyes. The current her was simply like a completely different person compared to the her from before that was chatting and killing decisively. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said via voice transmission with slight helplessness. Alright, I'll tell you. I've passed all the tests. Didn't you already guess it when you looked at me with that gaze earlier? I only felt earlier that big brother Ling Tian might have passed all the tests. I didn't completely confirm it. As Han Xuanai's voice transmission finished, her delicate and pitiful expression vanished, and her tone was filled with surprise. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you pass the first and last tests? When facing the curious Han Xuanai, Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal anything and spoke of his experiences. Of course, he omitted the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. A grade 1 spirit sword is actually an unformed sword embryo. Moreover, it's within a pile of scrap metal in the surroundings of the cavern. After Han Xuanai heard about Duan Ling Tian's experience during the first test, she couldn't help but grumble. That martial monarch is truly too deceitful. Who would have known that a grade 1 spirit sword would be an inconspicuous and ugly sword embryo? Most importantly, it was hidden within a pile of scrap metal. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Xuanai's grumbling. The first test was a technical job. Perhaps only a high-grade weapons craftsman would be able to find such an inconspicuous grade 1 spirit sword. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you find that grade 1 spirit sword? Han Xuanai couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm a weapons craftsman. Duan Ling Tian's answer was very simple and direct. So big brother Ling Tian is a weapons craftsman. No wonder. Han Xuanai came to a sudden realization. Weapons craftsmen have a unique eye for spirit weapons. I heard that many weapons craftsmen are even able to discern the grade of a spirit weapon just by looking at its appearance. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Being an alchemist was a skill to begin with, and after refining many spirit weapons, one would naturally have an extraordinary perception and eye towards spirit weapons. Then what about the last test? Han Xuanai asked. I was helpless against my mirror puppet. In the end, we fought to a draw, but the time was up and we were stopped by the inscription formation. Otherwise, she would have defeated me sooner or later. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you deal with your mirror puppet? Han Xuanai blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Xuanai, actually, I didn't really deal with it, I just lured it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spoke of the specific process of the last test. That works? Han Xuanai's expression froze, and she said with slight vexation, why didn't I think of it? So the last test could be so simple. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too smart. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of admiration. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt lightheaded, and at the same time, he could not help but blush. After all, that was not the method he found. That was the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. On the other hand, he was only borrowing the method of others. Big brother Ling Tian, in this case, you've obtained the martial emperor's inheritance? When Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian again, she was inexplicably excited. The martial emperor's inheritance. Even she was quite interested in it. Duan Ling Tian was just about to tell Xuanai about the martial emperor's inheritance when he was suddenly interrupted by two loud bangs. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on two more holes on the other side of the cave wall in the distance. Inside the cave, the two large doors slowly rose up. At the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from behind the two large doors respectively, and their target was Duan Lingtian. After a while, the two little pythons, one black and one white, appeared on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, they flicked their forked tongues excitedly and licked Duan Lingtian's cheeks. Big brother Ling Tian, looks like little black and little white are closer to you. They went to look for you as soon as they came out. Han Xuanai stood at the side, and her tone was somewhat sour. Hiss hiss, after hearing Han Xuanai's words, the two little pythons immediately left Duan Lingtian considerately and flashed to Han Xuanai's shoulder, flicking their forked tongues to comfort Han Xuanai. Only then did Han Xuanai reveal a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. In terms of actual age, this girl was at least in her early 20s. But it was indeed rare for her to be able to maintain such a childlike innocence. Little black, little white, how many tests have the two of you passed? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and asked curiously. Squeak squeak, meanwhile, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons with interest as well, and her pair of jade-green eyes obviously carried slight perturbation. Obviously, she was worried that the results of the two little pythons would surpass her. When she found out that the two little pythons had only passed 2 tests just like her, the little gold mouse leaped for joy. What little black and little white passed was also the 2 tests of the 100 origin shadow puppets and earth puppets. However, to little gold, little black, and little white, the other 4 tests were indeed slightly more difficult. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. It's good that the two of you are fine. As for those tests, it doesn't matter if you pass or not. Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and consoled. Duan Lingtian, who'd experienced the 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, knew clearly. There was a certain amount of risk of being killed in the 3 tests of strength. Being able to survive was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing. Hiss hiss, after Duan Lingtian consoled them, the 2 little pythons that were originally dispirited became excited once more. Big brother Ling Tian, you haven't told me about the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained earlier. Han Xuanai's voice transmission sounded out once more by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to answer Han Xuanai. History repeated itself once more. An enormous bang sounded out and interrupted Duan Lingtian once more. Bang! The distant cavern wall split open with a bang, and the shattered rocks fell to the ground as a door that slowly rose up appeared within the cavern. Under the focused gazes of Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming, an azure-colored old figure walked out from within. Elder Hu. The azure-clothed old man had just walked out when Dong Ming had already cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. The person that had come out now was precisely the expert he'd specially invited for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Moreover, he'd reached an agreement with the old man that they would share everything they obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure equally. Elder Hu walked out and glanced indifferently at Dongming before rising into the sky with the intention of leaving the Sword Monarch's treasure. Elder Hu. The expression of Dongming, who was originally looking forward to Elder Hu sharing the gains equally with him, went slightly grim, and he hurriedly rose into the sky to stop Elder Hu. Fuck off right now if you don't want to die. Elder Hu glared angrily at Dongming as he shouted with a grim voice. Elder Hu. Have you forgotten our agreement? Dongming asked with a low voice. Agreement? What agreement? Elder Hu grunted coldly. Elder Hu, you said that no matter what we obtain after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, we have to share it equally. Could it be that it isn't so? Chapter 627. Dongming, are you questioning me? Elder Hu's face sank slightly when he heard Dongming. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind Elder Hu that if it wasn't for me, it would be impossible for you to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming spoke out. His words undoubtedly expressed a meaning. If it wasn't for me possessing the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, if it wasn't for me bringing you here, it would be utterly impossible for an old fellow like you to encroach on the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming's words caused Elder Hu's expression to become even more gloomy. For a time, he wanted to flare up. But when his gaze inadvertently flashed past the two people that were calmly looking at him and Dongming on the ground, he couldn't help but suppress his rage. He took a deep breath and didn't directly shed all pretenses with Dongming. I naturally remember that agreement. But I didn't obtain anything from the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, so how can I split the treasures equally with you? Elder Hu's expression recovered its calm as he spoke indifferently. The current Elder Hu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You have a good plan, I have a way out. It was more or less like this. You didn't obtain anything? Dongming's face went grim. Elder Hu's shamelessness had exceeded his imagination. Elder Hu, according to my knowledge, the first test you entered the third level was to give you a spirit sword. It's best if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, and the worst is a grade 3 spirit sword. Now, you're telling me that you didn't obtain any treasures in the third level? Do you think I would believe you? As he finished speaking, Dongming's tone carried slight rage, and he'd completely shed all pretenses. Or perhaps, you think I'm easy to fool. I don't know what you're talking about. What spirit sword? I don't know anything. Slight astonishment flashed deep within Elder Hu's gaze, and he was obviously surprised that Dongming actually knew what he'd encountered. But his expression still remained unchanged as he continued. If it was someone that didn't know, then perhaps they would really be deceived by him. But was it possible for him to deceive Dongming, who'd already understood the test of the third level? Elder Hu, I can give up on the spirit sword you obtained. But please take out the other treasures you obtained. Dongming spoke directly and straightforwardly. Humph. I've already said that I didn't obtain any treasures. If you dare to continue blabbering, I'll definitely kill you. Elder Hu said with a sullen face. His words were full of threats. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Dongming roared with laughter, and his laughter was filled with slight sorrow. I truly never imagined that Elder Hu would change just like that in the face of absolute benefits. If I knew earlier, then even if I brought a dog to the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would still be better than bringing you. You dare to call me worse than a dog? Elder Hu's expression changed greatly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of extremely violent white flames, and he was ready to rush up and swallow Dongming at any time. Is it not? After Dongming shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings. If you don't think so, do you dare to remove the ownership of the spatial ring in your hand and show it to me? If there isn't a third-grade spirit artifact or above, I will definitely not pester you anymore. Dongming, if you still don't move aside, then you'll surely die a graveless death. Dong Ming's every word made Elder Hu's face turn uglier. In the end, Elder Hu completely exploded. The origin energy on his body was even more profound, and the power of intent was faintly discernible. He immediately intended to make a move and kill Dong Ming. Dong Ming, where did you find this old fellow? He's actually so shameless. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had already soared into the sky to stand by Dong Ming's side, and he shrugged as he spoke lazily. You. When he saw Duan Lingtian wanted to stand out for Dong Ming, Elder Hu's face went grim, and slight fear appeared between his brows. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of the young woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Even if he obtained some gains in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure and his strength had improved greatly, he felt that he was far from being a match for the young woman. The gap between the Void Initiation stage and Void Interpretation stage was too great, and it was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. What about me? Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Elder Hu as he asked indifferently. This matter is a private matter between me and Dong Ming, so please don't interfere. Elder Hu took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. What if I insist on interfering? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a smile. His smile was bright and resplendent, yet when it entered into the eyes of Elder Hu, it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. But Elder Hu's expression quickly calmed down, and he glared fiercely at Dong Ming as he said via voice transmission, Dong Ming, you win. I'll spare your life today, but you won't be so lucky in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hu soared into the sky and intended to leave. When they saw Elder Hu about to leave, Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming stood on the spot without making any movements. Right at this moment. Whoosh! A cold wind that was filled with an icy cold aura blew by, and a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure. This was a yellow-clothed young woman, and as she stood there, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by the icy cold aura emitted from her body. The young woman had a beautiful appearance, and it could be imagined that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Young Miss Xuanai. When he saw the young woman appear and obstruct his path, Elder Hu took a deep breath and said slowly, I've already decided not to make things difficult for Dong Ming any longer. I wonder what you want to do. Do what? The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuanai, and when she heard Elder Hu, a devilish smile bloomed on her face. Of course it's to kill you. Practically at the instant Han Xuanai finished speaking, the surrounding air became slightly icy cold once more. Elder Hu's face went grim. Right at this instant. Whoosh! Han Xuanai made a move. With a raise of her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and enveloped Elder Hu from all directions, causing Elder Hu to have no place to flee. No! Elder Hu's face went grim as he cried out in sorrow, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he wanted to flee before he was frozen into an ice sculpture. But would he be able to flee? Needless to say, the speed of an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist was extremely swift. But would it be swift enough to surpass the speed of a Void Interpretation stage expert like Han Xuanai? The answer was no. Swish! Swish! The strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and covered Elder Hu's body, causing him to have nowhere to flee. In the next moment, Elder Hu's body stiffened as he stopped on the spot and transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Through the layer of ice, one could see that Elder Hu's pupils had constricted and his face was covered in a panicked expression, and this obviously showed how terrified and despaired he was before he transformed into an ice sculpture. The origin energy on Elder Hu who was frozen into an ice sculpture was gradually obliterated, and in the end, it transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, the ice sculpture fell to the ground with a bang, and it transformed into pieces that covered the entire ground. 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, dead. Whoosh! Along with Han Xuanai raising her hand, a piece of ice on the ground flew up and descended into her hand, and there was a spatial ring within it. Through the layer of ice, one could see that the spatial ring was extremely ancient, and its grade wasn't low. Whoosh! At the instant Han Xuanai spoke, origin energy bloomed from her hand, and the ice gradually melted to only leave behind the spatial ring in the end. Here. With a raise of her hand, Han Xuanai tossed the spatial ring in her hand to Dong Ming. Dong Ming hurriedly received it and looked at Han Xuanai with gratitude. "Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. You've helped Big Brother Ling Tian, and he wants to help you as well, so I naturally won't stand by idly." Han Xuanai nodded indifferently. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and smiled lightly. "Xuanai, we ought to leave as well." Xuanai smiled as she replied, and then she soared into the sky to leave the Sword Monarch's treasure with Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming, and they passed through the door that was enveloped by the inscription formation to once again return to the depths of the sea. On the other hand, the colossus that lay there at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure had finally moved. "Big guy." Xuanai was the first to fly out and descend onto the colossus' back. Aowu, when it saw Han Xuanai, the colossus cried out in a low voice, and its voice contained slight trembling mixed within. Obviously, it was traumatized in its heart. The colossus was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger, the Empire Guardian demon beast of the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well, and they didn't have to worry about being unable to resist the pressure of the depths of the sea while being enveloped by the origin energy barrier of the three-eyed flame tiger. "Big guy, let's go." Along with Xuanai speaking, the three-eyed flame tiger's limbs stomped on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. At the depths of the sea, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed. The three-eyed flame tiger transformed into a swift-flowing light that flashed upwards. Everywhere it passed, the seawater split apart and spread towards the sides, and it swept out extremely vast. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian and the others rode on the three-eyed flame tiger to leave the boundlessly vast sea and return to the surface of the sea. All along the way, even though they'd encountered many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, all of them were directly annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger. As for demon beasts, they'd been terrified to the point of hiding at the side since long ago when facing a terrifying existence like the three-eyed flame tiger. This expanse of sea wasn't far from Cloud Continent, and the strength of the demon beasts that concealed themselves here was ordinary. If the three-eyed flame tiger was willing, it was entirely capable of dominating this expanse of sea with its formidable strength. "Big fellow, let's return to the Darkstone Empire first," Duan Ling Tian said to the three-eyed flame tiger. He intended to send Dong Ming back first before returning to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Unknowingly, another few months have passed. The dynasty martial competition is getting closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the direction of the Dark Han dynasty, and his gaze flickered as he muttered in his heart. After notifying Xuanai and Dong Ming, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. At the same time, a milky white stone appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it was precisely the low-grade origin stone he'd obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Presently, Duan Ling Tian held the low-grade origin stone and absorbed the condensed spirit energy within the origin stone to cultivate, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be compared to before. As he felt the vast origin energy within his body, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. Low-grade origin stones were completely exhausted by Duan Ling Tian one after another. Chapter 628. Because when they headed to the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure earlier, the three-eyed flame tiger had chased after the jade sword, and because the jade sword's speed couldn't be considered to be swift, its speed had intentionally slowed down greatly. This time, there was no need to chase after the jade sword, and the three-eyed flame tiger only spent half a month of time to send Duan Lingtian's group of 3 back to the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! The three-eyed flame tiger dashed through the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous flaming cloud that swept past, leaving behind an expanse of crimson-red light in the horizon that was dazzling and gorgeous. On the back of the three-eyed flame tiger that was wide like a football field, the yellow-clothed young woman stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head, and 2 little pythons coiled around her wrists. The little pythons didn't move, and they might be cultivating or sleeping. Not far away, a sturdy middle-aged man sat there, quietly cultivating. Besides that, there was also a violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distance without the slightest movement, and he seemed like a statue that didn't have any signs of life. The little gold mouse that was lying on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man suddenly woke up, and she slowly stood up before lazily stretching herself. After she noticed that the violet-clothed young man was still cultivating, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered for a moment before transforming into a golden light that flashed out and pointed directly at the yellow-clothed young woman in the distance. After a short moment, she arrived at the young woman's shoulder. "Big Sister Xuanai, Big Sister Xuanai." The little gold mouse stood on the young woman's shoulder and lightly rubbed against the young woman's neck that was white like jade, and it seemed to be extremely intimate. "Little Gold, you're awake." Han Xuanai smiled lightly as she stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse. "We've already returned to the Darkstone Empire. I wonder when Big Brother Ling Tian will be able to wake up." Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's eyes flickered with slight anticipation as she looked at the violet-clothed young man that was cultivating in the distance when she heard this. Time silently flowed by. Not long after, the robust middle-aged man that was cultivating at the side woke up, and a wave of excitement appeared on his face as he looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet. Darkstone Empire. I've finally returned. As someone that lived near this area of the Darkstone Empire, he was extremely familiar with this area. Brother Ling Tian hasn't woken up yet. The robust middle-aged man was precisely Dong Ming, and after he glanced at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl that stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head. "Miss Xuanai, my home is nearby, so I won't continue disturbing you and Brother Ling Tian. Please help me pass on my message when Brother Ling Tian wakes up." Dong Ming prepared to leave. "Yes." Han Xuanai glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who hadn't completely woken up yet, and nodded gently. "When Brother Ling Tian wakes up, I'll tell him. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Xuanai." Dong Ming nodded respectfully to Han Xuanai, then glanced at Duan Ling Tian before flying away. He had always been grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Since the beginning, Duan Ling Tian had been helping him, and later on, it was because of Duan Ling Tian that he'd obtained an extremely great fortuitous encounter. The Grade 2 Spirit Sword, Elder whose gains from the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and all the wealth of Elder who had now become his. If it was in the past, this was something that was difficult for him to imagine, and he didn't dare imagine. Now, all of this had come true. Moreover, all of this was due to this violet-clothed young man. No matter if he was able to meet this mysterious violet-clothed young man again in the future, he would surely engrave this kindness in his heart in his entire lifetime. If he had the chance to repay the violet-clothed young man, then he would surely go through fire and water without hesitation. A few days later, the three-eyed flame tiger had arrived at the border between the Darkstone Empire and Dark Han Dynasty. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling white-colored flames suddenly rose explosively around the violet-clothed young man that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and the white flames were ceaselessly rising. Whoosh! In next to no time, the white flames rose explosively to the limit. Whereas at the side of the 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above him, another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian's body trembled as his feelings surged exceedingly, and he abruptly opened his eyes that flowed with lights that were dazzling like an array of stars. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, the person would notice that besides a strand of flowing light flickering in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there were also 2 dim lights that were faintly discernible. Of course, the dim lights didn't exist for long, and it wasn't long before they were completely annihilated. The appearance of a cactus was nothing more than this. Crackle, crackle, suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly clenched his fists tightly, and a wave of the sound of his bones rubbing together sounded out, and it was clear and pleasing to the ear. My strength has become much stronger. As he felt the strength contained within his body, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face was covered in delight. After he broke through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, he'd obtained an increase of 2 ancient horned dragons in one go. Such an increase could be considered to be the first time in Duan Lingtian's entire lifetime that he'd obtained such a great improvement, and he'd created a completely new record. Big Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a childish voice sound out by his ears. Swish! A golden light assaulted his face and instantly pounced onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it revealed a fluffy and chubby figure. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Little gold. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to hold the little gold mouse in his hand, and then he lightly smiled. Have you broken through during this period of time? Big Brother Lingtian, I've broken through. The little gold mouse raised her head and spoke with slight complacency, and her childish voice seemed to be slightly strange when combined with her tone. Big Brother Lingtian, congratulations. Meanwhile, another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole sounded out. After a short moment, a beautiful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Obviously, she discerned something from Duan Lingtian, and that was why she congratulated him. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman before him, and the smile on his face grew wider. Big Brother Lingtian, you still haven't told me what the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained is, Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian. Her large eyes flickered with traces of a sheen of curiosity. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was busy cultivating, and even though she was curious about this, she didn't disturb Duan Lingtian and had always restrained herself from asking. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian smoothly breaking through, her curiosity instantly arose once more. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He never imagined that this little girl Xuanai would actually be so stubborn. However, to him, there was nothing to hide in front of Xuanai. Not to mention Xuanai had always been helpful to him. Even with Xuanai's mysterious and formidable background, she might not be interested in the martial monarch's inheritance he obtained, and at most, she would probably be curious. Xuanai, at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke in detail of what happened after he passed through all the tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and he didn't conceal anything. Including the 3 types of profundity fragments. Xuanai, if you're interested in any one of those 3 profundity fragments, then I can give it to you. Duan Lingtian spoke to Han Xuanai. Even though profundity fragments were extremely precious, in Duan Lingtian's heart, it was far from being able to compare to the friendship between him and Han Xuanai. If Han Xuanai needed it, then he wouldn't frown in the slightest even if Han Xuanai gave away 3 profundity fragments. As the saying goes, a tiny bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai helping him all along the way during his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, it would be very unlikely for him to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the 3rd level with his cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew himself well. It could be said that everything he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure was given to him by Han Xuanai. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai, he would probably have nothing. Big Brother Lingtian, you should keep it for yourself. You'll be able to use the wind profundity fragment and lightning profundity fragment in the future. As for the sword profundity fragment, perhaps it'll be of use in the future. Han Xuanai shook her head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Han Xuanai didn't even blink when facing the temptation of a profundity fragment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be even more shocked in his heart, and he was even more curious about Han Xuanai's origins. Exactly what background does Han Xuanai have? Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he wouldn't be too excited before a profundity fragment, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to maintain his composure. Of course, since Han Xuanai didn't want it, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persisting. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. The wind profundity fragment and lightning profundity fragment were profundity fragments that he'd be able to use in the future. As for the sword profundity fragment, Duan Lingtian had plans in his heart. Once he cultivated the Nine Tribulation sword control technique, he would try his best to comprehend sword force and even sword concept. I just happen to have a sword concept fragment in my possession. So long as I comprehend sword concept, I'll be able to comprehend that sword concept fragment and improve the might of my sword concept. Duan Lingtian still remembered. The sword concept fragment in his possession was obtained at the end of the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He'd relied on Han Xuanai's ability to obtain it. Big brother Lingtian, we've already entered the area of the Dark Han dynasty now. I intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition with you, what do you think? Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Han Xuanai. This little girl Xuanai wants to participate in the dynasty martial competition? Isn't this clearly bullying others? Duan Lingtian could imagine. If this little girl Xuanai really participated in the dynasty martial competition, there would probably be no one that was a match for her. An existence at the void interpretation stage that was even more formidable than the #1 expert of the Inkstone Empire, King Yong, sweeping through all the young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty would be nothing difficult. So long as you're interested. Duan Lingtian said, I presume so long as you raise this idea to King Yong, he'll surely be impatient to ask someone to give up a spot for you. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be sure of. With Xuanai's strength, so long as a rare monster like Xuanai didn't appear while representing the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition, then she would definitely obtain the first in the dynasty martial competition. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Once we return to the Dark Han dynasty's capital, I'll ask Uncle Red Mole to give me a spot. Chapter 629. Uncle Red Mole? Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Han Xuanai was talking about, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his mind, the red mole between King Yong's brows that was like a congealed blood slowly appeared, and it was so dazzling when it entered his eyes. Only this little girl Xuanai dares call King Yong Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the three-eyed flame tiger entered the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, he headed all the way towards the capital. The Dark Han dynasty's martial competition would be held in the capital at that time, whereas, Duan Lingtian would represent the Darkstone Empire to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the dynasties was actually only an appetizer. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the true main event. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty would gather together and compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to seize the highest honor. What I need to do now is obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties during the dynasty martial competition. After that, I'll stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and use the foreign lands' powers as a stepping stone to officially enter the foreign lands. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dazzling sheen. He knew clearly in his heart that it wasn't an easy thing to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the very least, it had a certain level of difficulty to him now. Even if I have origin stones and the advancement of my cultivation is extremely swift. But, it's practically impossible for me to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with my current cultivation. It's even to the extent that I might not be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties even in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he felt a certain level of pressure. Cultivate. Cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and pinching it to cultivate. At the same time, vast origin energy surged out from within his body, and it passed through the meridians in his entire body to ceaselessly surge into his dantian to strengthen his original origin energy. After an unknown number of days, Duan Lingtian felt his origin energy become saturated once again. Of course, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 5th level of the void initiation stage. After consuming a mid-grade primordial stone, Duan Lingtian took out another mid-grade primordial stone to cultivate. While cultivating, another fragment appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This fragment was precisely the wind concept fragment he obtained in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was a 5th level wind concept fragment. Cultivating the origin energy and comprehending the concept at the same time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's strength and concept were also quietly increasing at a rapid pace. He hadn't even walked out of the foreign lands, yet he already possessed such cultivation conditions. If news of this were to spread, then even those experts that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty would probably be jealous. No matter if it was mid-grade origin stones or concept fragments, they were both things that were difficult for them to obtain. In the Dark Han dynasty, low-grade origin stones would at most appear. These low-grade origin stones were basically from the origin stone veins of the various dynasties. Origin stone veins were the foundation of a dynasty. Of course, the origin stone veins of the various dynasties were all origin stone veins of the lowest grade, and low-grade origin stones would appear at most. It was impossible for them to extract mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones. But even then, it was already shocking. Once I walk out of the foreign lands, so long as it's a power that's ranked and has some resources and reserves, practically all of them possess an origin stone vein of their own. An origin stone vein is the foundation of a power's foundation. Only those small powers that are inferior to the various dynasties don't have fixed origin stone veins to extract. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the situation in the foreign lands like the back of his hand. The stronger a power in the foreign lands was, the more origin stone veins it possessed, and the higher grade it was. For example, the few top powers in the foreign lands. Practically all the origin stone veins they possessed were high-grade origin stone veins, and top-grade origin stones would occasionally appear amongst them. A single top-grade origin stone was comparable to 100 high-grade origin stones. The preciousness of top-grade origin stones was obvious. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian woke up and looked down at the vast expanse of land beneath the three-eyed flame tiger, then muttered. We've already passed the Dark Han dynasty's southern desolation. Milky Way City is not far ahead. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said, I want to make a trip to Milky Way City before returning to the capital. Duan Lingtian had come to Milky Way City once before. He'd stayed for 3 months that time. During these 3 months of time, besides going to the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to post a bounty for the ageless route, he'd also walked around Milky Way City for a while, and before he left, he'd even made a deal with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Until now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be slightly excited when he thought of that deal. That was a deal that was sure to be profitable. Relying on a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for 2 spirit fruits and a grade 4 spirit sword. Not only that, the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiaofan, had even promised to spare no effort to help him find the ageless root. Now, I wonder if that pavilion master Xiaofan has found the ageless root for me. No matter if he found it or not, I still have to make a trip. Otherwise, if he really found it and I didn't go get it in time, then I would have missed it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The ageless root was related to the rebirth pill. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already more or less prepared the medicinal materials required for the rebirth pill. The most important primary medicinal ingredient, the red Luan's blood, and the secondary medicinal ingredient, the phoenix feather grass, had already been obtained. Now, he only lacked the other secondary medicinal ingredient, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill right away, and then rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. With the peerlessly overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, if I consume it, I'll be able to charge into the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above in a short period of time. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins 1.5 years later, I might even have already relied on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Void interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, then asked. Big brother Ling Tian, where's that Han River city? It's not far ahead. Over there. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the distant clouds and mist dispersed, and a small black dot appeared before his eyes, and it was precisely Han River City. Big guy, go to that city ahead. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. Aowu, the three-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice, then transformed into a crimson-red waterfall that headed directly towards the small black dot in the distance. Whereas the small black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into an exceedingly enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay there, and it caused others to be unable to refrain from feeling shocked in their hearts. It was precisely Han River City. Big guy, you don't have to go down with us. Duan Lingtian spoke to the three-eyed flame tiger, then he bid farewell to Han Xuanai, and the two of them flew out together to slowly descend towards Han River City. As for the little gold mouse and the two little pythons, they were currently cultivating. The two little pythons coiled around Han Xuanai's white wrist and didn't move in the slightest, whereas the little gold mouse instead lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with her limbs facing the sky, and she looked as if she'd fallen asleep. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai flew down to descend outside the treasure-gathering pavilion in Han River City, and for a time, it drew the attention of many people. Humph. Foreign kid, you're so ignorant of the rules. Let your grandfather, properly teach you. Suddenly, a sonorous explosive shout sounded out. After that, a figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally transforming into the silhouette of an ancient horned dragon that dashed out with its bloody maw wide open as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the gazes of everyone present, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out 4 words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed and coiled around his hand before finally converging at the tip of his index finger and condensing into an origin energy light. In the next moment. Tempest point. The material origin energy finger force instantly shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past to intercept the Duan Lingtian that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The speed of the burly man was slow like a turtle before this bolt of lightning. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed past, and it even didn't contain any concept as it easily penetrated the space between the burly man's brows. A bloody hole appeared between the burly man's brows, and fresh blood sprayed out. Bang! The burly man's body stopped in midair, and his eyes dimmed before his entire body crashed down to fiercely fall onto the ground. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The expressions of the surrounding spectators went slightly grim as they looked at the 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that gradually dispersed above the violet-clothed young man, and their eyes were filled with fear. He didn't utilize force or concept and was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form such a phenomenon with merely his origin energy. He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Heavens! How old is he? 4th-level void initiation stage. He's simply a monster. He's too young. That fellow is really unfortunate. What does it have to do with him how he wants to enter the city? A mere 7th-level void prying stage martial artist dares to easily take the edge of a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. He's really courting death. That person is simply courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they shook their heads as they looked at the corpse that fell on the ground. A 7th-level void prying stage martial artist was gone just like that. Xuanai, let's go. From the moment he made a move to killing that ignorant burly man, it was only an instant, and it seemed to not affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if everything that had happened earlier wasn't the slightest bit related to him. Yes. Xuanai nodded and followed Duan Lingtian to walk towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Customer, do you need anything? The attendant at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion had witnessed the scene from before with his own 2 eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xuanai was filled with reverence. I've come to look for your pavilion master. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he spoke slowly. Customer, how do I address you? Hearing that Duan Lingtian had come to look for their pavilion master caused the attendant to be even more terrified. My surname is Duan. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.